Check, check, check. Shivaya. Test one, two, three. check. Hello, hello. Check, check. Check, hello. Check, check, hello.
നമശിവായ. 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 ഇത് ഡൗൺ ആണോ? നമശിവായ. നമശിവായ.
check, check, check. Namah check.
Uh, a small instruction, Om Namah Shivaya. CSU students can stay here. All of you are registered, so you need not move out of the hall. Amrita students, you are requested to register at the registration desk, and then you can take your files, your writing pad, everything. The kit will be given to you, and you can get your badges as well. The hosts of our guests from Amrita, you are requested to get the badges for your guests from the registration desk. Om Namah Shivaya. Our guest of honor has arrived. Once she comes, we will begin the program. Sorry for the delay. Namah Shivaya. Our guest of honor and our chief guest of inauguration, they are still having their breakfast. I am very sorry for the inconvenience. We are waiting for them to arrive in the hall to start the program. Namah Shivaya. We shall wait for Gomati teacher as well. She'll be here in a couple of minutes. Om Namah Shivaya. I think we can begin the program with the presiding officer's consent. Sir, shall we begin the program? Yeah. Namaste, Suprabhatam. Let us begin this auspicious day with a prayer by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham students.
ध्यायामों धवलावगुण्डनवतीं तेजोमयीं नैष्ठकीं स्निग्धापाङ्गविलोकिनीं भगवतीं मन्दस्मितश्रीमुखीं वात्सल्यामृतवर्षिणीं सुमधुरं सङ्कीर्तनालापिनीं श्यामाङ्गीं मधुसिक्तसूक्तिम् अमृतानन्दात्मिकाम् ईश्वरीम् ॐ अमृतेश्वरे नमः ॐ अमृतेश्वरे नमः ॐ अमृतेश्वरे नमः.
ലൗകിക മംഗളാചരണം ചെയ്യുന്നതിനായി കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാല വിദ്യാർത്ഥിനി പ്രിയതയെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
കാണായ ലോകങ്ങൾ കാക്കുന്ന ദേവാ, കാരുണ്യ സിന്ധോ നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ. കരളിൻ്റെ പൂക്കൾ നിൻ പാദതാരിൽ കാണിക്ക വച്ചു നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ. കാണിക്ക വച്ചു നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ. കാണിക്ക വച്ചു നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ. ലോകാ സമസ്ത സുഖിനോ ഭവന്തു. ഈ മന്ത്രമീ ലോകമെങ്ങും മുഴങ്ങാൻ വിജ്ഞാനദീപം നിറകതിർത്തൂകാൻ. കാരുണ്യ സിന്ധോ നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ. കാരുണ്യ സിന്ധോ നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ. കാരുണ്യ സിന്ധോ നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ. കാണായ ലോകങ്ങൾ കാക്കുന്ന ദേവാ, കാരുണ്യ സിന്ധോ നമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ.
Thank you, Priyada. A warm morning to all of you as we gather for the Samrudha Nari, Samartha Nari, Samrudha Bharath, the South Indian Women's Meet, a Kerala state level women's meet program. I extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you. Empowering women fuels a nation's progress as educated and skilled women contribute to economic growth and social transformation. Initiatives like women's education and entrepreneurship are driving India's development story. When women thrive, the nation prospers. This moment is made more special by the collaboration between Central Sanskrit University and the School of Spiritual and Cultural Studies, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Amritapuri campus. Your presence adds vibrance to this occasion, and we are honored that all of you have accepted our invitation and you have graced this event.
ഏവർക്കും സുപ്രഭാതം. സമർത്ഥ നാരി സമൃദ്ധ ഭാരത് ദക്ഷിണ ഭാരതീയ വനിതാ സമ്മേളനത്തിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ ഓരോരുത്തരെയും ഹാർദമായി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. സ്ത്രീ ശാക്തീകരണത്തിലൂടെയാണ് രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ യഥാർത്ഥ പുരോഗതി. വിദ്യാഭ്യാസവും വിവിധ അവസരങ്ങളും വഴി സ്ത്രീകൾ സാമ്പത്തിക സാമൂഹിക മാറ്റത്തിൻ്റെ നായികകളാകുന്നു. ഇന്ത്യയുടെ വികസനത്തിൽ സ്ത്രീകളുടെ പങ്ക് അത്യന്തം അനിവാര്യമാണ്. അവരുടെ ഉയർച്ച രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ അഭിവൃദ്ധിയാണ്. കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാലയും അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാപീഠം സ്കൂൾ ഓഫ് സ്പിരിച്വൽ ആൻഡ് കൾച്ചറൽ സ്റ്റഡീസ് വിഭാഗവും ചേർന്നൊരുക്കുന്ന ഈ മഹത്തായ സമ്മേളനത്തിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ ഓരോരുത്തരെയും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി ഹാർദമായി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural session of Samarth Nari Samrudh Bharath begins with a captivating Ranga Puja dance performed by talented students of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. The students are from CSE course, Devananda TC and Nandita Rajesh. Today's performance features two devotional compositions rooted in Indian classical tradition. The first piece, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, is a reverential invocation seeking the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the guiding light of knowledge and wisdom. This is followed by Swagatam Krishna, a joyful composition welcoming Lord Krishna set in an Indian raga that beautifully expresses devotion, grace, and celebration. Together, these pieces reflect the spiritual depth and emotive richness of Indian classical music. I welcome you students onto the stage.
विघ्नेशं प्रमदाधिपं गणपतिं एकदन्तादिदेवं सिद्धेशं परशुधरं शिवसुतं विद्याप्रदं मङ्गलं सिन्दूराङ्गं त्रिनेत्रं लम्बोदरं दुर्वादळामोदितं हेरम्बं
Thank you, students, for the wonderful dance. We begin this program with this beautiful dance and prayers. As per Central Sanskrit University's program schedule, we always have a Kulageetam of our university. We will play the Kulageetam now. You may speak. Kendriya Samskrita Vishwavidyalayaha Udatta Gunakaraha. Such as a beautiful campus of Central Sanskrit University. Do come and visit our beautiful university and learn Sanskrit from us as well. We begin this program with a formal inaugural function.
നമസ്തേ. എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് മേഖലയിലെ പ്രകാശവും നാം സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും പ്രചോദനവുമായ ഡോക്ടർ കെ ഗോമതി ടീച്ചറെ വിളക്കുകൊളുത്തി ഈ സമ്മേളനം ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യുന്നതിനായി സാദരം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഈ നിമിഷത്തിൻ്റെ ധന്യതയിൽ മഹിമയിൽ മറ്റെല്ലാ വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെയും സാദരം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ബ്രഹ്മചാരി അച്യുതാമൃത ചൈതന്യ സ്വാമികൾ, പ്രൊഫസർ കെ കെ ഷൈൻ സർ, ചെല്ലത്തായി മാഡം എന്നിവരെ കൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഭദ്രദീപം കൊളുത്തി ദീപത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രഭയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഈ മഹത്തായ വനിതാ സമ്മേളനം ഇവിടെ ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യപ്പെടുകയാണ്.
request all the dignitaries to take your seats on stage. I welcome Dr. Sheba, our dear teacher and our convener of this program, to formally welcome this gathering and our guests.
Respected dignitaries on the stage and off the stage. So, a very good morning to all. Today we have gathered here for a main program, that is Women Empowerment, Samarth Nari, Samrudh Bharath. We all know that when a woman is empowered, a family is empowered. And when a family is empowered, society is empowered. And through that, the nation also is empowered. So, our nation will be a Samrudh nation. So, in this program is organized by Central Sanskrit University and Amrita School of Ayurveda and Cultural Studies. So here we all have gathered, and I'm truly honored to be here, a spiritual place where the essence of spirituality is being showered on each and every one of us. And I first welcome Dr. K. Gomati, who is our chief guest, and she is an inspiration to many. The first women engineer graduate from Kerala University. And her life and work show us what dedication and hard work can achieve. I welcome you, ma'am. We warmly welcome Respected Brahmachari Achyudamrita Chaitanya, Principal of the School of Spiritual and Cultural Studies. Sir, your knowledge, guidance, and service to culture and spirituality inspire us all. We also extend a heartfelt welcome to respected Srimati Chellatai, the mother of Kargil hero Veer Chakra Awardee Captain Jerry Premaraj. Ma'am, I don't have words, the sacrifice which you have given to the nation. Ma'am, I salute your courage and deeply honored to have you with us. Now, we are happy to welcome our respected campus director, Professor K.K. Shine, whose leadership, support, and dedication has guided our institution in many ways. Your presence today is truly encouraging, sir. We welcome you. We also welcome all our respected dignitaries, Dr. Jyoti ma'am, Brahmachari Shivanand Swami, Dr. Manisha ma'am, Dr. Bhavani Rao ma'am, members of Bharatiya Vidya Parishad, Dr. Aruna ma'am, Dr. Swati ma'am, and everyone who worked hard to make this event possible. Now, I also welcome the panelists, moderators, scholars, and participants. Thank you for joining us today, and your presence make this program meaningful. Thank you so much.
താങ്ക് യു മാം. സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ അധ്യക്ഷത വഹിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അധ്യക്ഷ ഭാഷണം നിർവഹിക്കുന്നതിനായി കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാല ഡയറക്ടർ, NCTE മുൻ ചെയർമാൻ എന്നീ നിലകളിൽ പ്രഖ്യാതനായ പ്രൊഫസർ K.K. ഷൈൻ സാറിനെ ഇത്രയും ആദരപൂർവ്വം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
ശ്രീയക്കാന്തായ കല്യാണനിധ്യേന്ദ്യർത്ഥനാം ശ്രീ വെങ്കടനിവാസായ ശ്രീനിവാസായ മംഗളം. ജഗദ്ഗുരു ആയിട്ടുള്ള അമ്മയുടെ പാദങ്ങളിൽ നമസ്കാരം. ആദരണീയായ ചെല്ലത്തായി മേഡം, സ്വാമിജി അച്യുതാമൃത ചൈതന്യ, ഡോക്ടർ ഗോമതി മേഡം, ഇന്നിവിടെ സന്നിഹിതരായിട്ടുള്ള അതാത് മേഖലകളിൽ പ്രാഗൽഭ്യം തെളിയിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള മഹിളാരത്നങ്ങളെ, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട വിദ്യാർത്ഥിനികളെ, സമർത്ഥ നാരി സമർത്ഥ ഭാരത് എന്ന ഒരു മുദ്രാവാക്യവുമായി ഭാരതമാകെ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന മഹിളാ സമ്മേളനത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സമ്മേളനം കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാലയും അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാലയവും ചേർന്ന് ഇന്നിവിടെ നടത്തുകയാണ്. ഈ പുണ്യഭൂമി നമുക്കറിയാം, ഒരു അമ്മയുടെ ശക്തി, ഒരു സ്ത്രീയുടെ ശക്തി എത്രത്തോളം വലുതാണ് എന്ന് ലോകത്തിന് കാട്ടിത്തന്ന പുണ്യഭൂമിയാണ്. സ്നേഹം കൊണ്ട് ലോകത്തെ കീഴടക്കിയ ഒരമ്മയുടെ ജന്മസ്ഥാനമാണ്. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു സ്ഥാനത്താണ് നമ്മൾ ഇന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഭാരതം സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് എന്നും വലിയ പ്രാധാന്യം കൊടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളൊരു നാടാണ്. വൈദിക കാലം മുതൽ നമുക്ക് എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പല വൈദിക മന്ത്രങ്ങളും ദർശിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഋഷിമാർ സ്ത്രീകളാണ്. അതുപോലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട യാഗങ്ങൾ നടക്കുമ്പോൾ സ്ത്രീയുടെ സാന്നിധ്യം അനിവാര്യമാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള നാടാണ് നമ്മളുടേത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് തുല്യ പ്രാധാന്യം കൊടുത്ത രാഷ്ട്രമായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഈ രാഷ്ട്രത്തിന് വിശ്വഗുരു ആകാൻ സാധിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇടക്കാലത്ത് അന്ധകാരത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു കാലം, മിഡീവിയൽ ഏജ്, പല കാരണങ്ങളാൽ വിദേശികളുടെ ആക്രമണം തുടങ്ങിയ കാരണങ്ങളാൽ സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് സുരക്ഷയില്ലാതെ വന്ന ഒരു സമയം വന്നപ്പോഴാണ് നമ്മൾ ഭാരതത്തിൽ സ്ത്രീകളെ വീട്ടിൽ ഇരുത്തുന്ന ഒരു പ്രവണത ആരംഭിച്ചത്. അതിനുശേഷം ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ ഭാരതത്തിൽ എല്ലാ മേഖലകളിലും സ്ത്രീകൾ വളരെയധികം പ്രാധാന്യത്തോടെ പങ്കെടുക്കുകയും ഭാരതത്തെ ഒരു വീണ്ടും വിശ്വഗുരു ആക്കുന്ന വലിയൊരു ഒരു പ്രവർത്തനത്തിൽ പങ്ക് വഹിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നത് നമുക്കെല്ലാം അഭിമാനമുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. ഇന്ന് സ്ത്രീകൾ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാത്ത ഒരു രംഗവും ഭാരതത്തിൽ ഇല്ല. നമ്മളുടെ ഭാരതം ഇന്ന് നയിക്കുന്നത് സ്ത്രീയാണ്. അത് നമുക്ക് വലിയ അഭിമാനം ഉള്ള ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. ഏത് രാഷ്ട്രമാണെങ്കിലും സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് പ്രാധാന്യമില്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ രാഷ്ട്രം മുന്നോട്ട് പോയില്ല. നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പിൽ പല ഇസ്ലാമിക് റിപ്പബ്ലിക്കുകളുമുണ്ട്. സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് യാതൊരു പ്രാധാന്യമില്ലാത്ത, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് പകുതി ബുദ്ധിയേ ഉള്ളൂ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന രാഷ്ട്രങ്ങളുണ്ട് ലോകത്ത്. അതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ മുന്നോട്ടുള്ള വളർച്ച എത്രയോ പതുക്കെയാണ്, മെല്ലെ മെല്ലെയാണ് എന്ന് നമുക്ക് അറിയാൻ സാധിക്കും. അതിൻ്റെ കാരണം സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് പ്രാധാന്യം കൊടുക്കാത്തതാണ്. ഇവിടെ സ്ത്രീ ശാക്തീകരണം എന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറയാറുണ്ട്. സ്ത്രീ ശാക്തീകരണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു തെറ്റായ പ്രയോഗമായിട്ടാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നാറുള്ളത്. കാരണം ഇല്ലാത്ത ശക്തിയെ ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കുന്നതിനാണ് ശാക്തീകരണം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. സ്ത്രീകൾ ശക്തി ഇല്ലാത്തവരാണെന്ന് നമുക്ക് വിശ്വാസമില്ല. സ്ത്രീകൾ നമ്മളെ പുരുഷന്മാരെക്കാളും ശക്തിയുള്ളവരാണ്, എല്ലാ രീതിയിലും കഴിവുള്ളവരാണ്. അവർക്ക് ആ കഴിവ് തെളിയിക്കാനുള്ള സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്. സ്ത്രീയെ സമർത്ഥയാക്കുക എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവർക്ക് സമർത്ഥയാകാനുള്ള സാഹചര്യം ഒരുക്കി കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഒരുക്കി കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർ ഈ ലോകത്തെ കീഴടക്കും. അതിനുള്ള ഉദാഹരണങ്ങൾ വളരെയധികം ഉണ്ട്. എന്തായാലും ഞാൻ അധികം സംസാരിക്കുന്നില്ല. ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു പരിപാടി ഇവിടെ സംഘടിപ്പിച്ച നമ്മളുടെ കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാലയും സർവകലാശാലയോട് സഹകരണം തരുന്ന നമ്മളുടെ അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാലയവും എല്ലാ അധികാരികൾക്കും ഇവിടെ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ നാരീരത്നങ്ങൾക്കും എൻ്റെ പ്രണാമങ്ങൾ അർപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir. It is now a proud privilege to honor Srimati Chellathai Amma, our guest of honor. She is the revered mother of Kargil War hero, Captain Jerry Prem Raj Veera Chakra Awardee.
അധ്യക്ഷൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും മനസ്സുകളിലേക്ക് ഒരു ധീര ജവാനെ പകർന്നു നൽകിയ കാർഗിൽ യുദ്ധത്തിൽ നമ്മളെ വിട്ടുപോയ ക്യാപ്റ്റൻ ജെറി പ്രേംരാജ് അവരുടെ വീരചക്ര അവാർഡ് ജേതാവ് കൂടിയായ ക്യാപ്റ്റൻ ജെറി പ്രേംരാജ് അവരെ നമ്മുടെ രാഷ്ട്രത്തിനായി സമ്മാനിച്ച ഒരു മഹത്തായ വനിതാരത്നത്തെ നമ്മൾ ഈ വേദിയിൽ ആദരിക്കുകയാണ്. നമ്മൾ ശ്രീമതി ചെല്ലത്തായി അമ്മയെ നമ്മുടെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് ആദരമേറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നതിനായി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. അമ്മയെ പൊന്നാട അണിയിച്ച് ആദരിക്കുന്നതിനായി സ്കൂൾ ഓഫ് സ്പിരിച്വൽ ആൻഡ് കൾച്ചറൽ സ്റ്റഡീസ് വിഭാഗം മേധാവി ബ്രഹ്മചാരി സ്വാമി അച്യുതാമൃത ചൈതന്യ അവരെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. യഥാർത്ഥ സ്ത്രീശക്തിയുടെ പ്രതീകമായ അമ്മയെ നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും മനസ്സുകൊണ്ട് വന്ദിക്കുന്ന ഉപഹാരം നൽകി ആദരിക്കുന്നതിനായി സ്വാമികളെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഏറ്റവും ഉചിതമായ ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ നമ്മെ അഭിസംബോധന ചെയ്ത 2 വാക്ക് സംസാരിക്കുന്നതിനായി ശ്രീമതി ചെല്ലത്തായി അമ്മയെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം. എന്നെ ഈ യോഗത്തിൽ വിളിച്ചതിന് നന്ദി. എനിക്ക് 2 ആൺമക്കളാണ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. ഒന്ന് റജി, ഒന്ന് ജെറി. ജെറി ഇളയതാണ്, അവനാണ് മരിച്ചത്. അവൻ ചെറുതായിരുന്നപ്പോഴേ എപ്പോഴും അവന് ഭയങ്കര ത്രില്ലുള്ള എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഇത് വേണം എപ്പോഴും. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ജോലിയാണ് ഇഷ്ടം എന്നും പറഞ്ഞ് അങ്ങനെ 17 വയസ്സായപ്പോൾ എയർഫോഴ്സിലാണ് ആദ്യം കിട്ടിയത്. അതിൽ 7 കൊല്ലം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. എന്നിട്ട് ആ ജോലി അവന് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടില്ല, അതിൽ ത്രില്ലില്ല എന്നും പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഡിഫൻസിൽ ടെസ്റ്റ് എഴുതി മിലിറ്ററിയിൽ കയറി. അപ്പോൾ വീട്ടിൽ വന്ന് നമ്മളൊന്നും അറിഞ്ഞതല്ല, അവൻ സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് തന്നെ ഇതൊക്കെ ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പോൾ വീട്ടിൽ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഓഫീസറാകാൻ പോവുകയാണ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ മിലിറ്ററിയിലാണെന്ന് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, അത് വലിയ പാടല്ലേ, അതൊന്നുമല്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ അതിൻ്റെ വില, ഞാൻ വലിയ ആളാവും എന്നും പറഞ്ഞ് അങ്ങനെ 1 കൊല്ലമേ മൊത്തം 17 വയസ്സിൽ പോയി 27 വയസ്സിൽ മരിക്കുന്നു. 7 കൊല്ലം എയർഫോഴ്സിൻ്റെ ഇതിൽ, പിന്നെ 1 കൊല്ലം ട്രെയിനിങ് ആയിരുന്നു. മീററ്റിൽ പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങനെ 6 മാസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ വീട്ടിൽ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഒരു കല്യാണമൊക്കെ ആലോചിച്ച് ഏപ്രിൽ 22-നായിരുന്നു കല്യാണം. അങ്ങനെ അവധിയിലിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ മെയ് 28-ാം തീയതി അവിടെ നിന്ന് വിളിച്ച്, ജെറി ഉടനെ വരണം, റെജിമെൻറ്റ് മൂവ് ചെയ്ത് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് വന്നാൽ മതി എന്നും പറഞ്ഞ് വിളിച്ച്. അങ്ങനെ ജൂൺ 3-ാം തീയതി ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് പോയി. നേരെ കാർഗിലാണ് പോയത്. നമുക്കൊന്നും അറിയില്ല യുദ്ധത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും കാർഗിലിനെ കുറിച്ചും. നമുക്ക് അവിടെ നിന്ന് എപ്പോഴും വിളിക്കും, എനിക്ക് കുഴപ്പമൊന്നുമില്ല, ഞാൻ സുഖമായിട്ടിരിക്കണം എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് 1-2 എഴുത്തൊക്കെ എഴുതി. അവസാനം ഒരു ജൂലൈ 5-ാം തീയതി ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു എഴുത്ത് കിട്ടി. അതിൽ ഞാൻ എന്നെ ഓർത്ത് അപ്പായും അമ്മയും വിഷമിക്കരുത്, എന്നെ ഓർത്ത് അഭിമാനിക്കണം, ഞാൻ ശത്രുക്കളെല്ലാം ഓടിച്ചിട്ട് എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് വരും, അതിനു വേണ്ടി നിങ്ങൾ പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കണം എന്നും പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു ലെറ്റർ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. അത് കണ്ടപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ജൂലൈ 7-ാം തീയതി മരിക്കുന്നു. ജൂലൈ 11-ാം തീയതിയാണ് വീട്ടിൽ ജഡം കൊണ്ടുവന്നത്. അവൻ എഴുതിയതുപോലെ അന്നും 27 കൊല്ലം ആവാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. ഈ ജൂലൈ 7-ാം തീയതി 27 കൊല്ലം മരിച്ചിട്ട് ആ ഓർമ്മയിൽ തന്നെ ഇന്ന് ജീവിക്കുന്നു, അഭിമാനിച്ച്. ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാം എങ്ങും എൻ്റെ മോൻ്റെ പേര് ആര് ചോദിച്ചാലും പറയും ചെറി നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ എന്നെ ആദരിച്ചതിനും എല്ലാത്തിനും നന്ദി പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം. എൻ്റെ വാക്ക് ശരി.
രാഷ്ട്ര സമുന്നതിയിൽ സ്ത്രീകളുടെ പങ്ക് എന്താണ് എന്ന് ചോദിക്കുന്ന സമൂഹത്തോട് നമുക്ക് മുന്നിൽ വയ്ക്കാനുള്ള ഉദാഹരണങ്ങളാണ് ശ്രീമതി ചെല്ലത്തായി അമ്മയെ പോലുള്ള അമ്മമാർ. രാഷ്ട്രത്തിൻ്റെ പുരോഗതിയിലേക്കായി സ്ത്രീകൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന സമർപ്പണം എന്താണ് എന്നതിൻ്റെ ഉദാഹരണങ്ങളാണ്, ഉത്തമ ദൃഷ്ടാന്തങ്ങളാണ് അമ്മയെപ്പോലുള്ള ധീരവനിതകളായ അമ്മമാർ. നമുക്ക് ഈ വേദിയിൽ ആദരിക്കപ്പെടേണ്ട ഏറ്റവും വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളിൽ ഒരാളാണ് അമ്മ എന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ യാതൊരുവിധ സംശയവുമില്ല എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ അമ്മയെ ആദരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഓർക്കുന്നു.
We now have the honor of listening to the benedictory address by Brahmachari Achyutamrita Chaitanya, whose words will surely inspire all of us and guide us. Swami.
നമസ്തേ ഗുരവേ നിത്യം സഹജാനന്ദരൂപിണേ യസ്യ വാഗമൃതം ഹന്തി വിഷം സംസാരസംജ്ഞകം പ്രാതർവദാമി വചസാ രഘുനാഥനാമ വാഗ്ദോഷഹാരി സകലം കലുഷം നിഹത്യ യത് പാർവതീ സ്വപതിനാ സഹ ഭോക്തുകാമ പ്രീത്യാ സഹസ്രഹരിനാമ സമം ജജാപ യത്ര യത്ര രഘുനാഥകീർത്തനം തത്ര തത്ര കൃതമസ്തകാഞ്ജലിം ബാഷ്പവാരി പരിപൂർണലോചനം മാരുതിം നമത രാക്ഷസാന്തകം. I bow down at my Amma's, my Guru's lotus feet. My salutations to all dignitaries on the dais and the experts and students and other participants of the dais. Let me first pay my tribute to the Veeraprasu Chellatai Amma. The word Veeraprasu is famous in our culture. I am reminded of a lesson which I learned, I studied in the 8th or 9th grade. Arjun Singh ki kahani. Many of you might have studied it. Who went to Subhash Chandra Bose's INA. And the sacrifice that Arjun Singh's mother showed was unparalleled. I am not going into the details. You can go and search his story, Arjun Singh's and his mother's story. It's a touching story. And Arjun Singh repaid to his mother by marching into the army of the British. And it is said that his body became like a filter. Bullets was fired from all sides, and he was advancing in spite of the bullets, and the bullets was everywhere in his body, and it became like a filter. Just like Bhishma was lying on the bed of arrows, the Arjun Singh's body was a reminder to the Bhishma's Sharashaya. So such great mothers are here, which makes our country great. Let me ask, how many of you don't follow Malayalam? So I will take only 10 minutes. Maybe in between I will switch over to Malayalam. നമ്മുടെ അമ്മ ഇവിടെ ഉള്ളപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് സമർത്ഥ് നാരി സമൃദ്ധ ഭാരത് എന്നതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് അധികമൊന്നും വിശദീകരിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. അമ്മ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ശാക്തീകരണം എന്നുള്ള വാക്ക് ശരിയല്ല എന്നാണ് ഷൈൻ സാർ പറഞ്ഞത്. ശരിയാണ്, ഞാൻ അതിനോട് 100% യോജിക്കുന്നു. ശക്തിയെ ശാക്തീകരിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല, അഗ്നിയെ ചൂടാക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ സ്ത്രീയാണ് ശക്തി എന്ന് നമ്മുടെ വിശ്വാസം പണ്ട് മുതലേ ഉള്ളതാണ്. ശിവശക്തിയായുക്തോ യതി ഭവതി ശക്തഃ പ്രഭവിതും നചേ ദേവം ദേവോ നഖലു കുശല സ്പന്ദിതുമപി. ശിവന് ചലിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ശക്തി വേണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടാണ് ശങ്കരാചാര്യ സ്വാമികൾ സൗന്ദര്യലഹരി ആരംഭിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ശക്തിയെ ശാക്തീകരിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. പക്ഷേ ശക്തിയുടെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അഗ്നിയുടെ ചുറ്റും മൂടിക്കിടക്കുന്ന ചാരവും പുകയൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് ഊതിക്കളഞ്ഞാൽ മതി. അതുപോലെ ശക്തിയെ മൂടുന്ന ചില ഋണാത്മക, ചില നിഷേധാത്മക ഘടകങ്ങളെ നീക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ശക്തി സ്വയം പ്രകടമായിക്കൊള്ളും. അപ്പോൾ അതാണ് ഇവിടെ നിർവഹിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത് ശാക്തീകരണം എന്നുള്ള പേരിലൊക്കെ. അമ്മയാണ് അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും നല്ല ഉദാഹരണം. അമ്മയെ ഒരു സ്ത്രീ എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക് അവതരിപ്പിക്കാൻ ഞാൻ ഒരിക്കലും ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നില്ല. കാരണം പരമാത്മപദത്തിൽ സ്ത്രീയും പുരുഷനും ഒന്നുമില്ല. ശ്രീമദ് ഭാഗവതത്തിലെ പ്രസിദ്ധമായ ഗജേന്ദ്ര സ്തുതിയിൽ പറയും, ന സ്ത്രീ ന ഷണ്ടോ ന പുമാൻ ന ജന്തു. പരമാത്മാവിനെ സംബോധന ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പറയുന്നത് അത് സ്ത്രീയല്ല, പുരുഷനല്ല, തേർഡ് ജെൻഡർ അല്ല, എന്തിനെ ജനിച്ചതുപോലും അല്ല. അപ്പം പിന്നെ സ്ത്രീയും പുരുഷനൊന്നും അവിടെയില്ല. പക്ഷേ അമ്മയുടെ തണലിൽ വളരെയധികം സ്ത്രീകൾ തങ്ങളുടെ വന്നു ചേർന്ന ആഗന്തുകമായ ദൗർബല്യങ്ങൾ വെടിഞ്ഞ് ശക്തി ആർജിക്കുന്ന ദൃശ്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ പ്രത്യക്ഷത്തിൽ ഇന്നും കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. What I was conveying was, Amma removes all obstacles that make the strength or power of women, which obstructs these powers to manifest, from manifesting. That obstructions are removed, that covers are removed, and women are made capable or competent or able to discover their strength. It is there, it was covered by some elements, and discovering the real strength is what is Amma helping to. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് അമ്മയുള്ളപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് അധികം സംസാരിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഇവിടെ തുടക്കത്തിലെ ഈ MC ഇത് ഇവൻറ്റ് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യുന്നവർ പറഞ്ഞു, കേരളവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ഒരു സ്ത്രീ സമർത്ഥതയെക്കുറിച്ച് ആണ് പ്രധാനമായി ഇതിൽ ഊന്നൽ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ 2-3 കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞുകൊള്ളട്ടെ. നമ്മൾ അറിയാത്ത പല കാര്യങ്ങളും ചില പുതിയ തലമുറയിലവർക്കൊന്നും അറിയില്ലായിരിക്കും. മലയാളത്തിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ ലക്ഷണമൊത്ത കാവ്യം ചെറുശ്ശേരിയുടെ കൃഷ്ണഗാഥയാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിലൊരു സ്ത്രീയാണെന്നുള്ള കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാമോ? ചെറുശ്ശേരിയും മൂഷിക വംശത്തിലെ രാജാവാണെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. കണ്ണൂർ രാജാവും തമ്മിൽ ചെസ്സ് കളിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ചെസ്സിൽ രാജാവ് തോൽക്കുന്ന ഘട്ടമായി. അപ്പോൾ റാണി പിന്നിലിരുന്നുകൊണ്ട് കൊട്ടിയെ തൊട്ടിലാട്ടുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ റാണി തൊട്ടിലാട്ടുന്നതിൽ ഒരു പാട്ടുപാടി. ഈ ആളെയാണല്ലോ ഇതിൻ്റെ അകത്തിട്ടിട്ട് ആട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്, ഒരു കുട്ടി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ആളാണല്ലോ, ഒരു വ്യക്തിയാണല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ അവർ പാടി തൊട്ടിലാട്ടുന്ന ഒരു താരാട്ട് പാട്ട് പോലെ ആളെയുന്ത്. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ തൊട്ടിൽ ഒരാളെ ഉന്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് രാജാവിനുള്ളൊരു മെസ്സേജായിരുന്നു. ആ എന്താണ് പറയുക, പോൺ അല്ലേ, ചെസ്സിൽ കാലാളെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു വ്യക്തിയുണ്ട്. പോൺ, ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ പോൺ എന്നാണ് പറയാമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു പോണിനെ, ഒരു കാലാളിനെ മുന്നോട്ട് ഉന്തി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ രാജാവ് ജയിക്കും. അത് രാജാവിന് മനസ്സിലാവുന്നില്ല. അവസാനം ഭാര്യയാണത് പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുത്തത്. അപ്പോൾ രാജാവ് ആ പോണിനെ മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ച് ചെസ് ജയിച്ചു, ചെറുശ്ശേരി തോറ്റു. അപ്പോൾ രാജാവിനോട് ചെറുശ്ശേരി ചോദിച്ചു, എങ്ങനെ ജയിച്ചു എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഭാര്യ പാട്ട് പാടിയത് കേട്ടിട്ട് ഞാൻ അതനുസരിച്ച് പ്രവർത്തിച്ചതാണെന്നോ. അപ്പോൾ ചെറുശ്ശേരിക്ക് വലിയ സന്തോഷമായി. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും അങ്ങേക്ക് വേണ്ടി സേവനം ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോൾ രാജാവ് പറഞ്ഞു, ഇതേ താളത്തിൽ, ഇതേ വൃത്തത്തിൽ ശ്രീകൃഷ്ണൻ്റെ കഥ മുഴുവൻ എഴുതണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെയാണ് കൃഷ്ണഗാഥ ഉണ്ടായത്. കൃഷ്ണഗാഥയുടെ വൃത്തത്തിൻ്റെ ലക്ഷണമാണ് ആ അളയുന്ത്. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യത്തെ കാവ്യത്തിന് പിന്നിലൊരു സ്ത്രീയായിരുന്നു. പിന്നെ അങ്ങോട്ട് പോയാൽ മനോരമ തമ്പുരാട്ടിയെക്കുറിച്ച് നമുക്കറിയാം. ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന പാണ്ഡിത്യത്തിൻ്റെ രംഗത്തും പല പല രംഗങ്ങളിലും കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സ്ത്രീ പക്ഷത്തു നിന്നുണ്ടായ സംഭാവനകൾ എത്രത്തോളം ഉണ്ടെന്ന് ഒന്ന് ആലോചിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. മനോരമ തമ്പുരാട്ടി മഹാപണ്ഡിതയായിരുന്നു. അവരുടെ ശിഷ്യമായിട്ട് തൃക്കണ്ടിയൂർ, വാസുദേവ പിഷാരടി എന്നൊക്കെ പേരായ വലിയ വലിയ മഹാപണ്ഡിതന്മാർ അവരുടെ ശിഷ്യയായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവർ സിദ്ധാന്ത കൗമുദിയുടെ പ്രൗഢമനോരമയിലെ അതിപ്രഗത്ഭയായ പണ്ഡിതയായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അവർക്ക് മനോരമ തമ്പുരാട്ടി എന്ന് പേര് കിട്ടിയത്. അക്കാലത്ത് ജീവിച്ചിരുന്ന പ്രഥമഗണനീയരായ പണ്ഡിതരിൽ ഒരാളായിരുന്നു മനോരമ തമ്പുരാട്ടി. പിന്നെ ഭരണചാതുര്യത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ തിരുവിതാംകൂർ ഭരിച്ചിരുന്ന ഉമയമ്മ റാണിയെക്കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം. ഉമയമ്മ റാണിയെ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഉള്ളൂരിൻ്റെ ഉമാകേരളം, ഉള്ളൂരിൻ്റെ മഹാകവി ഉമാകേരളത്തിലെ പ്രധാന കഥാപാത്രം ഉമയമ്മ റാണിയാണ്. ആ പേര് ഉമാകേരളത്തിൽ വരാൻ തന്നെ കാരണം അതാണ്. ഒന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്ക്, 400 വർഷം മുമ്പ്, മാർത്താണ്ഡവർമ്മയ്ക്ക് മുമ്പുണ്ടായിരുന്ന രാജാവാണ് ഉമയമ്മ റാണിയുടെ മകനോ സഹോദരനോ. അപ്പോൾ ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിലെ കേരളത്തെ ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ രാജകുടുംബത്തിലൊരു സ്ത്രീയുടെ പേര് വെച്ച് പരാമർശിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു മഹാകാവ്യം എഴുതാൻ ഉള്ളൂർ എസ് പരമേശ്വർക്ക് പ്രചോദനം നൽകിയെങ്കിൽ എത്ര കഴിവുറ്റവളായിരുന്നിരിക്കണം ഉമയമ്മ റാണി. പിന്നെ അതിനുശേഷം ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാരുടെ ഭരണം തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ റീജൻ്റ് ഭരണത്തിൽ റാണി സേതു ലക്ഷ്മിബായി ഉണ്ടായി, സേതു പാർവതിബായി ഉണ്ടായി. അവരൊക്കെ വളരെ 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 ശക്തമായ കാൽവയ്പ്പുകൾ വെച്ചവരാണ്. ചേർത്തലയിൽ പൂരത്തിന് തെറിപ്പാട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, നിർത്തലാക്കിയത് റീജൻ്റ് മഹാറാണിയാണ്. അവരൊക്കെ വളരെ ബോൾഡായിരുന്നു. ജനങ്ങളുടെ വളരെ വലിയ പ്രതിഷേധം ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്ന് അറിഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അവരതിന് മുൻകൈയെടുത്തു. പിന്നെ കൊച്ചിയിൽ ചിലർക്കെങ്കിലും അറിയാമായിരിക്കും, അധികം പേർക്കറിയില്ല, ഒന്നാം ലോകമായുധം തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ ഒരു രാജാവ് സ്ഥാനമൊഴിഞ്ഞു പോയി. അതിനൊരു കഥ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. കൈസർക്ക് കത്തെഴുതി, വില്യം കൈസർക്ക് ജർമ്മനിലേക്ക് കത്തെഴുതിയത് ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാർ പിടിച്ചിട്ട് അദ്ദേഹത്തെ നിർബന്ധപൂർവ്വം രാജിവെപ്പിച്ചതാണെന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ഒഴിഞ്ഞ വലിയമ്പുരാൻ എന്നാണ് പറയുക. അതിനുശേഷം വന്ന രാമവർമ്മ തമ്പുരാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. 1914 അധികാരം ഏറ്റെടുത്ത് 42 വരെ ഭരിച്ചു. പക്ഷേ ഭരണം നടത്തിയത് മുഴുവൻ അവരുടെ പത്നി പാറുക്കുട്ടി നെയ്ത്തിയാരമ്മയായിരുന്നു. ഈ പാറുക്കുട്ടി നെയ്ത്തിയാരമ്മയെ ഒതുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാർ ചെയ്ത കളികൾ എത്രയെത്ര ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവരൊരിക്കലും കീഴടങ്ങിയില്ല. ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാരെ വെല്ലുവിളിച്ചു. തൃശ്ശൂർ റൗണ്ടിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ പാറുക്കുട്ടി നെയ്ത്താരമ്മയാണ്. തൃശ്ശൂരിലെ സെൻട്രൽ ജയിൽ, ഇന്ന് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന സെൻട്രൽ ജയിലിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ പാറുക്കുട്ടി നെയ്ത്താരമ്മയാണ്. അവസാനം ഭർത്താവ് മരിച്ച് അടുത്ത രാജാവ് അധികാരം ഏറ്റെടുത്തപ്പോൾ ഇവർ താനെ സ്വാഭാവികമായി ഇവർ അപ്രത്യക്ഷമായി. 1962 ഇവർ മരിച്ചത്. പിന്നെ ധാരാളം കവയിത്രികളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു കേരളത്തിൽ. തോട്ടയ്ക്കാട്ടെ കവയിത്രികൾ വളരെ പ്രശസ്തരാണ്. അന്നത്തെ കാലത്തെ വെൺമണി പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിലെ കവികളുമായിട്ടൊക്കെ ഇവരുടെ മത്സരങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ പണ്ഡിതന്മാർ വ്യാഖ്യാനങ്ങൾ രചിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അമ്പാടിക്കാവമ്മ എന്നു പേരായ പണ്ഡിതയൊക്കെ സൗന്ദര്യലഹരിയുടെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രസിദ്ധമായ ലക്ഷ്മീധര വ്യാഖ്യാനം മലയാളത്തിലേക്ക് തർജ്ജമ ചെയ്തവരാണ്. പണ്ഡിതരായിട്ടുള്ളവർ ഈ പുതിയ തലമുറയിലുള്ളവരാണ്. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ 100 വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് 150 വർഷങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളിലുള്ളവരാണ്. അതുപോലെ കൊടുങ്ങല്ലൂർ കൊച്ചിക്കാവ് തമ്പുരാട്ടി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവർക്ക് കൊച്ചി രാജാവ് ഒരു ബിരുദം കൊടുക്കണമെന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റിയ ബിരുദങ്ങളൊന്നും ഇല്ല അന്നത്തെ കാലത്ത്. അവസാനം പണ്ഡിതരാജൻ എന്ന് തന്നെ പുല്ലിംഗത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ബിരുദം കൊടുക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. പണ്ഡിതരാജൻ കൊടുങ്ങല്ലൂർ കൊച്ചിക്കാവ് തമ്പുരാട്ടി. കാരണം പണ്ഡിതരാജ്ഞി എന്നുള്ളൊരു ബിരുദം ഇല്ല. അങ്ങനെ പിന്നെ നമ്മളുടെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യ സമര പങ്കാളിത്തത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് നോക്കിയാൽ ക്യാപ്റ്റൻ ലക്ഷ്മി മേനോനെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാമല്ലോ. ഏറ്റവും പ്രശസ്തയായി സുഭാഷ് ചന്ദ്രബോസിൻ്റെ തൊട്ടടുത്ത് പ്രവർത്തിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരുന്ന ഒരു വീരവനിത. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ആനക്കര വടക്കത്തെ കുട്ടിമാളുവമ്മ, പിന്നെ VK സരസ്വതി അമ്മ എന്നു പേരായ വടക്കേ കുറുപ്പത്ത്, അവർ വലിയ കവയിത്രിയൊക്കെയായിരുന്നു. അവർ ഈ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യ സമരമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടവരല്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ധാരാളം ശക്തികൾ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ഈ ഭാരതത്തിലേക്ക് പ്രവഹിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ശക്തി പ്രവാഹം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് നമ്മൾ ഓർക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് ഈ അവസരം ഉപയോഗിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സമർത്ഥ നാരി എന്നുള്ള ആ ഒരു 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 പാരമ്പര്യം അവകാശപ്പെടാവുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥലമാണ് കേരളം. ഞാൻ മറ്റു സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുകയല്ല. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ തൊട്ടപ്പുറത്തുള്ള കർണാടകത്തിലെ വികട നിതംബ എന്ന് പറയാൻ പ്രശസ്തയായ പണ്ഡിതരെ ഓർമ്മ വരുന്നു. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലെ ഔടയാക്കാവ് വലിയ വേദാന്ത പണ്ഡിതയായിരുന്നു. വളരെ വലിയ വേദാന്തത്തിലെ ഇന്ന് ആധികാരികമായി അംഗീകരിക്കപ്പെട്ട ഗ്രന്ഥങ്ങളാണ് ഔടയാക്കാവ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെയുള്ള പണ്ഡിതരായ നാരീരത്നങ്ങൾ, മഹിളാരത്നങ്ങളൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ അയൽപ്പക്കത്തും ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പിന്നെ നോർത്ത് ഇന്ത്യയിലേക്കൊക്കെ പോയിരുന്ന റാണി അഹല്യബായി ഹോൾക്കറെ കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ദുർഗാബായി ഉണ്ട്, ഝാൻസി ലക്ഷ്മിബായി ഉണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ ധാരാളം പേരുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ കേരളത്തെ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടൊന്ന് സംസാരിച്ചാൽ ഇത്രയൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഓർക്കാനും പഠിക്കാനും അന്വേഷിക്കാനും ഉണ്ടെന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയാൻ ഈ അവസരം ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നു. പിന്നെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ മരുമക്കത്തായം ഇതിന് വളരെ പ്രോത്സാഹനം നൽകിയിട്ടുള്ളതും വേറൊരു വിഷയമാണ്. അതും ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു വിഷയമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ചിന്തകളെല്ലാം പങ്കുവെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അമ്മയെ ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി ഈ ഒരു സദസ്സിൽ കേന്ദ്രസ്ഥാനത്ത് എന്തുകൊണ്ടും നിർത്താവുന്ന അമ്മയെയും അമ്മയുടെ ആദർശങ്ങളെയും പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെയും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി ആദരവോടുകൂടി പ്രണാമപൂർവ്വം സ്മരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഈ സമർത്ഥനാരി സമൃദ്ധ ഭാരത് എന്ന ഈ ഒരു സംരംഭം ഇവിടെ നടത്തുവാൻ സന്നദ്ധത പ്രകടിപ്പിച്ച സെൻട്രൽ സാൻസ്ക്രിറ്റ് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിക്ക് നന്ദിയും കൂടി അർപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ അമ്മയുടെ പാദങ്ങൾ സമർപ്പിക്കണം. ഓം അമൃതേശ്വരി.
സ്ത്രീകളാൽ കാവ്യങ്ങളുണ്ടായ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി ബിരുദങ്ങളുണ്ടായ ഒരു നാട്ടിൽ നിന്നുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ സ്ത്രീകളുടെ ഉന്നതിയിലൂടെ രാഷ്ട്രത്തിൻ്റെ സമുന്നതി എന്ന വിഷയത്തിൽ ഇന്ന് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്ന് ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി ഓർമ്മിപ്പിച്ച സ്വാമികൾക്ക് പരിപാടിയുടെ പേരിൽ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. അടുത്തതായി വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെ ആദരിക്കുന്ന ചടങ്ങാണ്. ആദ്യമായി നമ്മുടെ ക്ഷണം സ്വീകരിച്ച് എത്തിച്ചേർന്ന് നമ്മുടെ ഈ മഹനീയമായ കർമ്മം ഉദ്ഘാടനം നിർവഹിച്ച ഡോക്ടർ കെ ഗോമതി ടീച്ചറെ ആദരം ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നതിനായി ഗോമതി ടീച്ചറെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ആദരിക്കുന്നതിനായി അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാപീഠം ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് വിഭാഗം ചെയർപേഴ്സൺ ഡോക്ടർ ബി ഇന്ദു ടീച്ചറെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ക്ഷമിക്കണം. അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാപീഠം ബിഹേവിയറൽ സയൻസ് വിഭാഗം മേധാവി ഡോക്ടർ പാർവതി ടീച്ചറെ ഗോമതി ടീച്ചറെ ആദരിക്കുന്നതിനായി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. സമർത്ഥ നാരി സമൃദ്ധ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നുള്ള ആദരം ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നതിനായി ഡോക്ടർ കെ ഗോമതി ടീച്ചറെ എത്രയും ആദരവോടുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. നന്ദി ടീച്ചർ. അടുത്തതായി അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാപീഠത്തിൻ്റെ ആദരം ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നതിനായി കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാല ഗുരുവായൂർ ക്യാമ്പസ് ഡയറക്ടർ പ്രൊഫസർ കെ ഷൈൻ സാറിനെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ആദരിക്കുന്നതിനായി ചെയർപേഴ്സൺ സ്കൂൾ ഓഫ് കമ്പ്യൂട്ടിംഗ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ഡോക്ടർ ആനി ടീച്ചറെ എത്രയും ആദരവോടുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. നന്ദി സർ. അടുത്തതായി കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാലയുടെ ആദരം ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നതിനായി ബ്രഹ്മചാരി അച്യുതാമൃത ചൈതന്യസ്വാമികളെ ആദരവോടുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ആദരിക്കുന്നതിനായി സംഘാടക സമിതി അംഗവും നമുക്ക് ഏവർക്കും പ്രിയങ്കരിയുമായ ഡോക്ടർ SN ജ്യോതി മാഡത്തെ എത്രയും ആദരവോടുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
Dhanyavadaha. As we near the conclusion of the inaugural session, may I invite Dr. Manichitra PS from Central Sanskrit University to formally propose the vote of thanks.
Namaste. Good morning to all. Respected Chief Guest Dr. K. Gaumadi ma'am, esteemed dignitaries and dear participants, on behalf of Central Sanskrit University and Amrita School of Ayurveda and Cultural Studies, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this inaugural section a memorable and inspiring beginning. We are deeply honored by the presence of our Chief Guest, Dr. K. Gaumadi, whose journey in engineering and STEM continues to inspire women across the nation. Thank you for lighting the sacred lamp and blessing us with your wisdom. Thank you, ma'am. Our sincere thanks to Brahmachari Achyutamrita Chaitanya, Principal of School of Spiritual and Cultural Studies, for enriching this session with spiritual depth and scholarly insight. Thank you. We express our profound respect to Srimati Chellatai, mother of Kargil hero Captain Jerry Premraj, whose presence reminds us the courage and sacrifice behind our nation's brave hearts. Thank you, ma'am. We are grateful to Professor K.K. Shain, Central Sanskrit University Guruvayur Campus Director, for his visionary leadership and support in making this event a great success. Thank you, sir. Our warmest thanks to all distinguished dignitaries, Dr. Jyoti ma'am, Brahmachari, Shivananda Swami, and members of Bharatiya Vidyut Parishad, Dr. Aruna and Dr. Swati, and all other contributors whose dedication and presence added immense value to this celebration. Thank you. We are deeply grateful to our panelists, moderators, scholars, and participants. A grateful thanks to all. Once again, thanks to all, and have a wonderful session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manichitra PS. Now, I request all the student participants, you may go for your refreshments. It's all arranged outside. All the students from Central Sanskrit University and Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and outside participants, the tea and snacks are arranged outside. I request all the faculty members and the organizers to stay back. I request all of the students to have your snacks within 10 minutes time and come back while we have our faculty members, panelists and organizers staying back in the auditorium. Students may move. Now I request all the faculty members of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and Central Sanskrit University along with the organizing committee members for a photograph on the stage. A group photo.
അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാപീഠത്തിലെയും കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാലയിലെയും എല്ലാ അംഗങ്ങളെയും, അധ്യാപക അംഗങ്ങളെയും, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ അടുത്ത പാനലിസ്റ്റുകളെയും വിശിഷ്ടാതിഥികളെയും എല്ലാവരെയും തന്നെ ഒരു ചിത്രത്തിനായി, ഒരു ഫോട്ടോയ്ക്കായി നമ്മുടെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
We do not have much time. I request all of the faculty members to quickly come onto the stage for a photograph. Organizing committee members, distinguished panelists, we may have a photograph with our guest of honor and the chief guest. Now, I request all the panel members and the guests to move to Anugraha Hall for our snacks and refreshments. I request all the panel members and the guests I request all the panel members and faculty members to please proceed to Anugraha Hall for refreshments.
Hello, check, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check, check. Check, check.
Check, check.
Namaste to one and all present here. After a wonderful inaugural function, now we are heading towards the first discussion panel. I would like to first introduce our moderator of this session. Our moderator is Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh. She is the Pro Vice Chancellor of Amrita Vidyapeetham and Dean of the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures and International Programs, a globally recognized scientist ranked among the world's top 2% researchers by Stanford University. She has led pioneering work at the intersection of technology, sustainability, and social impact. She served as the national coordinator for the C20 Sustainable and Resilient Communities theme during India's G20 presidency and currently holds India's only UNESCO chair on experiential learning for sustainable innovation through Amrita's live in labs program, impacting over 1 million lives across rural India. Her work spans AI, disaster risk reduction, climate action, healthcare, and community resilience, making her a leading voice on women-led innovation and technology for inclusive development. We welcome you onto the stage, ma'am. Now, I request the next dignitary, Dr. K. Gomati teacher, who is the first female engineer graduate from Kerala University. 1961 is the year of her graduation from College of Engineering Trivandrum, later becoming its EEE head and joint director of technical education, known for breaking barriers and inspiring women in STEM, while also pursuing art in retirement. Other professionals with similar names and they really find her to be their role model, because she is the first ever female in this engineering section. So everybody has a great respect, and I see it. Whomever I contact, everybody says, is Gomati Amma there? Is Gomati teacher there? And I would like to be a part. So being an organizer, I had a lot of people talking about you, Gomati ma'am. I welcome you onto the stage.
അടുത്തതായി ശാസ്ത്ര സാങ്കേതിക വിഷയത്തിൽ നടക്കുന്ന ഈ ചർച്ചയിലേക്ക് നമ്മുടെ പരിപാടിയുടെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നും ശ്രീമതി എസ് ശ്രീകല അവർകളെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. കേരള സംസ്ഥാന മലിനീകരണ നിയന്ത്രണ ബോർഡ് ചെയർപേഴ്സൺ, വിവിധ പരിസ്ഥിതി സംരക്ഷണ യജ്ഞങ്ങളിലെ സജീവമായ സ്ത്രീ സാന്നിധ്യം, കൂടാതെ EPR എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡഡ് പ്രൊഡ്യൂസർ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി വിഷയത്തിലെ ശക്തമായ മലയാളി സ്ത്രീ ശബ്ദവുമാണ് ശ്രീകല അവർകൾ. സുസ്ഥിര വികസനം ലക്ഷ്യമിട്ടുകൊണ്ടുള്ള അങ്ങയുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെ സമർത്ഥ നാരി സമൃദ്ധ ഭാരത സമിതി അനുമോദിക്കുന്നു. സ്വാഗതം ശ്രീമതി ശ്രീകല മാഡം.
Next, I invite cordially Srimati V. Shobana, who is a distinguished officer of the 1987 batch of the Indian Telecommunication Services, ITS, with a career spanning over 38 years, in fact, in the telecom sector. She graduated in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the College of Engineering Trivandrum, Kerala University in 1987. She served as Additional Director General Telecom and head of the Kerala License Service Area under the Department of Telecommunications during the period June 2023 to May 2025. As head of Kerala LSA, she held key responsibilities including enforcement and compliance of telecom license by telecom service providers. If I go on reading her profile, it goes to more than a couple of pages. So I cut it short, ma'am. I welcome you onto the stage. And I also would like to welcome all of the participants who have arrived here. I am sure it is going to be such a wonderful and enriching session.
അടുത്തതായി നമ്മുടെ ഈ ചർച്ചയിൽ കുട്ടികൾക്ക്, വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് പ്രചോദനമാകുന്നതിനായി വിക്രം സാരാഭായ് സ്പേസ് റിസർച്ച് സെന്ററിൽ നിന്നും നമ്മുടെ ക്ഷണം സ്വീകരിച്ച് എത്തിച്ചേർന്ന ഡോക്ടർ പി ശ്രീലത അവർകളെ എത്രയും ആദരവോടുകൂടി വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. വിക്രം സാരാഭായ് സ്പേസ് റിസർച്ച് സെന്റർ മാനവ വിഭവശേഷി വിഭാഗം അധ്യക്ഷ കൂടിയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ബഹിരാകാശ ഗവേഷണ രംഗത്ത് എല്ലാ വിഭാഗങ്ങളിലും സ്ത്രീ ശബ്ദമായി, മലയാളി ശബ്ദമായി ഉയർന്നു കേൾക്കുന്ന ശബ്ദമാണ് ശ്രീമതി ഡോക്ടർ പി ശ്രീലത മാഡത്തിൻ്റേത്. അവർകളെ നമ്മൾ സമർത്ഥ നാരി സമൃദ്ധ ഭാരത സമിതിയുടെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നും സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
It is such an honor to have all of these great women on the same stage. It is a very rare occasion where we find so many intellectuals, so many successful women who are on the same stage discussing about what we have not seen as students and staff members. We will all be enriched by this panel discussion. I hand over this session to our moderator, Dr. Manisha ma'am.
Om Amriteshwarye Namaha. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Pranams at Amma's lotus feet. Pranams to one and all. It's nice to see the women power here, and we are really delighted and also honored to host this one-day Kerala state level women's meet. Samarth Nari, Samrudha Bharatam. And I'm very honored that I'm part of this panel session, Pragati, Technology and Women, with the theme as Nari to Narayani, from silent to strategic force. As we all know that, women has been a silent member for long from the ancient civilization itself. Even at our homes, we see them as a very subtle member who is making the transformation without our knowledge itself. They always acted as the axis of civilization. A silent revolution they have taken forward without anyone's knowledge. Each woman has devised their own pathway to deliver and sustain this social transformation and the upliftment. Across civilizations, women have been the first institution of society, shaping values before laws, nurturing resilience before governance, and transmitting culture before classrooms. And women is not merely a participant in society, but they are the moral and the spiritual axis. Whether we understand or not, that is the truth. And as we can see in Manusmriti, it has told that Yatra Naryatstu Pujyade Ramande Tatra Devataha, where women is honored, divinity resides. These words establish a foundational principle: society's prosperity is inseparable from women's dignity, agency, and empowerment. So if you look at even our ancient culture in ancient India, women is always represented as knowledge bearers. We must have heard a lot about Gargi Devi and Maitri Devi, etc. The moral and the political anchors which we have seen those expressions in Draupadi. And also as an embodiment of Shakti, as detailed in Devi Mahatmya, where in Devi Mahatmya it says, Yatra Devi Sarva Bhudeshu Shakti Rube Samastitaha. So the goddess who abides in all beings as power, that's what it says. So what does it say? This clearly frames human strength as inner resilience, ethical clarity, and transformational energy. So if you take your everyday life, any challenge which comes at the home, before it even comes, the mother knows it is going to come and they'll start acting on it, how to make sure that that challenge doesn't fall on the family. The second thing is, anything you have a doubt, for the clarity, the first person you will run is to your mother. And when you want to become the transformational energy, because you will always say during your studies, oh, my mother is disturbing me. Every time she will say, study, study, do this, do that, do it. She is the transformational energy. So these things are happening, but we may not be noticing it in our life. So their inner strength, that invisible power, flows from 4 inner reservoirs. One is Karuna, which is compassion, Sahasa, which means courage, Buddhi, which means discernment, Tyaga, which means sacrifice. So each of us has seen the reflections of these in our everyday life through our mother, grandmother, our aunt, our sister, etc. Several times, these inner strengths are unnoticed or not given an access to reveal it itself. So for a woman to utilize the inner strength to bring in strategic transformation at multiple levels, such as family, society, on a state level or a national level or even a global level, they will need support system. Amma has clearly brought in one of her speeches about women empowerment, where Amma said that as women rise and move ahead, men should make way, even prepare the way for them. Amma said, men should stop being a one-way street, but instead they try to become a broad highway. So it is important that we women mold our family, boys, men, etc., to be equipped for this. So, in this regard, when you look at this panel session on Pragati, technology and women, a session that lies at the heart of today's larger vision of Samarth Nari, Samrudh Bharath. And our theme of Nari to Narayani, from silent strength to strategic force, it is not a symbolic alone. It reflects a profound transition from endurance to empowerment, from participation to leadership, from being beneficiaries of technology to becoming architects of technological and social transformation. Today, technology is not merely a tool. It is a power, voice, access, safety, opportunity, and agency. We cannot think of a second without technology. I think all of you agree to that, isn't it? So how we become part, how we are going to use our strength to bring in this transformation. And this session will explore how women navigate this power, balancing professional excellence with social responsibility and transforming institutions, policies, and communities along the way. To move into my responsibility in this panel, it is my honor to introduce our distinguished panelists, women who truly represent the journey from Nari to Narayani. Dr. K. Gaumadi, Head of Department Electrical and Electronics Engineer, retired Joint Director of Technical Education, and the first women engineer from Kerala University, a pioneer who broke barriers when very few doors were open. I'm so happy and honored to have her here, and each of you will benefit from what she wants to tell you. Second, Srimati S. Srikala, Chairperson, Kerala State Pollution State Board, a leader at the intersection of technology, governance, and environmental sustainability. Srimati V. Shobana, retired ITS, retired former Additional Director General Telecom, recipient of the IEEE Outstanding Women Engineer Award 2024, a symbol of excellence in national infrastructure leadership. Dr. Srilata, Head, HRD VSSC, shaping human capital for one of India's most prestigious scientific institutions. So we are privileged to learn from their journeys, insights, and wisdoms. And our discussion today is anchored around 8 powerful dimensions rooted in Indian thought, yet deeply relevant to modern technological realities. Vidya, which is knowledge as power. Shakti, which is self-reliance and economic empowerment. Mukti, safety, dignity, and freedom. Chetana, leadership, equity, and consciousness. Prakriti, health, life cycles, and nurturing ecosystems. Sanskriti, culture, values, and narratives. Siddhi, stories of success and resilience. Kriti, action, solutions, and road ahead. So with this framework, I now invite our panelists to share their opening perspectives. And I request each panelist to take around 10 minutes to reflect on their personal and professional journey, how your inner strength has been utilized for this transformation for the society, how technology shaped your leadership, how women can balance excellence with responsibility. With this, I will request Dr. Gaumadi to maybe as the first panelist to talk about her experience. Thank you.
Namaste to all of you. Actually, when I came to this campus, I was so excited to see such a big, glorious building. I never thought that, I'll be coming to this big or building where you have the engineering technology education. Thank you for inviting me here. Okay. Let me start. Okay. Most of it I'll talk from my experience and whatever I see around. When I go to different meetings, I always see the front seats are occupied by men invariably. The women, even though they come later, they prefer to sit at least from the second seat onwards. But unlike here, I find all the girls are sitting, because mostly it is, I think it is all girls here. I would like to ask, is it still we have the feeling of inferiority? That is why we are sitting like this. And then when in you know, the serials that we see, most of us see the serials, invariably we find that during a discussion, all men sit and the women stand, even though they are old. Why is it like that? I would like to ask. This sends a very bad message to the society, that we also accept that, you know, we are a little, that is okay with us, that kind of thing. Then my point is, during family discussions and official discussions, even though you try to argue for your point, the final decision is taken invariably by men, and you agree to that. This is because I think that is the way we grew up, and women are embodiment of patience and sacrifice. Everybody says, or at least in our house, we used to hear always that bhumiyolam kshama venam pennungalkku. So Penangal only should have Shama, and they are the pivot around of the family. The children are our responsibility. The men they produce the children, that's all. Then how they grow up, everything depends on us. And even though we have started going for work and earning money, the double role still is there. We are both the mother in the house, and also we are working. Now, I would like to, I remember some certain things, like one of my aunts, she had four younger sisters. When she got married, and while she was going to her in-laws' house, Sasural house, the mother comes to her and says, look, the way, this is what her, she was giving the advice. Remember how you behave in your in-laws' house determines how well your sisters get married. You know what is, included in this. That is, whatever painful experiences you have in your in-laws' house, don't react. You be very patient. Always, bhumiyolam namukku kshama venam. So this is how we have been brought up. Now, there have been tremendous changes in technology in our lifetime. I remember how I used to take punch cards to the computers. Now they have given way to keyboards. First they gave way to the keyboards, and then I also remember how we used to go to the computer lab with huge computers, DEC 20, etc., etc., and do our computational work. Now what happens, the laptops, they come along with you. They travel along with you wherever you go. And the internet has brought the whole globe together and made it as a global village. And the banking is at our fingertips. Most of us use GPay to transact business, to do financial transactions. At this point, I always also remember Kudumbasri, how it changed the rural women, working women, their style. Usually they were weak people, suffering whatever happens in the family. Now it has made many rural and working women know their managerial and organizational capacities and I have seen in Ayalkootangal how vehemently, how vigorously they speak. They have all this power inside, and they also have this microfinancing. They collect money. They have weekly meetings, collect small amount of money from the members, and then using that money, they give it to people in need for very small interest. And their strength made them stand on their own feet and not bow down to pressures and violence in the family. I'm glad that many women in all walks of life use new trends in technology. But it's a fact that women face discrimination in their workplace by way of gender bias, physical harassment, salary inequality, like that. Gender bias means, for the same job, if a woman and a man with the same qualifications apply, invariably the man gets a job. That is what happens. And the women-led startups, these venture capitals, they are very reluctant to give funds to the women. So, talking about harassment in the office, we always hear a lot of harassment everywhere in the top offices. I hope you remember that. Top officials, they went through the harassment, the women. Then in the schools, even in the cars, everywhere, you are being harassed by men. And also nowadays, I have seen in prayer places also, Madangala. So that has to be stopped. Lest I forget. In our days, in our good old days, we had a subject called civics, Pauradharma na paraya. In that, young age, they teach you how to be a good citizen, how to behave, how to follow traffic rules, how to stop a car when the ambulance goes. So all this is Pauradharma, the dharma of citizens. But later on, when new subjects came, this was removed. I think this has to be there. Whatever the young boys and girls learn, the children learn, they always remember this. At least I remember this. And I had a school where I used to take special topics in which I used to tell them all these things or whatever the children have to know. So, like I remember, I was explaining to them how you see, how you hear, how you feel the touch, and I started with just close your eyes. Do you see me? They said no. And suppose you think of a blind man. He is by birth blind, and even if he hears me, he doesn't know how I look, and he will not recognize me in a crowd. So you have to be very sympathetic with people with physical disabilities. So such things go deep into their mind. And I also remember, I'm talking about the civics. One of our principals, during an admission, the student came along with his mother and father, and they came in and they sat in front of the principal. The father and son sat, and the mother was standing behind. The principal asked, "Who is she?" The boy said, "My mother." "Stand up," he said. So that is a lesson to the student. But I feel if he had learned the civic senses, how I should behave, etc., he would not have done this. Now, the gender disparity, of course, I said, the salary with the equal qualifications, the women usually get less salary. I was talking the other day to my granddaughter, who is at the top of a company, and she said last week they posted some 3 men, and they were given higher salary. And I said, "What did you do?" She said, "I went to the manager and said, how could you do this? You don't know their qualifications, how they are. And you know me very well. And you are giving them more salary. How can you do that?" And they immediately increased her salary more than the... So women have to fight for their right. Should not stay behind. Above all, I feel okay. In order to prove our worth, we should keep ourselves abreast of the advancement in technology by listening online discussions, courses, and having mentors, and otherwise you will be left behind. These are the few things that came to my mind. Above all, I feel we should have a firm determination, like, I will do that, I can do that, and I will proceed with that firm mind. So that is my message to the present women folk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Govati ma'am. I think it is
really very valid questions ma'am has posed to each one of you, how you have to ponder and how can you actually go through these barriers while when you actually have to access each one of them, because life is so much in front of you. There are a lot of struggles and challenges you will see, but how you bring up those pathways and how you take forward. And it's, I think all her questions are very, very valid. And I was just listening when she was talking about, are we still inferior? Because we ourselves create that inside us. And that's why how we give the pathway for others to actually, make us feel that we are inferior. So we are giving the first step for them. So how can we change ourselves? We have to think of. And the other major thing ma'am was telling, like in serials where men sit and women stand, it is a very beautiful thing, which I was thinking, it's a culture. Like I was telling to my students also, initial days when Amma asked me to talk to people, I couldn't talk because my parents have taught me saying that don't talk in front of elders. You listen to them. You have to be after they talk, if they allow you talk. So when you come to a professional circle, I am not able to break that because for years I have been brought up like that. And this is where Amma has played a major role in my life, where Amma said that, if you don't talk, then it doesn't come up those innovations. Amma had a big, weapon to use against me, because whenever Amma says I am not Amma's daughter, I cannot take it. So Amma's weapon was like, if you don't talk in the meeting, the group discussions, then you are not Amma's daughter. So that made me to actually to talk. So that support system which has helped me to come out of what the age-old tradition and culture brought into us, those barriers need to be broken for us to actually bring out, express our emotions, express our thought process, the intelligence in us to be brought out. And in family, even though all arguments, final decision by men, I think even today we see that. Maybe the Gen Z change a little bit, I don't know. But otherwise, I think until Gen Z, I'm not seeing that change. So Gen Z, I don't know much about Gen Z, so I don't know. But ma'am has brought a lot of very good points for us to think and see how we move forward. In this regard, I will now move forward to Srimati S. Srikala, the chairperson of Kerala Pollution Control Board, to actually give us the few words, her thought process.
Am I audible to you? A very good morning to all of you. Respected Chair, respected Gomadi ma'am and co-panelist, teachers, students, scholars, and along with me, my own colleague is also present here. So, first of all, I am so delighted and I am so proud of be a part of this panel discussion. This Nari to Narayani, giving the strength and to show the power of the woman in the society. And I am thankful to Central Sanskrit University and Amrita University for inviting me and to attend this program, because I can share some my perspectives and some vision, my vision, because I have a legacy of the career, professional career, engineering career, around 34 years in State Pollution Control Board. Having some practical experiences and also I thought it would be better to have a platform here to share my views and thoughts. So I just gone through your program schedule and I am so happy that you have scheduled, you have coined some themes, which are 8 major themes which are very important to showing the strength of the woman and we are placing in the society. So as part of the historical events we can consider, we have in India, we have a legacy of the wisdom here. So changing from that portion to now the platform, the digital platform, we have changed a lot. So we are, my date of birth in 1970 means we are, the transformations we can, tangibly we can notice in this era. So actually I joined as an assistant engineer in Pollution Control Board in 1992. So my education, degree qualification was from, I am a civil engineer cadre from TKM College of Engineering. My beloved teacher was also here, Jyoti ma'am. And after completing the course, degree course, so actually basically a civil engineer, but in that period, the 7th semester and the 8th semester is having the section of these environmental aspects. So after that, I thought it would be better to take the MTech in structural engineering and do that as a civil engineering work. But anyway, it's happened to be an environmental engineer throughout my year, because after that degree course, I joined in pollution control board as assistant engineer. So with knowing that the theory aspects of what we have studied in the 7th and 8th semester, it is not difficult. It is very difficult to manage or the things to handle in the pollution control board, because every day we have gotten a new experiences. So I thought it would be better to study more and more. So that is, you have mentioned in the theme, the first is the Vidya. So still now I am even actually a scholar. So getting so much of things to get to study and to improvise in my official career. So after this 34 years means the change, in real time we are normally doing the physical verifications and sampling and all. So now it has been changed. So we know that we are in a state of a very small strip of land in India. So we are a coastal region. So we have 14 districts, and out of 14 districts, around 9 districts are as coastal districts. So the topographical situation is in such a way that we are also a densely populated state. So these are the two constraints, land scarcity and the density of population. So we have a good culture and world, and we have 44 rivers, we have coastal belt, so much of river lines, coal wetland here, Ashtamudi and Vemlat. So preserving and taking the wholesomeness of the water, because we are functioning, we are a regulatory authority, we are not an implementing authority or an executive authority. So we are a regulatory body by knowing or implementing the enforcement of the environmental law. We all know that's the Stockholm Convention. After that, we have formulated the Water Act, Air Act and EP Act. So based on the three act, we are doing our mandate of this environmental regulation and legislations. So considering all these constraints in our state, it is very difficult, because sustainability is there. Sustainability, we are talking in the case of the in industrialization and urbanization. At the same time, we have to consider the balance between the environmental aspects of the sustainable environmental aspects of the sustainable waste management. So that's two sides of a coin. So that should be balanced. So there should not be any imbalance. So managing these through, so doing the things with the implementing department, a regulatory authority have a pivotal role. So we have so much of compliance, court cases are receiving, balancing all this means the management of this situation is challenging as well. So I thought it would be better and to get knowledge more and more, practical experiences. So we know that in Sweden, the happiness index is high, the cleanliness index is nice, cleanness index is nice, developed countries as well, so much of innovations are there. So replicating is, because after 72, the Stockholm Convention, 76 itself, the Sweden has made their sustainable, now they are improvising only. So India is having also so much of abundance of knowledge here. Now the treasure of human also are here. So we can do so much load or the waste management and the protection of the environment, because the ecological balance is also connected with the sustainment and the development and the existence of the earth itself. So we are normally hearing this global warming and other environmental challenges what we are facing. So balancing is a very difficult. So in my case, so being a lady and being a position in the chairperson of the state pollution control board means a managerial and the technological aspects coming together to do something well to the environment. So I feel that I am doing my sincere effort for balancing all these things, making less compliant, making more things into the wholesomeness of the water protection, air quality itself. Even we are in winter season, we can see that in Delhi and northern region, the air quality index is very high. But see the site, we can see that the Kerala is having a green color, because we are normally in the good quality of air, in good and satisfactory range. Because we are concentrating in mainly on this the air pollution which is happening from the industry as well as the other activities. So development is there on site, but at the same time we have to maintain the air quality and the other waste management practices. And I am also get a chance to visit this Sweden region, and we are replicating majority of the things. Like recently we are the major discussing the point like this economy, circular economy, waste management, different aspects. Previously, the licenses we are giving to the industries are in paper form. Now it has been changed to digital form. The license are giving in the digital platform. The transparency of the file which are moving in our files are in electronic file. And the air quality and water quality monitoring we are getting data, and we are making different projects with respect to this with these data. So we can get the customized details from these data. So these are the major aspects. I think in continuing discussion, I can share much more things to the forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srikala ma'am. Actually, she has brought in one of the most important thing for the women, like, knowledge gathering. For you to be sustained in any position, for you to actually move forward in any position, knowledge gathering is one important thing, and building the leadership skill. You need that both wings together to actually move forward when our whole administrative system is populated with men. So this is something which you have to think is why your parents are asking you to learn also. So learning means just not the bookish learning. You learn from every element in this world. You learn from an aunt, from your teacher, from your sister, from your brother, all the good qualities, and which will help you to build the leadership capacities to take forward your career itself. Thank you so much, ma'am, for bringing in that different perspectives and the challenges, being the pivotal organization, being the organization as a regulatory body, and how the multiple thematic areas she has to look into it to bring in the environmental sustainability. There may be a lot more to learn from her. What are the challenges, what are the barriers, and how she has crossed those also. So I would now request Srimati V. Shopana, the ITS retired former Additional Director General of Telecom, to deliver her points.
Namaste. Backbenchers are sleeping or onto the mobile or into the mobiles. No response from there. Normally it happens in any seminar. It's okay. So hi friends. Few more highs from backside. Hi. Good. Okay. So I am very happy to be here. And I am being one of the students of Gomadi teacher before 1987. And I would just take from where madam had stopped. The question she posed, are we inferior? First thing, if I think I am inferior, I become inferior. The moment I think I am not inferior, I am equal or sometimes maybe superior, then yes, I am there. I had joined the Indian Telecom Service. Many of you may not be aware of that, what it is. It is equivalent to a civil service exam. There is an engineering service exam. Just after engineering, I had chosen that path of joining, and we all joined as class 1 officers. And the telecom sector was just the start of growing at that point of time in the early 90s. Like I joined in the service after the training in 89. Our total strength of the batch was 170, and the ladies, we were the one batch with maximum lady officers with 15. That means almost 10%. And I am telling we are the largest female folk in any batch. There were batches without any senior lady officers. It was more or less a male-dominated sector, even now, to a great extent, especially at the top levels. And when we were to go up the ladder, the challenges were, or even the initial posting itself, like now you are all having mobile on your hands and you think, and it is the fingertips. The wired telephones, so installing the wired telephones, installing the exchanges for the wired telephones, sitting in the exchange installation in the night, people used to wonder, Madam, it is already 10, why are you not going home? I told after the work only I would go home. There was no vehicle facility available, there was no auto. Sometimes I had to walk for 4 kilometers to reach my residence. But that was the challenge. It was, I don't know, whether that time I was feeling more secure, or now I am feeling more secure with all these mobile phones in hand. I never was afraid. So my first message to all my young girl friends are that be bold. I used to participate in meetings, attend seminars, travel to distant stations, work in the night shifts. All will be, normally I would be the lone lady in the entire team. But I never felt I am a lady, I am an officer, that's all. I am a government servant, I am an officer. So this type of a boldness when I never had a fear. I considered myself equal to everybody in any sector, any meeting, and I made my voice to be also heard and accepted wherever it is really required. Logically, if I present, I am so happy that my almost all the superior officers with whom I worked, normally after 1 month of working, they would say that, okay, Shobna, you take care of the full charge and do it. We are not interfering, you bring the result, that's sufficient. They would not give me any direction. If I have a doubt, I go and tell them or ask their this one clarification. Otherwise, it is entrusted to me. So the trust, even one of the officers told me, I thought, maybe by seeing me, that I am very lightweight officer. Lightweight means physically as well as mentally. Work-wise also. But I made it that, no, I am serious to the core when the work comes, and I am sincere, dedicated and result-oriented, and I proved myself. And I had to struggle initially, but after once that tag has come, yes. And there were many officers I had heard, if the lady officers are there, they would go on leave, long leave. After marriage, taking care of the children, again due to some reason, long leave, as Gomadi madam was also telling. At the same time, the family responsibilities to be fully owned. So I had to make lot of, I won't say the compromise or anything, adjustments, but still I made sure that both things are properly taken care of and no sacrifice, because of course my office was my first preference always. Family was also supporting to that extent. Even others, even my husband says that no, there is this one child is not well, how you go to office? I would say no, child is not well, either my mother will take care or you take care. I have a work, I have to go. I cannot leave the office just like that also. And the children, they understand that now, and they also admire that, yes, Amma, how you manage, we are able to understand that. So please be bold. Please be aware of what is happening. So I think the mukti is one of the topics here, the liberation, and I would add to that the protection, self-protection. It is not that, as madam was telling, civics was taught in the initial classes for us. I would say that, madam, if you are giving recommendation from the school levels, they should teach self-defense. It is not dance or singing which the children should learn. It should be karate. It should be judo or kalaripayat, whatever it is, some self-defense schemes. It should be a part of that, along with PT. They should be taught how to ethically and morally use all the tools and technologies as available. Because today is the era of AI. Even I was also being in the telecom sector, we were also talking about AI, but I found that no AI is there. Even you want to breathe, the AI is there. How much breath you are taking, it is counting somewhere. So you are being watched. Now I am sitting here. The moment I step out of this room, the Google would tell what was your experience in Vallikau. They will ask query. I am being monitored by somebody. I am being tracked by somebody which was not there at that point of time. But still, at 6 o'clock, I had to be back at my house. After 6, my father, my mother used to get panic. Today, with the mobile in the hand, my girl, when she goes out, I am again tensed. It's already 6 o'clock, forget about 6 o'clock, now 10 o'clock. I start accounting from 10 o'clock only. I have given time up to 10 o'clock for her. But still, she would tell, why are you worried, Amma? I am having the mobile with me. That is a more problem. Somebody will track you, somebody will trace you. I no. You would be standing somewhere. I don't have a GPS enabled monitoring. I am not doing that because of ethical reasons. But be very, very, very careful of using of. It's not for girls alone, it's for boys also. Be very careful. Use a secured way of, learn the secured way. I think cyber security, children are there, I don't want to talk in their presence, something which may go very trivial. Be very, very, know how to use any tool, any technology in the most ethical, with the civic sense. Here we are listening about the deep fake. We are seeing some videos coming, you suddenly get, what is this? Is it true or false? With this background, if it is changed, I can speak, this speech, they can say that I can also myself do it, Harvard University. I can change this one. So this type of fakes are happening. So try to understand what is real, what is fake. And technologically, yes, the young generation, the so-called Gen Z, yes, I agree that you are very, very, very knowledgeable, in the fingertips. Because at the age of 2, 3, you are having the mobile, touchscreen mobile also in your hand. But the wisdom which the earlier generations have gained through experiences, through hard hittings, that cannot be replaced with any of these technologies. So please give respect to the wisdom, if not within course, the knowledge of the seniors, your parents, elders, teachers. Okay, this is one important message I wanted to give you. And because I have come from the telecom side, please make sure that you know what is happening in protecting the cyberspace. Both the Department of Telecom as well as the MeitY are taking lot of steps. There is just one tip I would give you. You can note down. There is an app and there is a portal called Sanjar Sathi. That Sanjar Sathi app became a very recent controversy also. I don't know how many of you have heard that. Please use that app. If not permanently, you at least download once in a while. Just see. Just to know about at least it can be used for if a mobile is lost or stolen. And before that, all of you please note down, when you purchase any mobile device, please note down its IMEI number, so that anytime, because this message you may be knowing, you tell your relatives, friends, mother, father, your elder people in the house, they may not be knowing. Take it down, note it down and keep it in a diary, so that unfortunately, if it is lost or some tracking, something is happening, you may be able to tell that yes, this is being used. So my point was that the technology is a very good tool. It is like fire or knife. The knife can be used for cutting vegetable, and the knife, the same knife can be used for taking life of another fellow. So who is using, how it is used, when it is used, at what, with what feel and emotion it is used, that makes all difference. Same is technology. Okay, all the best all of you. Thank you for inviting me and giving me this chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, actually. I think ma'am has brought in a really good set of points which for all of you. And one major thing she said is like, I think ma'am has reiterated the point what Dr. Gaumati ma'am also has brought in about we should not think that we are inferior. We have to be bold. That is very important for us. I think one of the things which we see in any organization is how you respond to the task given to you. If somebody gives you a task and you say that I want to leave to the home at this time, no, I don't think I am capable to finish it. You are already portraying your weakness to them, where it may not be even a real weakness. So how you actually make sure to convey to them, I am one among you, I can do everything what you are doing. That's what ma'am was telling, like I may have late hour work, but I'm not telling late hour I cannot travel. I still do my work, office comes first and then move forward. This is why this disparity of in the human resource management comes, because we convey that I cannot do. I have family, I have children, I have to reach there early. This becomes a basically like a bubble which will always tell them, okay, if we get ladies, we cannot utilize them to the full extent. We are capable to manage both at whatever circumstances. We just have to express our strength. That strength, if you are able to bring in, you will be able to move forward in this. I still remember when the biggest news of the rape case which happened in Delhi. See, I used to travel a lot into Delhi. I used to travel in different cars, vehicle, and so people started questioning me, how will you travel now in Delhi? Is not at all safe. What will you do, etc. This question, like after too many times this came, I also started thinking, is that a problem? Because I was still traveling. So one day when I had to go to Delhi, I asked, Amma, is it okay if I go? Is it safe? Then Amma said, why are you thinking like that? You have the strength. Why do you worry about it? You go. We will face it whatever comes. Nothing will happen. You have to be strong. That's it. So that made a different perspective itself, that I can do it. I take whatever is necessary to make me safe. The way ma'am is telling, like today phone is in your hand. It can be a device for safety. It can be also the other way. That's why you need to know the cyberspace. So she has actually touched the very key approach of Shakti and also Vidya combined with the Mukti. So where ma'am was bringing in why we have to be self-reliant. At the same time, how you make sure we receive the required dignity, how we ensure that there is safety, and how we utilize the knowledge to achieve all these things. So it is very important for each of you to look into the thing. And I was very happy to hear this lightweight officer comment, which I always hear also. We thought you are very pavam. In Malayalam, pavam, I don't know, there are other people are there. They said you are very pavam, but it looks like you are not. When you come into it, you really comes out strong. So I think that is there. People always have misunderstandings by our look and the way we talk. So, but as long as we are clear, we know what is right, and we have to have the capability to bring out those keywords for us. And one of the best example of empowerment, what we can see itself is Amma, who is actually a woman from the fishing community with, learnings only up to 4th standard. But now the whole globe, millions of our people are behind Amma to get the solace, to get the knowledge. And she is transforming the whole community. If you look at Amrita University, the leadership itself, more than 70% is ladies. And the student community itself, more than 60% is lady. And I remember that once I had a small discussion with Amma, where I told Amma, all these ladies, girls who are studying with me, they're really brilliant. But their family will not allow them to do PhD. They all want to get married, even though kid wants to study. So, and what to do, we don't know. So that's when Amma was started telling that we have to support them. See, we have to understand both sides. What family thinks is with respect to the culture and tradition. If they study a lot, they won't get a man to marry them. So that is where the challenge comes. But the girl wants to study. So Amma said, you come up with a scheme where Amma brought in 100 fully funded PhD scholarship, where they can work as a research assistant or a research associate at Amrita. That means you are an employed person, but you do the PhD also. So these together, when she brought in, it made a big transformation where students, to the family members, they could say that I have a job. But at the same time, they were able to study. So when they finished the studies, they were able to get the best job also and the best man to marry also. So that this transformation, if you look at the other way, this is a woman who has initiated, actually Amma has initiated. So there are 100 different things we can see in this university, including the transformation coming in the rural development, very large programs headed by mostly by women in most of the rural empowerment work. Amma is working on 2,800 communities. So there are a lot to learn from each one of them. I will now move on to Dr. Srilata, Head HRD VSSC. We would like to hear from you, ma'am.
Respected moderator, Dr. Manisha, Dr. Gomati teacher, Sri Kala ma'am, Shobana ma'am, and all dear friends, teachers, and students and researchers. A very pleasant good morning to all. I'm very, consider myself a very fortunate to be a part of this elite panelist, and also thank the organizing committee of Central Sanskrit University and Amrita Vidyapeetham for this, inviting me to be a part of this. Thank you so much, first and foremost. And yes, so we have all heard our other panelists, and they have already set the ball going. And you can see that we already have got empowered, isn't it, by hearing them. Don't you feel so? Yes. So, yes, I also take off from where they have given me the lead. Yes, I am very much first, let me thank teacher also. I am also actually not a direct student, but I was a student of College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and a junior to MAM, and maybe the same batch as Srikala. So I think we are all on the same group. I am the 91 pass out from CET. All of us are in that technical category level. So yes, this is a group which I can almost relate to whatever they were also saying. So one of the main message is to be a bold person. So yes, that is something when we are into this technology area or in any area, it should come automatically. You should not be feeling every day that I have to be bold today and do something. No, nothing like that. It can be part of the work. So I was also a student from engineering college, and after my MTech in engineering, I got to be I got into the interview with ISRO, and I got the posting in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center as a scientist engineer, and I was working in the space physics laboratory, where the main area of focus was in science, or in the study of atmospheric science. And as engineers, we were asked to develop instruments for the study of atmosphere. So the category of engineering was not as allied as the scientist group in that space physics lab. But yes, the engineers are needed for making that instrument so that the scientists can bring out atmospheric study and results. So I was lucky to be there and could contribute to missions, satellite missions of Chandrayaan 1, 2, and 3, and all the data from there. But in between, a lot of evolution has happened, which on thinking process now I understand. These are all clues that has told that I have become bold. So I was also a meek student. I have never seen almost the face of my classmates' boys. I was with my girl gang only. I never used to even see them. But we have now our alumni group where I tend to meet all my classmates. So now I am able to talk with them freely. At that point of time, maybe because of our upbringing at that time, I never used to even speak with them. So, but coming to college, and even after college only we have come to office. So we don't have that distinction of female or a male, or like basically the work will be like it is to be done by a girl group. No, that doesn't come at all. So in an office type of work, we'll have both male and female, or both men and women who are working together. So all the ideas have to be shared. So that comes in as part of the total official environment level. So, but you grow with that, so that you can freely talk with the other gender. That thing comes in. That thing came in for me, in fact, after I joined ISRO. So over years, it has definitely helped, and I could also make my voice felt in certain areas. And one of the incidents, like Madam was telling, no, traveling, that also was there as part of my job also, which also I had gone to places where in the night, no, that guest house, nobody else will be there. I was the only person, and the guest house boys only will be there. But I have not felt unsafe, like what she has told. Maybe that was because of the boldness or that courage within. We'll just lock our room and we'll be inside only. We'll go, take food, come and be inside the room. We won't be going out. We don't have mobiles at that time. So, but that is some inner strength that I think we all have to find ourselves. We should be confident of ourselves that nobody else can do anything to us unless we let them do to us. So even if you are going alone or staying alone, it should be that you should be safe, that you have to ensure. That is all within us only. That boldness comes within us. And in fact, another incident was as part of our job, we had to install some antennas on rooftop of some buildings. It is a small type of antenna, but you have to climb to the terrace. The terrace is flat. So the gents who were there with me, they used to go up, and they had some small ladder type of thing. And they used to go up and say, Madam, this is all fine. But the data was not okay. The signal was not enough. So I'll ask them to turn it this way, that way and all. But I was still not getting. Then what I felt was like I should be going up and see and satisfy myself. That is the way I should be doing it. And I told them, I just want to come up. Madam, you cannot climb up. This is only that makeshift ladder is there. I told, no, I don't know what you are going to do. I want to climb up and see. Then only I can say the signal is fine. Finally, that went to our computer group, and they made a ladder, or like it's not exactly step ladder. So I think, yes, ma'am.
We are extremely happy that you could at least make for this much of the session, ma'am.
Thank you. So continuing, yes, now itself, did you see how Madam was, gathering all of us? Shobana ma'am, there was no hesitancy in doing that. That is the way it should be, I think. No, didn't hesitate to go and hug ma'am and get a photo taken. So it just comes out of her. It is a part of her now. That is also part of our growing up. And yes, like what Srikala ma'am was telling, you should also be growing with the technology. Both, all of them have touched upon that area. AI, cyber, everything, all these things, we should be actually knowing only. If we say, no, this doesn't come into my purview or my area of work, I don't need to be aware of it. Okay, AI, I know what it is. I don't have to further understand about it. We only will be at a loss. The technology, whatever way it is, how it can be used, we should always be with that. We should understand why the technology, how it can be used further for enhancing our lives. That should be the way we are absorbing technology. That is way we will always be a student. There's no way we will be stopping learning at any point of time. So that because technology will be growing, and somewhere we have to adapt it to our lives, suit our lives to the technology or change it accordingly, seamlessly, which is all very difficult, but still that needs to be accommodated. Then I think we'll always be able to proceed in a very big manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Srilata ma'am. Ma'am actually has brought out the points by taking from the point as, also looking into how we have to be bold and how to build courage within. That was one of the biggest point ma'am was trying to bring in. And how will we learn to actually to grow with other genders actually. And that we ourselves has to find the pathway and build. And the beautiful example of climbing on the top of the building, which says, whatever comes, what I want to achieve, I will do it. That attitude has to come. For that, you need the courage. You also has to be resilient to all other things which is coming. And very important, she was talking about what happened just now, taking photo. It shows inclusivity. When we are calling everybody, women's biggest strength is inclusivity. They know how to bring everything together than divide, because their heart is full of compassion, which whether they know or not, it is there. The love and compassion drives the women, and which helps them to build the inclusivity. And that is also your strength. It's not that we are going to fight with men and break with them. That's not the way we want to do it. We have to build our strength of the heart actually. That is our muscle, when they build intelligence, we build the strength in our heart, and that actually makes us to be the forefront runners actually. And that's what God given to us also. So that strength helps us. Like almost everywhere, if you see that women leaders are very successful because of their inclusivity. They know how to stand behind and project others. They know how to bring them together. They know how to handle the challenges, the conflicts which comes in, which there is an inherent strength in you. So that you have to explore and bring out. I think, and major thing ma'am was also saying that we have to grow with technology, and rapid adoption in our life is required, where the knowledge has to come in. So every time you have to, gather the knowledge, use it in such a manner, it will help you to build the resilience and move forward. So with this, I think all of them have given great points for us to think and ponder. I would now open up this panel to the audience to hear your questions to the panel members. If anybody have any questions, you can raise your hand. If you don't have, I will have a lot of questions. Any questions from your side? Yeah, that's how it is, always. Yeah, can you give the mic there? So you just introduce and then ask the question.
I'm Supriya S. Nair from School of Computing. My question is, what support do women need most at different life stages, like education, early career, motherhood, and leadership?
Any one of you can take. What support women need in the different stages of life? You can.
Yeah. Education, early career, motherhood, leadership.
Very difficult question. It's not difficult. I can answer for a day or so. That is the difficulty. First support is self-support. You should not be like a climber or a creeper. You should be like a normal, strong plant. You should grow to a tree with your own roots. That is self-support. For education, of course, some financial support will be required. Definitely, if your parents, I mean, for that matter, I'm not telling you, whomsoever it is, girl or boy. Unlike in foreign countries where they say that after 18 you find your own means for study, we are not doing that. Normally, the family means generally the parents would be supporting, or very few cases the government support in the form of scholarships and other things are there, NGOs are there, alumni associations are there who support the student. So education part is more or less taken care of. Yes, career is the most important thing. Career again, whether you want to go in a white collar job or a regular government or like organized sector, or you want to go for a startup or your own business, it depends. Government or organized sector job, yes, government job, there is no discrimination between the girl or a boy until unless like in the defense services, in the front, and now that also they are opening up to the female form. So there is not much difference. Otherwise, there is no discrimination or anything. Everybody is treated equally. That's why I told myself, I think all of us are in government and more or less working in male-dominated sector. Physically also climbing the ladder, I also had done it. She also had done it. Probably she also would have done it. So that is there. But organized sector, generally there is no discrimination. But of course, in private or unorganized sectors, especially now everybody is looking at the whatever you study, finally you land in the IT or late. IT means I'm putting in a very, very, very generic term, IT. Because IT, if I ask my boy, are you working in IT, he would start looking at me and tell, then I asked, are you in data sciences? You don't know the difference of all these things. I am doing, then are you in machine learning? Finally it goes like, it's like a deep fake, it goes to some deep point where I don't know what is the work they are doing. So I am putting the IT as like just one very big, in Hindi they say, mota mota. Okay, so there also I think they more or less prefer ladies, because as madam was telling, I used to tell, ladies are rather females. Sorry to the young boys friends here. They are slightly hasty in doing things. Patience is slightly less for the boys. I am a mother of a girl and a boy, so I don't know. I know the difference of both. Generally, there are exceptions. Okay, so the passion, the compassion, patience, and affection. These are the things required in any job. So as I told, the self-support combined with this one, the creativity and the boldness. You don't depend on anybody. You don't need any support. Okay. Once you are in a motherhood, definitely you need a support, especially for taking care of the young children. The best possible way is to, if the parents are there, your parents or the in-laws are there, the best. Otherwise, take a good support. Don't think I can do everything, and then the children will have a very tough time. That is the thing. Maybe now most of the organizations are providing leave. Of course, government is giving in addition to maternity leave, 2 years childcare leave is there. I think most of the organized sectors it is there now. So that type of support is there. If it is not there now, that is what is required. Probably that is the right we should ask, because a motherhood or a mother is not a liability to the organization. They are there to bring a next generation in the best possible manner. So this leave is not going to be a waste. Many people used to say, no, these ladies, as you know, they will take leave and go. I told, see, they are taking leave because they are to bring up the next generation, mold the next generation, support the next generation. We all have been conditioned to take care of the house in the most, you don't do any sacrifice for the house. You forgo the promotion. I know many of my friends who had forgotten the promotion just because of the taking care of the family. Of course, I was lucky enough not to face such difficulties. Or I told no compromise on such things. My office is also there, then my house is also there. Okay. Then what is the support you needed? Fine, no? Leadership level. See, every person is a born leader. You think that I am a leader. I'll tell one very small example. As I told what is it? Lightweight officer. My height is also slightly less, okay? So people always just like my friends and all sometimes Shobhane okay pokkam koro alle ingane parayum pokka koro something like that. They will tease me. They used to tease me in some. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഒരിക്കൽ ഒരാളോട് പറഞ്ഞു എന്നെ അടുത്ത് തല കുനിച്ച് നിൽക്കാതെ ആരും സംസാരിക്കൂല. Do you all agree? Because I am short, the person has to bow in front of me. So that is where I had what is that? ആ പറഞ്ഞ എനിക്ക് പൊക്കം പറയാൻ എന്നെ എല്ലാവരും എന്നോട് തല കുനിച്ചേ സംസാരിക്കുള്ളൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. That ends the matter. I am very happy that there is a small stool kept here. Most of the places not be there. I was so happy to see that. This is what the support required. No, you will get it. You get it. You ask for that. What support you need? Be bold to ask what you genuinely know. But just being a lady, I have not asked anything to any officer. Being a lady, sir, I want this. I want a posting like this. I want work like this, or I will not do this work. No, I have not used. Sometimes some officers earlier, lady officer, I told so, I am only an officer, I am not a lady officer. Be bold. But yes, demand what you genuinely need. Nothing wrong. If I go to any office, I first ask a footstool. Because normally the chair will be slightly round. That is another thing. By design, it is like his story. Now the AI is also his AI. Or any design, any house you constructed, readily made constructed house. I wanted to tell all the civil engineers and architects sitting here, the average height of the ladies are slightly less. Nowadays, maybe the Gen Z is slightly taller. We all face the difficulty. In the house also we need a stool, especially in the kitchen. Why? Because the design is for the fellow, sorry to use that word, the boy, the man who has designed for his height. Most of the places in hotels you go, the mirror will be on top. Is it not? Practical aspects I am telling. Please note. Please customize these things also. Or to the extent possible, take care of these things that height is not the important thing. Height is not the important thing. That's what I wanted to tell. Okay, next question, please. Or anybody else? I think you want to add something to that?
So actually I am listening what Shavana ma'am is saying. So self-support and self-sufficient should be there. But at the same time, I felt that support from the family is also needed. Self-sustained is a good thing, but at the same time, support from the family is also required. So in my case, the same time ma'am is saying like that in climbing the building, top of the building. And the same thing happened in my life also. We have to monitor the air quality in stack. So I climbed in the stack along with the male officers. Yeah. So that's a part of our job only. And travel. Lot of travel in my official career. Nationally, internationally, state-wise, interstate, intrastate, different offices. But at the same time, we are ladies, we are doing multitask. So by born itself, we'll having a self, doing the capacity, compassion and other things. So that automatically means involuntary that will come in ladies as well. So the support from the family is a very, very important factor, because my husband, he's also supporting for doing all these things to me. My children also. So support from the family for doing this multitask. So the other things I want to make an advice to the ladies, students, or fellow ladies here, that do it the thing mindful. Do the thing very carefully. Don't distract it from other thinking. So what happened in yesterday or what will be in the future. Don't be tensed. So do the things, the present day, the present work, mindful. There not be any issue. So I didn't never felt any type of discrimination or any type of things in my official career in these 34 years. So do the things mindful, careful, and dedicate. There should not be any issue. That's all.
Thank you. So I will also add on to those points what Madam has told. Yes, we need support. We have to have our support first, our conscience first, and support, yes, definitely from, first is for during education, our parents, second from our family, and yes, when you have the kids and all, definitely family support is needed. Otherwise, you may need to have some childcare or something like that in the environment where you are working. So a childcare center should be an apt thing. So actually in ISRO or in VSSC where I am working, we don't have that as of now. Not as of now. When I was like 25 years before, when I had my small daughter, so it was very difficult for both of us were like working. So it was difficult for us to leave the kid at home and go. And there was parental support was unluckily not there. So we had found a maid and we had to leave into that maid. So there were instances when my kid was not at all well and I had to take leave. And that also goes on during that time. So later on we felt that if the kid can be brought to office or somewhere near the office where a child care place can be identified, the parent or mother can at least come and see the child in between during lunchtime or something like that. So we have started in a small way in BSSC. As of now, there is a childcare center, but only 2 or 3 kids are there because BSSC is actually very far from the city. That was one of the main, bring the kids from the place to this place will be difficult. But yes, somehow it can be overcome if that is a necessity. Or you should have somebody who is very much reliable to leave the kid when the kid is very small. So yes, childcare center, I would recommend that something along those lines can be thought of as part of an initiative. And then later on comes the elders. Elder care also will be like important at some point of time. When the kids grow up, yes, we'll have the parents to look after. So when they are not well, again, you will be the one who will be taking leave or looking after them. So that all adds up. Though there are nowadays, most of the our other gender also helps in when the elder care comes, not fully with the child care, but with the elder care, they are also contributing because they are also trying to understand. Still, there are lacunas in those areas. So for the elder care also, if we can appoint somebody who can go to them when we are not there or when we are in office. We will not be able to take leave at all points of time. But when they have to be taken to hospital or taken some medicine or be there with them, somebody whom we can understand. Being elders, they will be able to speak. The child, it is not in that level. So they will know that this is okay or not. So finding somebody to be there or elder care support, it can be managed by societies. I've heard that in European countries and all, there are groups available who go to these houses or to parents for the geriatric care and all. So such type of care in some institutions or some voluntary teams and all can be formed. It's not for the total leaving to them, but taking care of them in need. So something along those lines also will be affecting us. And yes, leadership, that also evolves as we come up the ladder, but there are trainings also given. most of the gents will be allowed to go for the training once they reach some level. But I would say that all the ladies should also be going for such type of training wherein they will be able to find the spark, or wherein we will know that, yes, this is a leadership quality. We may be thinking, okay, this I know, but this doesn't come in. But while attending some good level of trainings, this all can also be like triggered up, which all will help in the total overall process of our growing up in the society also. Thank you.
So because of the time limitation, maybe we will stop with this one question. And I think the whole panel has deliberated on very important points, and they have brought up really strong outcomes which you can take forward in your life, you know, also the guidance of what it can be taken forward. So what I can see also in these discussions, a lot of things which has been like building the inner strength, at the same time being bold, being courageous, you know, you yourself treat as one among the others, which is most important. And naturally, ecosystem, wherever you are, whether it is family or office, there need to be an ecosystem which is compassion driven, which is gender parity driven. If that is there, there is nothing needed for women alone. Everything what we are seeing is for the whole. Because people try to say that daycare is for the women. No, the kid is for the man and the women. So it is actually for all of us. So the ecosystem is built with the compassion driven approach, where you may have elderly care, where you may have, you know, child care, whatever it is, or the leadership training. All this is needed as a compassion driven approach when you bring in. And at the same time, gender parity, like ma'am was talking about having a small stool there for us to stand up. It is not for the women who is not that tall. There are men who is not tall also. So you have to look into both cases. So sometimes what happens is all of these are projected as women's need. It's actually not women's needs. It's a need of everyone for this ecosystem to build. That's what it is bringing. And majorly, if you look at, we try to project women as beneficiaries, but we are not the beneficiaries. We are actually the people who are transforming. We are the architects of transforming this community. That is what we have to bring up, and we take forward, and we move forward with our strength as love and compassion. I think these are the major things which came up during the discussions, and I hope I have not missed out major points. Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you ma'am. Thank you all of you. Thank you for
It was indeed a very, very active and wonderful to hear all of these experienced women speaking about what they have learnt all through their career and their life. I'm sure most of, I know that the engineering students here, this is the engineering campus, you must have had the best time to hear what your future is going to be, right? You heard about how everything is moving so fast, and where you are going to reach, you might have got an idea about it, and you are well guided to take forward your life along with your wife or mother or sister. So you are also, as boys are also in the audience, you are also well guided, I believe. And the girls, we know how powerful we all are. We know the Shakti in us. It is only time that is needed, and the proper guidance which is needed to bring out that Shakti in us. Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha ma'am. It wouldn't have happened so very well without you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I thank every panelist here, and I also thank all the audience and the participants, and especially the HODs and the staff members. I'm sorry I'm not picking up everyone's name, but I thank everyone. And for formal thanking, I would like to call upon Dr. Asha for the felicitation ceremony.
Now it's time to felicitate our distinguished panelists. First of all, I would like to welcome Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh, who moderated our session Pragati in such a beautiful manner. And I would like to welcome Dr. M.K. Shiba, who is the convener of this program, to felicitate Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh. Now we invite Srimati S. Shrikala Madam. We invite Srimati S. Shrikala Madam to receive honor from Samarth Nari, Samrudh Bharath South Indian Women's Meet. And I also would like to invite Dr. S.N. Jyoti Miss to felicitate our Shrikala Madam. Please. Guru honors Shishya, and that's the parampara of Bharata. Now I invite Srimati V. Shobhana ma'am to receive the honor from Samarth Nari Samrudh Bharath. And I also invite Dr. Usha Devi ma'am, who is a professor, Department of ECE, to felicitate our V. Shobhana ma'am.
We'll consider for the next program.
Now, I invite Dr. P. Srilata ma'am, who is the head HRDD VSSE, to receive honor from Samarth Nari Samrudh Bharat. I also invite Dr. Parvati ma'am, who is the head Department of Social and Bioinformatics Science, to honor Srilata ma'am. Thank you once again, one and all, for being a part of Pragati, our session regarding technology and women.
We'll end this session with a Shanti Mantra. I request the panelists and the faculty members to stay back after the Shanti Mantra for a photo, and then we'll have 10 minutes announcement and presentation about the national event which is going to happen on March 7th and 8th. I request all of you to raise for Shanti Mantra. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramayah, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. we'll quickly have a photo session, and then we'll have a presentation. Faculty members, we'll have a photo with the panelists and our distinguished moderator as well. We'll have a photo session. Students are requested to please stay back. We have a presentation regarding the national event. Ma'am, we'll take a photo. Faculty members, organizing members, please come onto the stage quickly for a photograph of this panel.
Old man.
I request all of the dignitaries to please be seated. I request all the dignitaries to be seated. We have a presentation about the national event. As you see on screen, it is Bharati, Nari to Narayani. It is National Convention of Women Thought Leaders of India, which is to be conducted on 7th and 8th of March 2026. For this, we have two of our distinguished guests from Bharatiya Vidyat Parishad, Aruna Vayuvegla, who is currently pursuing a doctoral degree as well in Sanskritam from Karnataka Sanskrit University. We also have Dr. Swati Basapur, who is a scholar and researcher specializing in the intersection of ancient languages and modern technology. I request both of these dignitaries to present and introduce us to the national event, and I would like to also request you to go through the brochures and the process of how to register, and the interested faculty members and also the research scholars and students are welcome for the various events which are planned for the national event. They'll introduce it to you. Ma'am, over to you.
Namaste, everybody. या देवी सर्वभूतेषु नानारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. Good morning, everybody. I'm here to introduce you about an upcoming national convention for women thought leaders. You might have heard Bharati Narayani, Nari to Narayani since morning. The event that is happening today is actually a satellite event, pre-event, which is a countdown to the actual main event that is happening in March. So we are trying to get many women leaders, thought leaders from across the country, and to engage with us, engage with this particular platform, and to contribute with their ideas. So we know women have been, we know them about their, we have talked about women's empowerment since morning. We have talked about women-led development, and Amma's ashram and Amma's activities are a testimony to this particular initiative. And now, to this year, in the International Women's Day, the motto is Give to Gain. And we are trying to take that thought a little forward by saying connecting women who give with women who can gain from this. So the motto of the Bharati Nari to Narayani conference is connect, that is connect women from one part of the country to another part of country, support them, and also stand with them. So recently in the panel discussion, one of the panelists had mentioned that we, women have the power within, and it is just that we need to nurture that power and provide that necessary ecosystem so that they can flourish. The motto is to take our India into a developed country by 2047. So the catch phrase or the ethos of the entire conference, the convention, is connecting India through connecting women. Earlier, we have heard that if we take care of our women, they will take care of our country. So the idea is we need to unlock the collective wisdom of women working across different parts of the country, and also to make them a united force, so that right now there are people, different organizations, different initiatives are happening from different parts of the world, but within India and abroad. If we combine these efforts, then it can become a united force, and this will lead to social and economic transformation towards Vikasit Bharat. So in the brochure that you have received today, you do have the objectives that are there. I will not, the main objectives of this convention are given here. But the focus is three-dimensional, where we are trying to figure out what are the issues that are limiting women across different sectors, different strata of the society. And the challenges will be there in different, like in telecom, there could be some challenges. There could be a different challenge for a woman in a village. So we would like to understand all what are the challenges and what are the provisions available. Like it was mentioned that the child care, there is no creche for the women in this thing, and in some places perhaps there are no toilets. And in when women are going on the field and working, there may not be such infrastructure facilities. So these are the limiting. This is something that we know, but there may be other things that we may not really know. The idea is to collate this information, to collate the challenges, and we may have some innovative ideas that can come up from the people on the ground. So our vision is to carry forward these innovative ideas, collate them, and discuss, put it up among the panelists in Delhi as our convention, and at the end create a document for submission to the government so that there can be some transformative changes at the policy level, at the infrastructural level, and at different levels. So that is the objective of this particular this thing. So if you see, there are earlier the moderator had already mentioned about the different themes. So the first theme is the Vidya. We do have a good gender ratio in the Vidya section, but what happens is even in the STEM education, it is, when I looked at the statistics, the number of women in taking up the science and maths courses are high. They're good, but translating them into career, the moment it comes, it reduces. So why is that so? So obviously there is something that is not enabling them to pursue an education. So I do not know the reasons why, but people who are in the field, who are actually, they might have an idea. So those, if we can share those challenges and also what can be done to mitigate those challenges. So that is Vidya, and there are other aspects like, ma'am has actually started doing her education again later on after a gap, doing research. Now, I'm also doing the same thing, but it may not be possible for many others who want to come back and study later on. One is a reticence. There is like, what will people say? So what is the barriers that are stopping them from continuing education after taking care of their family or of their, so that is Vidya. Similarly, we have Shakti, which we have talked about. One thing that has not been discussed today is that the financial literacy of people, of women, how can they manage their money effectively? We are very smart in terms of savings and all that. That is inherent in our DNA. It came into light during the COVID. But how can we be more smart in terms of investing and making our money grow? That everybody should be taught. All students should be taught, but women especially, we do have the schemes, ma'am has mentioned about microfinance schemes that are there in the rural. If we actually enable a little more with more knowledge to them, they can do wonders. So those are the things that we want to discuss. Then you have Mukti. Mukti has been discussed, so I will not go into more detail. The She energy is that also we have covered. Another thing is the Sanskriti part. Sanskriti is the women were carriers of the knowledge from one generation to the other. We were living in joint family, and inherent practices, some ethics, as we sing, civic sense, some kind of, those were all translated from one generation to the other. Today, because of different media onslaught, we have a lot of different culture invasions that are there, because of which our value systems have changed. How do we ensure that our traditional value systems, while adapting to the modern requirements, does not really erode our basic foundational senses? That is the focus of Sanskriti.
Prakriti is the gaps in supportive ecosystems for women who want, and the health part. So this Kriti is to focus on the success of women, what who have done. So there may be stories of women in your neighborhood who have done wonders. We would like to share, know about them. Poster presentations or video presentations can be submitted. Then there is the action plan. Kriti is the main purpose is to yeah, so you want to take this, Swati?
I'll take 2 minutes. This is about the Kruti, actually, the last part, where we are calling for action in the sense when these kind of pre-events are conducted, we want to collate your recommendation or suggestions and create a position paper so that we can recommend to the Government of India or concerned authorities. And so that's why these satellite events are conducted. And for the organizers, this is a message that they have to collect these today's recommendations and send to the email. There is an email on the board, and that can be sent. And please participate by registering for the event. I will share the website and the link with the organizers, and that will be shared in your groups probably. Please make it a big success by participating in this event, and let's make a change together. These are the expected outcomes. Key policy recommendation to be submitted to the Government of India. Creation of Bharathi as a platform for regular engagement. Let's connect women. It's like a LinkedIn network. We should have a women's network also. Formation of sector-wise women leaders collectives. Building of network of women to draw a strategic growth path for nation. Drawing a map and vision for annual convention of women thought. So let us meet annually and make it very successful. So let's together connect Naris. To be Narayanis, a strategic power. You have always been great support. Now it is time to be Narayanis. Thank you. Yes, you all are. Yes, yes. We were always both, but now it is time to show that we are Narayanis.
Now make
Others also Narayanis, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aruna ma'am and Dr. Swati ma'am, for traveling all the way from Bangalore to explain the Bharathi National Conference to the students of Amrita University as well the students of Central Sanskrit University. As we all know, in our 29 states, the pre-events are going on regarding the development of women through the development of our national development through the development of women. Thank you so much. Now it's time for our lunch and refreshment.
All are requested, all the students are requested to move towards the Annapurneshwari hall along with your badges so that they identify you as a participant of this program. Please find the badges inside the file which is given to you. I request all the faculty members and the host students to please accompany them to the... Any change? Yeah. Yes.
Namaskar. So all the faculty members and students of Amrita will be having your lunch from Annapurneshwari Hall. The registration kit would have your badge, so it's very much necessary that you wear the badge to get inside the Annapurneshwari Hall. And all the dignitaries and panelists and other invited members are requested to move to Anugraha Hall for your lunch. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Now the next session will begin by 2 o'clock, so we all shall be in the hall by 1:45. Please note, we will be in the hall, or especially the students, we will be inside the hall by 1:45 so that we begin the next session by 2 o'clock sharp. Namaste.
didn't say any recommendations. Any one madam said about the correction. I didn't to collect from others.
Civics should be civics it is no more in the syllabus, so that needs to be incorporated. It's no more in there.
CBSE it is there.
No, no.
I just
No, it
not
is
with the
incorporated.
collected with political science.
Yes.
Now it is political science.
And moral education is same, but Paura Dharma is not same condition. Like, for example, I remember learning that they should walk in the road at the right side, drive in the left. So I see the next generation, the students of ours don't know.
They don't know. Niyama Pada means the study of constitution is compulsory during 9th standard. Otherwise, you cannot attend the SSLC examination. But it is completely regarding the constitution, not Paura Dharma. These have no rights, duty. No, that is that matters. I mean, that is good. By hearting and by
But we move to the lunch, it's getting late. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಂಜನಾ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅವರು
ಕುಂಜು ಎಲ್ಡಿಯಾ
Namaste. I request all the students who are outside the auditorium also to come in, and we are going to begin the afternoon session.
Vishwa.
If you have, and you're the best person to design and and if you understood them enough, then you will be the best person to introduce. Om Namah Shivaya, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. This is the afternoon session, Sudharma, Women in Society and Careers. We have an esteemed panelists here, our esteemed panelists. And let me introduce first our moderator. We have with us Dr. Bhavani Rao R., who is the Dean, School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, Amrita Puri, Coimbatore and Faridabad campus, Director, Amrita Multimodal Applications Using Human-Computer Interactions, Ammachi Labs, Amrita Puri, Director, Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, Amrita Puri. She holds the UNESCO Chair on Gender Equality, and she holds the UNESCO Chair on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. She is Associate Professor, Department of Social Work, Amrita Puri campus. She is the Program Director, Women's Empowerment Initiatives, Mata Amritanamayi Math. We also have among us the panel members, Advocate G and Anjana Devi, who is still expected. We regret that she is running late. Her train is running late, and she will join us soon. And she has some important meeting to attend, so she'll leave early as well. Professor Nirmala Padmanabhan, she is the Dean of Extension and Incubation, St. Teresa's College, Autonomous College, Ernakulam, and she is Independent Director, Dhanalakshmi Bank. We welcome you, ma'am. Shrimati C.V. Sajani, ma'am, who is founder and chairperson Bersat. She is vocal for Local and Entrepreneurs Forum, MSME unit. We welcome our moderator, ma'am, first with flowers. We also welcome Professor Nirmala Padmanabhan. Next, I would like to welcome Shrimati C.V. Sajani, ma'am. And then Dr. Manjula C.M. She is Assistant Professor from Department of Prasuti Tantra and Stri Roga. And she is from the School of Ayurveda, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham.
Namaste. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shakti Rupena Samsthita Namastasye 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 Namo Namaha. സ്ത്രീകൾ മാറ്റം തേടുന്നില്ല, അവർ തന്നെ മാറ്റമാണ്. ഇന്നത്തെ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ സ്ത്രീകൾ സമൂഹത്തിലും തൊഴിൽ രംഗത്തും കൈവരിക്കുന്ന മുന്നേറ്റങ്ങൾ വ്യക്തിപരമായ നേട്ടങ്ങളായി മാത്രം കാണാൻ കഴിയില്ല. അവ നമ്മുടെ ചിന്തകളിലും ഘടനകളിലും ദിശകളിലും സംഭവിക്കുന്ന മാറ്റങ്ങളുടെ പ്രതിഫലനമാണ്. ഈ സെഷൻ സ്ത്രീയുടെ ജീവിതത്തെ സമഗ്രമായി കാണുകയും അവരുടെ സാമൂഹിക പങ്കാളിത്തവും തൊഴിൽ മേഖലയിലെ വെല്ലുവിളികളും അനുഭവങ്ങളും സാധ്യതകളും ആഴത്തിൽ പരിശോധിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, തൊഴിൽ, സാമ്പത്തിക സ്വയം പര്യാപ്തത, സുരക്ഷ, ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണം, പരിസ്ഥിതി, സംസ്കാരബോധം, ഇങ്ങനെ സ്ത്രീയുടെ വ്യക്തിപരവും സാമൂഹികവുമായ വളർച്ചയെ രൂപപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന വിവിധ തലങ്ങളിലൂടെ ഈ സംവാദം സഞ്ചരിക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം ആത്മവിശ്വാസം, സ്വത്വബോധം, മൂല്യങ്ങൾ, കുടുംബബന്ധങ്ങൾ എന്നിവ ശക്തിപ്പെടുത്തി സ്ത്രീ ശാക്തീകരണം എങ്ങനെ സാധ്യമാക്കാം എന്ന ചോദ്യവും ഇവിടെ ഉയരുന്നു. ഭരണനയം, നിയമം, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, സാമൂഹിക പ്രവർത്തനം എന്നിവയിലെ വ്യത്യസ്ത മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്നുള്ള അനുഭവ സമ്പത്തുള്ള നമ്മളുടെ പാനലിസ്റ്റുകൾ ഈ വിഷയത്തെ അതിഗംഭീരമായി തന്നെ സമീപിക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രത്യാശിക്കുന്നു. അവരുടെ കാഴ്ചപ്പാടുകളും അനുഭവങ്ങളും സ്ത്രീയുടെ മുന്നേറ്റം വ്യക്തിഗത വിജയമല്ല, ഒരു സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ പുരോഗതിയാണ് എന്ന ബോധ്യം നമ്മിൽ ഉറപ്പാക്കും. ഈ പ്രതീക്ഷയോടെയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടാമത്തെ സെഷനിലേക്ക് എല്ലാവരെയും ഹൃദയപൂർവ്വം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ സംവാദം ചിന്തിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിലേക്കും പ്രവർത്തനത്തിലേക്ക് നയിക്കുന്നതിലേക്കും മാറ്റമുണ്ടാക്കുവാൻ സാധിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. ഓവർ ടു യു, മാം.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and very happy to see all the students over here. Good afternoon, welcome to Amrita. And let's start our session today. It's a very interesting session. So it's a session, the theme of the session is Nari to Narayani, which means from human to divine, but from a feminist perspective or a feminine perspective. So it's from silent strength to strategic force. This is the topic. And when I looked at the audience, when I first came and sat, I saw a lot of boys and very few girls. And I was like, this is going to be a very interesting conversation because it's probably not for girls. We have to maybe make it for the boys. But don't you think it's just as relevant for boys to be here in the audience as it is for the girls? Yeah? Can I hear the girls say something? Do the boys feel that? Okay, they had their lunch, but I probably think they didn't get the energy out of it as yet. But it is important. At least I think would say 70% of you are here and where you are because of your mothers, if not 80 or if not 90, I would say. So you have a very important role to play in this conversation, and then this conversation is just as pertinent to you as it is to the girls in this audience. So it's a very interesting concept, and I must congratulate the people who have come up with the concept of this panel. So they want us as a panel to focus on a few concepts, and I will explain the concepts. I'll also explain to you the format of the of the panel before moving to actually introduce a little bit more in detail the panelists who are sitting over here and the panelists who will arrive. And then we will move into the panel full. So the main themes that they would like us to explore are profound. Interestingly enough, they ask us to explore this in terms from a feminine perspective, from a woman's perspective. I wonder how many panels are there that will ask us to reflect on the same values, but from a men's perspective. Very rare. Whenever you talk about a woman, you're always talking about multiple dimensions, never single, never just mother. She's also the power, she's also everything else with 100 hands. And so you look at women in this universality, and interestingly enough, there's never an exclusion of men when you talk about women, so it's just as relevant to you. So the main themes that this panel would like to reflect on is Vidya, knowledge is power, Shakti, Atmanirbharata, which is self-reliance, Mukti, which is liberating self. You know, these are philosophical constructs, but they want us to unravel these in the current context, in today's context, and as relevant to your life. The fourth is Chetana, the she energy. Fifth is Prakriti, nature to nurture. Sixth is Samskriti, strengthening the roots. Seventh is Siddhi, which is stories of success. And the eighth is Kriti, which is plan of action. So our speakers today will unravel these philosophical concepts on how they played out in their lives and share with you lessons of what you could possibly implement into your own lives as well. And so we would love to invite you as the audience to listen, to take home lessons from their lives on how best to navigate the world, whether it is you as a person, as a woman, or you as a young man who will surely get married or have most probably a significant other who is female, and how to navigate the world that is in the best way possible for the two of you together. Not just at home, it could be even at work. That said, I would like to also share with you that at Amrita, these concepts are also very seamlessly, effortlessly woven into the philosophy and the plan of action within Amrita. When Amma envisioned a university, it was not just in terms of education and not just knowledge sharing, but it was supposed to be something that is transformational. And this is what we strive for at Amrita. So in that sense, Amma has given us a roadmap. She has explained that education should have 5 goals. And I hope that some of you here at Amrita, the students from Amrita, have at least come across these 5 goals. If not, it would be nice if you could just perk up your ears and listen to the 5 goals of education. Because first is the education that you need for a living. You need to get your bread and butter in a job. That's the first education. This you all know. But the second kind of education is also for your mental well-being and your mental health. The third kind of education that Amma says is the attitude of gratitude. So you should be grateful to everything that is around you, and you should understand that you are where you are because of everything else that is contributing to your position. And the fourth kind of education is to understand that not just to have the attitude of gratitude, but that you have a debt to repay. It is something that you are supposed to give back to the world. And that is also something that education should instill in you. And the fifth goal, which is the most profound, is to understand your part in the whole, is to understand your significance in the universal, in the universal existence. And these are the 5 goals of education. If you look at it, it maps so nicely to the main themes of this panel. And the work that we do even at Amrita when you're talking about women empowerment is also multi-pronged, multifaceted. We always approach gender equality, women's empowerment as systems approach. We have our own framework for women's empowerment, which is a systems-based framework, because you can't look at empowerment, you can't look at stories with any one facet. So while the main theme of this panel is going to be on how women fit into the world of work, reflecting on these values without sacrificing these values, inculcating, incorporating these values into their lives, while at the same time being successful in the world of work, into the future of work, you have to understand that you can only do this through a systems approach. And with that, we had like an excellent line of panelists, and I think some of them are here to show. And our panelists actually reflect some of the same aspects that we look at when we are talking about women's empowerment from a multidimensional perspective. The panelist immediately to my left, and I will read out her biodata. I'm sorry, I'm not well-versed enough to be able to talk just like that. So ma'am, please excuse me for reading it out. But Professor Nirmala, I just had the good fortune of meeting with her and just chatting with her for a few minutes over lunchtime. Professor Nirmala Padmanabhan, she is the Dean of Extension and Incubation at St. Teresa's College. She is actually an economist by training, and she's very involved in the financial sector, finance, one of the multiple dimensions of empowerment. And she is here to talk about not just finance, but her journey towards of a successful existence as a woman, and to be able to move forward in the world of work without compromising or inculcating the values that we just talked about. So Professor Nirmala Padmanabhan is an academic leader and a social impact advocate with expertise in gender economics, local governance, environmental studies, and entrepreneurship development. So I hope that there are a lot of young women over here who would want to be entrepreneurs, and young men whose wives will be entrepreneurs, so that you know how to support them through their journey. She heads Extension and Incubation at St. Teresa's College, and she serves as Independent Director at Dhanlakshmi Bank. She also leads the TIBIC, the Teresian Innovation and Business Incubation Council. Her work has earned several international and national recognitions, including the Green Gown International Award in 2023. That deserves an applause. Can we hear it? Thank you. She has collaborated on research with international universities and contributed to multiple government committees on gender, planning, and public expenditure. So please joining again to welcome Professor Dr. Nirmala Padmanabhan. And we have another really, really exciting, dynamic panelist, Srimati C.V. Sajani. She's an entrepreneur, she's a politician, and she's the founder of Bharath Branding and Entertainment Company. She is an entrepreneur, she is an MSME leader, she heads Bharath Branding and Entertainment, and she is the state convener and a media panelist with an active public life that began through the VHP. She is deeply committed to nurturing entrepreneurship, especially women's entrepreneurship and self-reliance. She also runs the local NGO, Vocal Local Forum. Very interesting name, Vocal Local Forum. It's an NGO that was established in 2020 following the launch of Atmanirbhar Bharat to promote Vocal for Local, the Vocal for Local movement. She is also a regular speaker and a debater engaged in social and community issues. So you have a powerhouse over here. She's here, very happy, and she's taken the time, willing to share with you her journey and the lessons learned in her journey. So again, a very warm round of applause. Greeting, ma'am. Thank you. I hope I'm seeing the boys clap too, right? You're proud of her, yeah? So we have the third panelist of this session, and a very, very happy and very warm welcome to Dr. Manjula. Dr. Manjula is from Amrita, so she's an Amritan, yeah? And she is a doctor. Another very, very important dimension of women's empowerment is health. We oftentimes sacrifice health, and especially women are known to be martyrs when it comes to their own health. So health, but at the same time, is one of the most critical. You can't really do good. You can't even really look after families if you don't look after your health. And so she'll give us very, very important, critical insights to women's health, how you can not just make it a part. It doesn't have to be against values to look after yourself. And so she will give us perspectives on health A very warm round of applause to Dr. Manjula. She's an Ayurveda, I'm going to read out her detailed thing. She's an Ayurveda physician. She's an academic specializing in Prasuti, Tantra, and Stri Roga. Very, very pertinent, which is obstetrics and gynecology. And she works here at the Amrita School of Ayurveda. She has experience across clinical practice, pharmaceutical production, community health outreach. She has done specialized training in holistic family management, counseling, women's health, clinical research, and has delivered sessions and seminars, medical camps, and awareness program. She has also presented her research papers at national and international forums. Now you can give me the warm round of applause for dear Dr. Manjula. Yeah, you're a very nice audience, very happy. Now I think the food is kicking in and you're all energetic. So now we will move on to our panelists. I would just read out quickly the format that is there. So we'll ask each of the panelists to give a short presentation of 10 minutes on reflecting on the topic of the panel, and which will be followed by a small moderation session, and then we'll open it up to the audience for questions. So if that's okay. So the session will be bilingual, and so I hope all of you can follow both languages. Thank you.
So each of us have to start. Yes, we can start. Yes. Fine. So good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'll just touch upon basically my own experience in connecting to that. There's nothing better than my own experience connecting to these themes. The first theme is, I'll just see they've given a very extensive, comprehensive list. It's not humanly possible to touch upon everything, but one or two which I think are relevant as far as my experience is concerned, I'll share here. One is knowledge is power, how you improve. I'm touching upon just one aspect, that is curriculum gaps and barriers to learning. I was telling my own experience, I was a very arrogant teacher, honestly, because I had the best of teachers. I had a maths aptitude. I studied in JNU. I taught for marketing and pricing theories for 20 years. All my students used to teach me, ma'am, tell me you're a very good teacher. So I had all this confidence that I'm a very good teacher. I started a startup just for environment conservation 2-3 years back, and I realized I don't know the basics of costing and pricing. I don't know what I taught for 20 years. So my first point for curriculum gaps in all our institutions is, please stop. Yes, theory is important. I'm not saying it's not important. It's only one small part of it. The real part is when you get out into life. So all of you who are here studying in an educational institution, you think you have acquired a lot of knowledge. This is nothing when you get out into life. And that is the practical experience that we need, is much more than what you ever learn. So if at all you have internships, in the curriculum gap, I'll say that curriculum has to really get into the realities, the ground working or functioning of whatever. It can be any area. Get practical experience. Even I've seen my BCom students not knowing how to do any accounting. So get into real practical experience. And second, please, now at this age of 60, I'm learning business. So second point is, please get the point of lifelong learning. We can never ever stop. We'll have to continuously learn. Learning is eternal. So these are the two takeaways I would say regarding this. One is the curriculum gap that the entire policy this has to, and second is, now coming to self-reliance, the second theme, that is self-reliance and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Yes, money in your hands is the best power that everyone, without having financial resources, one can never ever have independence. There is no doubt about it. But my second point is, so getting a job, all of you here would like to get a job, get money into your hand. But second point I would like to say is, having money alone doesn't ensure that you are financially self-reliant. I've seen so many of my colleagues still asking their husbands if they want to spend money. So second is have control over your resources, whatever it is. You should have control over your resources. And third is, I never had that because the concept of financial literacy, how many of us have ever planned or been taught? I think that is an integral thing that lacking in all our. See, if you ask my generation, maybe youngsters are smart. Youngsters, I think, have no financial planning whatsoever. They just live for the moment. Earn, spend, enjoy. Tomorrow doesn't matter. What happens to tomorrow doesn't matter. I see that as attitude. But my generation, we would earn, we would put money in the bank or somewhere. We never had a financial planning. So my request in my own educational institution is, see, when we, many of us who took some insurance is because some agent approached us and told us that you will get some tax deduction and something. So we just joined in. Did we ever do a comparative analysis of the various insurance? Which is best for us? So please, kids, learn that financial planning. If you look at all the successful investors, Warren Buffett, everyone, they all used to invest. And I think India needs people who invest in capital markets, systemic investment plans, but we all need to have financial literacy is something that is hardly ever taught in any of the. That's a life skill that is needed across disciplines, I would say, which is lacking. Now I'm going to combine two additional points, that is self-worth and a balance between work and family. Honestly, my work-life balance was pretty bad because I chose teaching because I could take care of my family. My parents were doctors. They never had time to look after. I never had grandparental support. And nowadays, all mothers are scared to leave their children because, you're scared what happens to them. So I was juggling between my work, feeding my child, everything. So my son would come back from school and say, Amma, you just made me a sandwich with just some bread and some vegetables in. My friend's mother made prawn biryani for me. I used to score 0 in that. Or if there is ever an F degree, I would be F degree. Okay. Then another day, and I'll tell you, my son who was, now to be a mother, I would say that word that Narayani, ladies are Narayanis. Now men also will have to be Narayanis if you are going to manage your family. Luckily, boys are also getting into taking care of their families, and childcare it's stupendous job, 24/7 without any leave, without any rest. Then one day I'll just give you another example. To be a parent now, you all have to be engineers, you have to be everything. One project was make a model of a house. Luckily, I got some clay. I made a mud hut for my 5th standard child. I said, okay, this is casin. Luckily, that coconut climbing wala came. I got a coconut leaf, medanya ola, put it there, and I said, this is like casino and all. They have this ethnic huts. It's very good. So he took it to school, one hut and this. And as an anxious mother, I'm waiting at 4 o'clock. He's coming back. I said, Moni, how is your project? He looked at me and said, mine was the worst in the class. There I scored an F, Z, I scored a Z degree, I think. So I said, my friend had a house which had an electronic garage. Obviously, a 5th standard child can't do it. His father must have done it. I also helped my son, but it was just, I had only 1 hour to spare. Okay. Another friend had a house with a swimming pool. These are the things you're going to have to do when you have children. And third one, that was my friend, okay. Her daughter had come with a 2-storied house with full matchsticks. I asked her, how did you do this? She said, I've been spending 1 month on it. My God, I don't have that kind of time. So I always used to score F, literally. I was a miserable mother because I don't have time. Then we, as Centrisas, we conducted the first Model United Nations. And IIT, my students had gone to IIT Madras. Everywhere, Vellore, everywhere they came. Then my son went and joined in Vellore for his engineering. And so happened that he was talking to his seniors, somehow from Kochi and all. Then they said, oh, you are from that? I said, my mom was working there. oh, you're that teacher's son. She's so smart, and why are you like this? Oh, that day I scored an A plus. Okay, so so my point to all the working mothers or fathers is Chetan Bhagat is quoting that never aim for an A plus in everything you do. You might score F in some days, you might score A plus in some days, but be happy if you have a C or overall C. You cannot do everything yourself, so be happy with a C. Try to do whatever you can do. Remember, and that is how I think I maintained my self-worth, because I will someday score. And I could score after nearly 20 years, but then I scored an A plus. Okay, that is my point to everybody. Don't try to be Narayani in everything. You cannot be, but but we have to see. We have to balance all our roles and try to do the best in wherever. I used to feel my work is, I have my duty to my students, not to my family alone. So you have to know that, and that is my point regarding that. And if I just one more point, and I think I'll stop. We'll come to the next round. I'll stop now. One more point, I'll just say. I'll talk about stories of success. Yes, in my college, I was able to bring a lot of awards, not because of me alone. That is the next point I would like to do. One cannot attain everything by yourself. I think the secret of my success is two things. One is teamwork. Learn to be part of a team. A team with, with what one person alone cannot attain, but with teamwork you can do wonders. And that is how we were able to bring up nearly 13, 14 awards to our institution because of our teamwork. And second is that giving back to world, which you were talking, Amma was also saying, yes, I believe that we have to give back to the world. And that spirit along with teamwork is what brought us the success. So with this, I think I'll stop. We can always continue later. Thank you so much.
Now I can? Okay. So the most respected dignitaries on end of the dais, the Yuva audience, namaste. I'm so happy to see so many boys, so many brothers in the audience rebooting Shankaracharya's sloka from Saundarya Lahari. You might be knowing, right? Shivashaktya yukto yedi bhavadi shaktah prabhavidam nache devam devo nakhalu kushalaha spandidum abdi. You know the meaning? സ്ത്രീയും പുരുഷനും ഒന്നിച്ചു ചേർന്ന് പോയെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ ഈ ലോകത്തെ ശാക്തീകരിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. നമ്മൾ ഈ നടത്തുന്ന ഈ സെമിനാർ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അതുപോലും മീനിങ് ആവുകയുള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ പാനലിസ്റ്റ് ആൻഡ് മൈ ഗുഡ് ഫ്രണ്ട് ഹാസ് കം. വെൽക്കം. So, all my boys, I want to ask you the topics we discuss here, whether you will practice in your life, yes or no? Yes, very good. Okay. First of all, I congratulate the team, Amrita and the Central Sanskrit University for taking up such a proactive and powerful theme, Samarth Nari, Samarth Bharath. See, നമ്മൾ ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം നടക്കുന്ന ഈ സ്ഥലം, നമ്മൾ നിൽക്കുന്ന ഈ പുണ്യഭൂമി, അമൃതപുരി, Mata Amritandamayi Amma. Amma herself is a personification of the slogan Samarth Nari, Samarth Bharath. നോക്കൂ, സുധാമണി എന്ന ആ ഒരു കൊച്ചു കുട്ടിയിൽ നിന്ന് അമൃതാനന്ദമയി എന്ന ലോകത്തിന് മുഴുവൻ വെളിച്ചവും ശക്തിയും പകരുന്ന ഒരു സ്ത്രീ ശക്തിയായി, ശക്തി സ്വരൂപിണിയായി ഈ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ആധുനികമായ എല്ലാ ആവശ്യങ്ങളെയും നിറവേറ്റുന്ന ആത്മീയവും വികാസവും പുരോഗതിയും എല്ലാം ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുകൊണ്ട് ആത്മീയതയുടെ സ്നേഹത്തിൻ്റെ കാരുണ്യത്തിൻ്റെ സന്ദേശങ്ങൾ ലോകത്ത് നൽകുന്നതോടൊപ്പം അമ്മ established the world-class universities, the world-class schools and colleges and the hospitals to serve the society, to empower the society, to empower our youth, to utilize, to practice our science and technology for the welfare of the nation, for the welfare of the world, for the entire, mankind. So, Amma herself is the personification of this slogan. Lokam kanda, ekkalateyum ഏറ്റവും ശക്തി സ്വരൂപിണികളായ സ്ത്രീത്വത്തിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും ഉദാത്തമായ മാതൃകയാണ് അമ്മ, അല്ലേ? യെസ് ഓർ നോ? യെസ്. അവിടെയാണ് നാരീത്തു നാരായണി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആ വാക്യമുണ്ടല്ലോ, അത് നമ്മുടെ മുൻപിലുണ്ട്. നാം എന്നും പ്രണമിക്കുന്ന ആ അമ്മ തന്നെ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ നാരീത്തു നാരായണി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആ ശ്ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ആപ്തവാക്യത്തിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഉദാഹരണമാണ്. See, when we go back, when we look into our history, see, we have a very rich, proud history of womanhood. See, നമ്മളൊക്കെ ഇപ്പോഴാണ്, we all have very recently have become the debaters, the preachers, speakers and panelists. But look at our Veda kalam. See, we have good debaters like Gargi and Maitreyi who, you know, who spoke, who debated among the Pandit Sabha. So our knowledge, our world of knowledge starts from there, from Veda Kalam. And when we come to the freedom movement, Rani Lakshmi Bhaiയും കിട്ടൂർ റാണിയായിരുന്ന റാണി ചെന്നമ്മയും വേലു നാച്ചിയാറും കുയിലിയും ഒക്കെ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടി വളരെ ധീരമായി പടപൊരുതിയ the women who ruled their country very successfully, who fought for India, who fought for nationalism, who fought for our country. See, നമ്മൾ ഓർക്കേണ്ട മറ്റൊരു കാര്യം കൂടിയുള്ളത്, all these women, they were family women, they were mothers, they were housewives, but they ruled their country, they dedicated their life for the mankind, for their country, for the people in the country, for the freedom movement. See, ഇവിടെയാണ് നാം കാണുന്നത് the multifaceted strength, the multifaceted responsibility of women. See, we can transform the silent strength to service of the country, the service of the nation, to empower our country. നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പോൾ വേദകാലം തൊട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പം നോക്കുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. അതായത് സ്ത്രീ എല്ലാ കാലത്തും ഇന്ത്യയിൽ വളരെ ശക്തരായിരുന്നു, എല്ലാ രംഗങ്ങളിലും വളരെ ശക്തരായിരുന്നു. ബട്ട് വി ലോസ് ദ പവർ സംവെയർ ഇൻ ബിറ്റ്വീൻ. ദ ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാരുടെ ഭരണകാലം തൊട്ട് ദ പോസ്റ്റ് ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻസ് പീരീഡിൽ ഫോർ around ഒരു 6 decades, within the 6 decades, we lost that glory to a certain extent. പക്ഷെ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു 10 വർഷം കൊണ്ടാണ് നമുക്ക് ആ ഗ്ലോറി അത് വീണ്ടെടുക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്. അത് വളരെ വളരെ അഭിമാനകരമായ ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞൊരു 10 വർഷത്തിൽ സ്ത്രീകൾക്കുണ്ടായ വിപ്ലവകരമായൊരു മാറ്റം എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ, നാം ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന രംഗങ്ങൾ അത് ഇത് തന്നെയായാലും അവിടെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു ഫ്രീഡം നമുക്ക് ലഭിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പം അവിടെ നിന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ കഴിഞ്ഞൊരു 5 വർഷത്തിലാണ് we see lots of women entrepreneurs around. We hear entrepreneurship everywhere, the development, the MSMEs, self-reliance, ആത്മനിർഭരത എന്നീ വാക്കുകൾ. ഇപ്പം 2020 നമുക്കറിയാം, കോവിഡ് കാലത്ത് our Prime Minister Modi ji has presented a package, Atmanirbhar Bharat, for the country, for the revival of our country, where the vocal for local, the concept was the premium component of this package. And I want to tell you that the package was not only an economic one, but it was a beautiful bunch of confidence. COVID കാലത്ത് നമുക്കിങ്ങനെ മുൻപോട്ട് പോകുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയെന്നൊക്കെ ഓർത്ത് നമ്മൾ തളർന്നിരുന്ന സമയത്ത് this package has given us a tremendous inspiration, strength and confidence to move forward again, to conquer the world. That is the vocal for local. Vocal for local is the concept is you utilize the local manpower, the local market, the local raw materials to strengthen our economy, to local economy. Now the slogan has moved to vocal for local, local to global. അതായത് നമ്മൾ ലോക്കലി ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്ന മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, നമ്മുടെ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളെല്ലാം ലോക്കൽ മാർക്കറ്റിലും ദെൻ ടു എക്സ്പോർട്സ് ടു ഗ്ലോബൽ മാർക്കറ്റ്. സോ entrepreneurship has moved long way actually, especially the women. ബട്ട് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഇവിടെ മാഡം അത് ഇവിടെ നിർമ്മല ടീച്ചർ ഇവിടെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചു, ദ ചാലഞ്ചസ് വി ഫേസ്, യെസ് വി ഹാവ് ടു ഓവർകം ദ ചാലഞ്ചസ്. അപ്പം അതിന് മുൻപിൽ നമുക്ക് ചില ഉദാഹരണങ്ങൾ കൂടി പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഐ വിൽ ക്ലോസ് ദ സെഷൻ. ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ലൈഫും ദ പേഴ്സണൽ ലൈഫും ഫാമിലി ലൈഫും ഒക്കെ വളരെ സക്സസ്ഫുള്ളായി മുൻപോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയ ചില ലേഡികളിൽ, ചില സ്ത്രീകളിൽ ഒരാൾ നമുക്ക് വിനോ ഇന്ദിര കൃഷ്ണമൂർത്തി നൂയി. ഷി വാസ് ദ ചെയർമാൻ ആൻഡ് മാനേജിംഗ് ഡയറക്ടർ, ഷി വാസ് ദ CEO ഓഫ് പെപ്സിക്കോള. അതായത് ലോകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പവർഫുള്ളായിട്ടുള്ള 100 വിമനിൽ ഷി വാസ് ഓൾവേസ് ലിസ്റ്റഡ്. ഈവൻ ഷി വാസ് ലിസ്റ്റഡ് സെക്കൻഡ് ഇൻ ദാറ്റ് ലിസ്റ്റ് twice actually. അതുപോലെ ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഇന്ദിരാ നൂയിലേക്ക് പോകേണ്ടതില്ല. നമുക്ക് കാണാം നമ്മുടെ മുൻപിൽ ഒരു സംരംഭക, ഒരു മികച്ച സംരംഭകയെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പോൾ ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് നെയിം കം ടു അവർ മൈൻഡ് ഇസ് ബീന കണ്ണൻ. പക്ഷേ ബീന കണ്ണൻ ആ ഒരു സക്സസ്സിലേക്കുള്ള അവരുടെ ആ ഒരു യാത്രയുണ്ടല്ലോ, അതത്ര ഒരിക്കലും അതൊരു ബെഡ് ഓഫ് റോസസ് ആയിരുന്നില്ല. അത് വളരെയധികം യാതനയുടെയും സ്ട്രഗിളിങ്ങിൻ്റെയും തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. സോ വൺ ഷി വാസ് ടെല്ലിങ് ഓൾ ഓഫ് എ സഡൻ ഹെർ ഹസ്ബൻഡ് got sick. Husband is hospitalized. All her children are very small in the school, so she has to manage her business, the family. She was running in between, and all this name and fame came to her in later stage only. So what she അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യമുള്ളത്, so all these weaving activities was done in North Indian villages actually. അപ്പോൾ ഷീ യൂസ് ടു ഗോ ദെയർ. അവിടെ ഉള്ളവരെയൊക്കെ വോട്ട് ഷീ എന്നുള്ളത് പറഞ്ഞ് കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്ത് അവരോടൊപ്പം ദിവസങ്ങളോളം ജീവിച്ച് ഹൗ ഷീ ഹാസ് ഡെവലപ്ഡ് എ വേൾഡ് ഓഫ് ഹെർ ഓൺ. അപ്പോൾ അത്ര വലിയൊരു ഡെഡിക്കേഷൻ, അത്ര വലിയൊരു കഠിനാധ്വാനം ഇത്തരത്തിലെ ഓൺട്രപ്രണർഷിപ്പിൻ്റെ അതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാം സക്സസിൻ്റെ എല്ലാം പിന്നിലുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ ഈ വിമൻ ഓൺട്രപ്രണേഴ്സ് എന്നാൽ മാത്രമല്ല, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് ഒരു പുരുഷനൊപ്പം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മുഖ്യധാരയിലേക്കൊന്ന് വരണമെങ്കിൽ വി മേ ഹാവ് ടു വർക്ക് ടോയ്സ് ഓഫ് ത്രൈസ് ആക്ച്വലി. ഒരു പുരുഷനേക്കാൾ ഒരു 2 ഇരട്ടി 3 ഇരട്ടി നാം അധ്വാനിക്കുകയും നാം പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ബട്ട് ലക്ലി ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ വേൾഡ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, വിമൻ ഓൺട്രപ്രണർഷിപ്പിന്, വിമൻ എംപവർമെൻറ്റിന് ഈ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ പോളിസികൾ, ഈ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ഭരണാധികാരികൾ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവിധ സപ്പോർട്ടുകളും തരുന്നുണ്ട്. So what I request all my women, all my sisters to embrace all the policies, all the support extended from the government, and you become self-reliant and be part of the saga of Atmanirbhar Bharat in Amrita Kal. Thank you.
Again, amazing timing, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a very inspiring talk. And would love to first maybe welcome quickly the panelist who's just joined us. And then before we move on to the next speaker, and I also understand that, ma'am, you're in a bit of a hurry. You have another meeting. So if it's with your permission, Dr. Manjula, I will take this time. So again, please, I hope everybody is awake, and I'm sure very inspired by ma'am's talk. So please join me in welcoming at the end of my introduction. Our panelist for today is Advocate G. Anjana Devi, ma'am. And ma'am is a member of the advisory board to the National Women's Commission. So she sees the struggle and the pathways and the journeys of women across all landscapes, all scapes of life. She is a lawyer, and she's based in Trivandrum, and is the only representative from Kerala on the 21-member advisory board of the National Women's Commission. What an honor that is. What an honor. Sure. She has previously served as the State Secretary for Bharatiya Vichara Kendram. She is the State Convener of Mahila Samanvayam. She is also a National Committee member of the ABVP, contributing extensively to women's leadership and public engagement. Please give her a really nice and loud please. Thank you. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. And if you would give us your 10-minute intervention, I think they have, you have all the details of the event and the program. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Dear dignitaries on the dais and the organizers of this wonderful program, and to the youth of India. Actually, I'm very happy to be here and attending this program. But unfortunately, today, National Women's Commission arranged another meeting. All the states are presenting their report and one presentation regarding their safety policy for women, and we have to evaluate it. The program is still running, and so that was the hurry I have. But I will give my message. Actually, I prepared a small speech. We cannot call it as a speech. I will give my message, and after that, with a humble pranam, I ask your permission to leave because that meeting is still going on. I think I can leave after that. Is that okay? Okay. Today, when I look at the faces in front of me, I can see the architectures of tomorrow. It was Swami Vivekananda who profoundly said, education is the manifestation of perfection already present in man. Actually, you are not here to be filled with the facts. You are here to discover the genius that already resides within you. In our journey, we must realize that knowledge is power. But let us be very clear on that. Knowledge is not just what we have found between the covers of a textbook. It is the clarity of vision. It must be the clarity of vision. For the young women in this room, it is knowing who you are, what you are for, or what you stand for, and exactly where you are going in this hasty world. That will often try to tell you who you should be. As young people, you are often advised to look for support from the outside world. But today, I advise you to look towards for self-reliance. Our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji has declared that we are on a sacred journey towards Amrita Kal, and by the year 2047, the centenary of our independence, we aim to build a Vikasit Bharath. In India, that stands for at number one in all aspects of life, in education, in agriculture, in science and technology, and in all aspects of life, we want to be number one by the year 2047. That's the vision of our Prime Minister, and he declared that we have to achieve that. So it is our responsibility to achieve that Vikasit Bharat by 2047. The dignitaries and we are all, I think we may not be able to watch it, but it is a responsibility of the young generation facing me. It is their responsibility to build the Amrita Kal. That is what Narendra Modi ji told us. When Sri Narendra Modi ji became the first Prime Minister of India, he held something that moved the soul of our nation. I think you all remember what he did before entering into the parliament. What he did is, he did a Sashtanga Namaskar at the entrance, treating the temple of democracy with the highest spiritual reverence. The same reverence we show to our holy worshipping places. And also in his very first address to the nation, he shared a profound vision. Can you remember that address? When he first addressed the people of India as a Prime Minister, he shared a profound vision. Any one of you? That is in 2014. He declared that the true development of India could only happen with the full participation of women, who represent half of the population. Anyone remember? He profoundly declared that if you want India to be a progressive nation, the percentage of women is nearly 50%. So the participation of that women is essential. It's a must thing. Only with their total participation, India can be the Vishwa Guru. That was his profound vision. So that is another responsibility we are bearing. He knew that a bird cannot fly only with one wing. It was from this deep conviction that he launched a series of transformative projects, ensuring that Nari Shakti is not just a part of the journey, but the very essential engine of India's journey towards Amrita Kal. The government has recognized that for India to rise, we must move from women development to women-led development. This is not just a slogan. It is being built brick by brick through historic initiatives by the government. Think of the Ujjwal Yojana, which has provided over 10 crore gas connection across India. And this was never just about fuel. It was about the health and dignity of women and liberating them from the dark smoke in the kitchen. And another project that we call is Jal Jeevan Mission. For decades, our sisters in rural India walked miles for a single pot of water. By bringing water to every tap in our home, the government is returning those lost hours to every woman so they can invest that time in their own education and building in their career. For your future, the Suganya Samruddhi Yojana ensures that every girl is seen as a pillar of financial strength. And for the aspiring entrepreneurs among us, the Mudra Yojana has changed the face of Indian business. Nearly 70% of the collateral-free loans have gone to women. And this is why government is saying, we trust your talent and here is the capital for you to fly. So we have to utilize that. A tree can grow only as high when its roots are so deep. For us, the roots are found in our Sanskriti, in our Dharma. I want you to be very clear about that. Our Sanskriti is not about any religion. It's a way of life of the people of India. And in our tradition, we do not begin things with rights. We begin with kartavya. It's our duty. And the nation now fulfilling its kartavya towards its daughters by passing the historic Women Reservation Bill, Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, the government has ensured that you will not just be voters, but we are the lawmakers. We are going to be the lawmakers, and we have the right to define the destiny of our country. Even on the moon, we have planted our flag of value. When India touched the southern pole of moon, PM Narendra Modi named that place as Shiv Shakti. This is a profound philosophical statement. Shakti, Shiva represents Shangalp, the holy determination, while the Shakti represents the Samarthya, the capability to achieve it. It reminds us that behind every great achievement, it is the feminine energy of capability resides. Our scriptures teach us that the universe is interconnected, and never hesitate to own our own identity everywhere we are going. A woman proud of her root is a professional who cannot be shaken by the winds of change. We believe that Vasudhaiva Kudumbagam, the world is one family. But we have always remember, only when you are deeply rooted in your own values, you can truly embrace the global world. And I want to conclude by saying, I want to share a narration by Srimati Smriti Irani ji. I heard this narration in one of her speeches. But when I met her personally, I asked her whether this is a story or a real incident. She looked at me and said, yes, this is a incident happened in India. So I want to share that narration of Smriti Irani ji in front of you. As we all know, before becoming a MB or a minister, Smriti Irani ji was a celebrated artist. She was once comparing a television program. She was interviewing successful people and reflecting their influence on our society. And one fine day, an elderly lady was waiting for her to interview. Smriti ji was a little bit late, and in a hurry, she came to the lady and asked me, "Ma'am, how can I introduce you before the audience?" The lady with a gentle smile replied that, "You can introduce me as a mother who tried to kill her own daughter." Smriti was stunned. She put down her notepad and asked her she wanted to hear the whole story before starting the interview. And the lady narrated her story that she had been married very young into a very large joint family. She was very happy at the initial stage, and eventually she delivered a baby girl. Within a year, she was pregnant again. When she delivered her second baby girl, her husband was reluctant to even visit her in the hospital. He told her brother that, "We cannot afford a second baby girl. If she can get rid of that baby, she can come to my home. Otherwise, she cannot." From a Kerala perspective, we will think that her brother will help her, he will support her, but nothing happened. Her brother did not stand up for her, and helpless and without any income, she felt that she had no other choice but to kill the infant baby girl. She took her 48 hours old child, baby, and she went straight into the garden. And on the peak of a freezing cold winter, she put that baby into the garden and waited the whole night. And she was very sure that the next morning the baby will no more. But she was very exhausted, because we know that it is only 48 hours after her delivery. But when the first rays of the sun hit her eyelids, she was in a rush. She was in a hurry to pick the dead body of her little girl. But as she looked down, she saw her baby blue from the cold, but struggling for breath, and she was still alive. In that moment, her soul awakened. She thought, if this baby girl, only 48 hours of age, with no education and with no support, can fight for her breath, and she can fight against the entire universe, then why can't I fight for her? I have the strength to fight for her. She realized that truth, and that changed the life of the woman, and she became mother of thousands and thousands of abandoned girls. So Smriti Irani narrated this story everywhere. But while hearing this story, we realize that we also possess the same power, the same energy that resides within us. So my message is very short. I want to tell you that our education is our right and it is our light. Our self-reliance is our weapon, and our dharma, that is our root. The government is doing a lot of projects and infrastructure of opportunity to the youngsters, but that inner strength, where we have to find it? We have to find it in ourselves. Like the baby in the garden, we all are born with the power of survival. We can survive the coldest night and build a career and can change the world. So the youth of India, the message is very simple. In society, we have to be the pillar. Be the pillar. In our career, be the leader. And in our soul, be the Shakti. The world will tell you that the sky is the limit, but I tell you, the sky is only a playground for us. Do not wait for doors to open. Instead, build the house yourself. Go out, strengthen your roots, and let the world see the power of a youth that is proud, knowledgeable, and self-reliant. A generation that will not just watch the future of India, but will be the future of India. And it is the responsibility of you all that we have to make the future of India a better, not better, it's the Vishwa Guru. Modi ji declared that we are going to be the Vishwa Guru by 2047. So it's a responsibility of you people that we have to make India a Vishwa Guru. That's the humble message for you from me. Thank you. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful message. Ma'am, because you're going to leave right after this, so maybe with the indulgence of the audience and also with Dr. Manjula's permission, I'm going to ask you a very quick question, just one question. And this is because we're looking at the future of work, and we're also looking at the future, like you said, in front of you. The future, a big part of our future is going to be artificial intelligence. And I was wondering if you would share with us what the National Commission of Women is doing towards making sure that AI doesn't create new vulnerabilities for women. It is equitable and it gives safe access, and it can empower the women of the future. So please share with us what is on your mind in the National Commission for Women.
Actually, National Commission is planning a roadmap for the coming 10 years, and we are working on it. So artificial intelligence will be a key theme in it. Definitely, we are going to explore all the possibilities of artificial intelligence. And we, as ma'am said, we know that without artificial intelligence, we cannot move forward. Because in everything, we can simplify things by artificial intelligence. So National Women's Commission is planning its roadmap by using the help of artificial intelligence, and also making sure that this will help the future of India in a better way.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. We'll share with you our reports so you can present it as Kerala's work at
Thank you, definitely. And I want to request you to make any, if you have any suggestions, then please message me or let the organizers know that we can include that suggestions in our roadmap also.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. And we would love to honor ma'am before she leaves. Yes, please.
I request Dr. Zina S. Pillai, a professor in chemistry, Amrita School of Physical Sciences, Amritapuri, to honor Advocate G. Anjana Devi, Member Advisory Board, National Women's Commission. I also request the moderator of this panel, Dr. Bhavani Rao ma'am, also to join, and we'll have a photograph with her, and the other panelists as well. We'll have a photograph with her. Thank you so much, Anjana ma'am. You did it. I mean, you told us that you will not come for this program, but we are grateful that you came all the way just for these words and these powerful words. It will stay in us forever. And you chose the right examples to make us understand how important we all are as human beings, as female. Thank you, ma'am. We will resume the discussion.
Thank you. And now, much awaited, Dr. Manjula, we're waiting to hear from you. Please share with us. Health is important. Always we put it last, don't we? But maybe the last sticks in our mind. Please.
Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of my beloved Amma. Pranams to Swami Achyutamada Swami. Pranams to all the dignitaries on the stage, and my humble pranams to all those present here. I would like to take this opportunity first to thank the organizers and the coordinators of this wonderful event, Vidyapeetham and also Central Sanskrit University, for giving me such a fortune to share this dais with eminent personalities. Let me start my talk with an Ayurvedic principle, that is Loka Purusha Nyaya. So according to Ayurveda, we all are a miniature form of this cosmos. or this world. So if we look into the world, nature, according to Ayurveda, it is made up of 5 elements. In the same way, every one of us are made up of the 5 elements. And all the diurnal changes and the seasonal changes that is happening in the nature is actually visible in our body also, but in a subtle form. So the daily changes, what we are seeing, the sun, the presence of sun in the daytime and the presence of moon at night, it influences our body as well as mind. We will be feeling energetic in the presence of sun, whereas we will be very calm and restful at night in the presence of moon. So we can see the cyclical changes happening in the nature. So in the same way, similar cyclical changes are happening in our body too. That means daily some sort of changes is happening from morning till night, as well as during all the seasons, during all the seasonal changes. Our body also responds accordingly. So it's like nature is not different from us, or we are not different from nature. Like Amma says, Srishtiyam Srishtavam Rendalla. So when we look at this changes, the cyclical changes happening in the nature, it is more appreciable when we investigate a female body. I'm not telling that in men this influence of nature is not there. I'm not telling that, but it is much appreciable in a female body. Why? Because female body is considered as a play of hormones. Throughout her life, she is experiencing a roller coaster ride of emotions. We must say from birth till death, and it is evident from puberty to menopause. And this affects not just her, but the society also. So just imagine the beauty, this rhythm, the cyclical changes, or the rhythm that is seen in this nature, if it is disrupted, how it will be. So the beauty of nature can be enjoyed only when this rhythm is maintained. And if this rhythm is disrupted, we will have to face some disaster that we have already experienced, like tsunami or COVID, like that. In the same way, in a human body also, if this rhythm is lost, or if this cyclical changes is disrupted or is an imbalance, we will have to face disaster as a disease rather than health. So, as an Ayurvedic physician or a clinician, I would like to point out certain challenges that are faced by women with respect to their health. So, I have already told this hormonal changes is visibly seen, or it's more appreciated, or it's more experienced from the puberty till menopause. That means once a girl child is into her puberty, she will experience a lot of bodily changes, physical changes in her body. And one of the most evident thing is menstruation. And from then, she is experiencing that particular phenomenon or the physiological thing during every month. And we all know, especially girls, and nowadays even every man also know about all these things now. It's not a taboo now. In olden days, it was a taboo. But now we all are open-minded, and we know what is happening in each and everyone's body. So during menstruation, there is a fluctuation of hormones, And this happens during the first 7 days, and then nearing the ovulation, another hormone will be working, another mood. After ovulation, a different hormone will be working, a different mood, and then back again to the menstruation. So just imagine the whole month, it is like roller coaster itself, right? So if it is in balance, a woman can actually enjoy or celebrate her health because it's physiological. But if it is disrupted in any way, if any imbalance happens in her body, it's not easy to cope up with that. So there, a lady herself cannot just overcome without the support of the society and family. So this is about the puberty level. Coming to the reproductive stage, when she enters into the reproductive stage, what is happening? She will have to face that pregnancy and then postpartum period. During this period also, many physiological and anatomical changes are seen, like in both in the body as well as in the mind, because of these hormonal variations. So the important thing during the pregnancy and postpartum is she need to take care of the baby also along with her. And after that, in postpartum also, she will be very confused. She will be very confused if she has not planned that pregnancy. During the pregnancy, if she has not planned the pregnancy, she will be in utter confusion. Similarly, in the postpartum period also, if she is not aware how to take care of herself, how to take care of the baby, she will be in confusion. That you might have seen in many cases postpartum depression and all is nowadays it's very common. So according to me, that's not just because of this hormonal variation. We society, as a society, we also have some role in it. Lack of proper awareness and the sensitization, okay, all those things matters in this regard. So in all these stages of her life, from puberty, pregnancy, postpartum, and then menopause. During menopause, this is another phase where all these hormones who are the queen or the king, now it becomes a villain because they get bored and then just disappear all of a sudden. So just imagine someone who was there with us throughout our life, immediately on a particular day just escapes. How we will feel? The same feel happens for that woman. Now all those hormones who were there with her till her menopause, though at times triggered her mood, but and some happy moods are also the response of these hormones, right? So at menopausal level, every hormone is come to decline. So she will be into aging. So if proper awareness is lacking, she may not be able to accept that. Her skin starts changing, her face starts changing, her sexual life changes, her career will be disrupted. The education, especially in young girls, puberty, reproductive life changes, all those things. What I already explained, like during menstruation, pregnancy, and postpartum. At all these times, their education and work is also disturbed. So what I wanted to tell is, throughout the stages or the phases in a female life from puberty till menopause, she is facing a lot of challenges. So Ayurveda recommends charyas and paricharyas in this regard. So charyas are usually, you might have heard dinacharya and ritucharya. Charyas are those regimens or the routines that are to be followed by oneself. So depending upon the season, the Ritucharya, the seasonal charyas differs. But when we consider a Garbhini and a postpartum lady, that we call it as Sutika. In this regard, Acharya has specifically coined a particular term. It is Paricharya. Paricharya is Paricharanam. That means we should give Paricharana. We should take care for. We should take care of her. So all those charyas like Dinacharya, Ritucharya and even Rajaswalacharya. Rajaswalacharya are the regimens or routines that are to be followed by a Rajaswala or a menstruating woman. All those things can be done by ourselves. But for a Garbhini and a postpartum and a lady in postpartum, one more additional person is there, right? Not just the lady, but within the lady, in a Garbhini, a small baby is also there in her womb. And in postpartum, she is a lactating mother. So she has to take care of her baby. So it is a responsibility of the society to take care of that woman during her pregnancy period as well as postpartum period. So Acharya has purposefully coined that term Paricharya. In another occasion also, Jata Matra Paricharya is there, taking care of newborn. So in the tradition, in Indian tradition, Stree is not considered as weak. And Acharya has used this word not because she is weak, only because she is so precious. She is precious. So we have to take care of her. So we don't take a stone and keep it in our cupboard or locker, right? Unless it is a diamond. So something precious only we will take care of. Like the Z security given for Amma, President, Prime Minister and all. Why? Because they are the most wanted people for the society. Similarly, women is one of the most wanted personality in the society, and she must be taken care of because she is the foundation for the next generation, healthy generation. So
just almost out of time.
Okay, let me just conclude. So when we consider this particular beautiful theme from Nari to Narayani, I would like to introduce three terminologies, 3 P's, that is protection, participation, and power. So we have to protect her just because they are precious and not weak. Give her opportunities, safer places, provide safer places. Do the pujana, as Manusmriti tells, do the pujana by giving her, by accepting her ideas, and make her from Nari to Narayani by making her a decision maker than merely a caregiver. I would like to conclude my words by quoting Vivekananda Swami's lines that Swami has told in one of his books. Without the upliftment of women, world's prosperity cannot be achieved. Without women's progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manjula. Thank you. This is a very, very interesting a talk. I took down a lot of points. I'm going to just take a few minutes to nudge this conversation just a little deeper before I open it up to questions. Questions to my really wonderful audience. I'm just hoping that you will ask provoking and thought-provoking questions. So the sub-theme, the subtitle of this panel is Exploring the Balance Between Professional Excellence and Social Responsibility. So this is the sub-theme of this panel. And I'll ask my questions in reverse. I'll start with you, Dr. Manjula. A lot of thoughts came to my mind, which is, before I even go down to that, it was, if you just look at the panel and the kind of conversation that they took you through, we just kind of, I won't summarize it, but I will show a pattern. So we started with, okay, I'm good. It's not exactly in the same sequence, but Anjana ma'am set a very national level stage, right? So she talked about the nation level things on women's empowerment and what is going on and things like that. And then Sajni ma'am
also spoke at the national level, but then she brought it down into the community. She brought it down into the concepts of entrepreneurship and what it meant both at the national level as well as in society and community. And Nirmala ma'am then talked about the community aspect, but she also brought basic concepts from a family perspective and touching upon the individual perspective. And then Dr. Manjula brought it down actually to the actual individual, at the same time connecting it to the universal. So it's actually a very beautiful thread. If you see, they've kind of, among the panelists, have touched upon almost all aspects of our existence. So can we hear a round of applause for the panel for that? So Manjula ma'am, so I was just thinking, so when we study vulnerabilities of women and we study all this, what has not been done right by women over time. From the medical literature, you find out that most of the drugs that have been designed or researched, they research it on men because of all the very things that you said, because of all the hormonal changes. Most clinical trials do not include women. So the medicines that we take, that we think are meant for us, are actually have never been tested on women. And this is what the literature says. This is one of the biggest things. So you take the paracetamol, know well that paracetamol has not been tested on women. It's been tested on men. These are the inherent biases that we have in just everyday science and everyday world. That's how much women are excluded from even something as fundamental as health. How many of you knew that? You all didn't know it. In the audience, how many of you knew that? We have one hand that went up, 2 hands that went up. So this is how much of exclusion there is, bias there is against women. It is good for you to know these kind of things. But I have a question, ma'am. Okay, so you mentioned about different hormones and different phases of these hormones. Most of the time you hear this and it's used against women, not for women. Oh, she's too emotional. She can't do it. She's not going to last because she's so emotional. These are always used against women. How do you think you can change this narrative to a positive? It's true we have emotions. It's true we have hormonal changes. Can you spin a positive aspect, because we are talking about, and I come back to our subtitle, exploring the balance between professional excellence and social responsibility. How are our emotions, how are our hormones actually going to contribute to professional excellence? This is my question to you.
Thank you for the question. So the first point Madam raised, that about the clinical trials. The thing is, in research, women and children, also the pregnant women, they are grouped under a vulnerable group. So in most of the researches, the clinical trials, they are excluded.
Very convenient.
Yeah. And another thing is, just imagine if a man had a fever, he can just go and take a paracetamol. It's an over-the-counter medicine, and take it. But in case of a woman, she will have to think twice. Am I pregnant? Should I take this? Will it harm my baby? I'm lactating. So if I take this, will it affect my baby? So all these things comes in her mind, and she's in dilemma. So she will have to think twice and thrice, and then only she will take that medicine, especially those belonging to these categories. And why this clinical trials exclude women? I take it in a positive way, because
that is a positive.
No, at times we have to think it in a positive way. Why? Because they are building the next generation. So if something happens in them, actually it's going to affect the coming generation.
But you have not tested your medicines, and how can you give them the medicines?
Yeah, that's the point. That's why in everything, if we just think like that, we will be the sufferers all the time. So maybe because of that, I think in medical community they think twice to take women community and the children to the clinical trial, just because they doesn't want to interfere in the health of the next generation. But as ma'am said, if it is in the case, how we know that this medicine, how it is acting in a female body because of these hormones, how it will be interfering with these hormones, all those things, of course it's there. But in most of the cases, since we can consider it as a human body, just like in trial, we do a trial, before a human trial, we do it in a rat, like in vivo studies and all. We know that the entire body system is different, but we are, certain similarities are there, just because that, considering that, we are doing it. So in some cases, some medicines trial, in those trial, these group are excluded. So there is a thalidomide disaster. You might have heard that was tried in pregnant women, and what happened? The generation and generation after those generations suffered. Like the resultant of that particular trial led to the development or the formation of monster babies. So every trial, before taking every trial, they think twice whether to include women community or children. Maybe because of this, I guess. And maybe this is not a satisfying answer, I know.
I'll summarize it for you. You don't know the point that whatever you're taking, the medicine could actually really, really hurt you. So they decide to leave you out because they're being protective about you. But they still put the drug out on the market so you can try it and figure it out for yourself.
No, not exactly.
Oh yeah, it is that. They're making money in the middle. Okay, seriously. That was not a good explanation. But I understand, but it is, if you are making money from it and you put that drug out on the market without testing it on women, that doesn't count as compassion.
That's why we welcome people
It
to
doesn't
Ayurveda.
count as compassion, I'm sorry.
That's about the modern medicine, ma'am. That's why we welcome to Ayurveda. We consider...
Okay. All right, go to Ayurveda because it's been tested on women.
No, because in Ayurveda, it is individualized. We see the prakriti, we see the sattva, that means the mental strength, the physical strength, everything. Person to person, the treatment changes.
Excellent. Excellent answer. Now, ma'am she managed to train the entire conversation and really given Ayurveda. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
That was an excellent, excellent answer. Okay, but you didn't answer the other question, but I'll come back to it if there's time for the second part of that question. So sorry about the trick question, okay, but I have to entertain my audience, right? Were you entertained? A little bit? Yeah? Okay, good. So my next question, I think, I'll ask Sajni ma'am. Ma'am, actually when you were talking about the heroines in India, I was actually reminded, we are working in Rajasthan, in Barmer area. This is where, I don't know how many of you know about the Bishnois and Amrita Devi. The Amrita Devi Puraskar, which is the environmental award, was given to this community of Bishnois. They're the original tree huggers in India, okay? They're not just in India, anywhere in the world. 373 women were slaughtered because they tried to save the trees by hugging them. And this is like amazing. The thing about it is that heroism oftentimes is recorded during times of strife. It's when you have wars, when you have conflicts, when you have strives, then the heroines come out and then their stories are documented. It's almost always, and going into the world, the geopolitical world that we have today, we have all kinds of crazy things happening. We have Trump saying that he's going to take over Greenland. We have Denmark saying, no, you can't. Then we have the Europeans sending their allies over there. Trump puts tariffs on India. India's not happy. China is there in the picture. Russia is there in the picture. Israel is there in the picture. Iran is there in the picture. And we are all, you think you're comfortable right now, students? You do not know whether you're going to be comfortable tomorrow. Pay attention. Really, really pay attention. We don't know how fast a slip into a third world war can happen. And this is why Atmanirbhar is important. You're enjoying your phones today. You think you can use your phone tomorrow? No. You have to learn to build these things yourself.
This is why it's important. And this is why this conversation is important. It's important for the women here to be participating in the building of India. Am I right or wrong? Yeah? Are you sitting up and listening? The little boys at the back where your head is almost to the side of your chair? Are you listening to me? Hello? Sleepy ones over there. There's a little one over there. Wake up, please. It's important because you may not have a country that is this safe that will allow you to sleep at the back of a hall tomorrow. Okay, if you're not actually paying attention to what's going on around the world, and if you don't make sure that the women can participate. This is why what our ma'am says was so important. MSMEs, entrepreneurship, Atmanirbhar Bharat, it is very, very important, and it's going to hit you in your faces, not us. We'll be old and dead soon. Okay? So my question to you, ma'am, in a place when, you know, a lot of us, our societal structures have broken down, right? So we don't have family help necessarily to take care of things, and that those kind of structures are not there. So how do you see the world of work progressing for women in a way without the kind of, so with each generation the societal scaffolding is disappearing. So what our parents had, we did not have, and what the students over here, they are not even going to have the kind of scaffolding that we had. So how do you see women's active participation in the world of work with almost no scaffolding?
See, the modernization, self-reliance, it doesn't mean, you know, ignoring our tradition, our culture, our way of life. See, when we put forward the slogan, the vocal for local and the local for global, or make in India, see, we use the word India, we emphasize on local, the local people, our bhumi, the local culture, the manpower, and the raw material. So based on that, a self-reliant, a progressive, a sustainable manufacturing, a self-reliant progress, you know, the saving, the retaining both the human and the nature.
All right, ma'am. Do you see the role of the care economy somehow in this? How would you look at, because that's again one of the, it's kind of related to the question of how the scaffolding, and we know that the care economy is something that's being discussed quite a lot. Do you, any thoughts on that at all, or you just, it's, maybe AI and robots will do the work, I don't know.
See, AI also going to promote our saga of self-reliance, Atmanirbhar Bharat, no doubt. It opens new doors, explores new horizons. We have to utilize it. See, AI is a technology. It's not a human being. It doesn't have a brain, but the brain is created by us, we human beings, we the brilliant, technocrats, the humans. So many opportunities are opened. So we need not worry about it. But how we create an artificial brain, that is important. That is important. So that brain should work for the progress, the welfare, and the development of the nation and the mankind, the human beings, the animals, the entire earth. It should be for construction, not for distraction. All developments, including AI, all industries, all movements should be for construction, not for distraction.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for that thought, especially on AI and about AI for societal good. My last question, ma'am, Nirmala ma'am, please. Again, you actually touched upon some very interesting things. I mean, work-life balance was one of it, unrealistic expectations, sisterhood.
which I thought was very, very interesting. And I know also that you work on the blue-green economy. I want you to touch upon it a little bit. The reason is I want to understand, why is blue-green economy important to these young people over here? How does blue-green economy tie into women's empowerment, and why is it important to those who are sitting in front of us?
See, before I touch into blue-green, can I add something to what she said? See, you asked a very relevant question. Social scaffolding is going. അപ്പം എങ്ങനെ ഇപ്പം ഇരിക്കണ ഈ കുട്ടികളെല്ലാം പെൺകുട്ടികളായാലും ആൺകുട്ടികളായാലും നാളെ നിങ്ങൾക്കും കുട്ടികളെ നോക്കേണ്ടി വരും. എങ്ങനെ നോക്കും? ഇനി കുട്ടികളെ നോക്കുകയല്ല. See, I stayed at home for 5 years because I did not have a care system at home. അപ്പം ഞാൻ 5 കൊല്ലം, and I used to feel miserable. Why did I study so much? I should have just gone for movies and loitered, and if I was sitting at home. Because I didn't have anyone I could trust to entrust my children to. So, my point is, care for both. It is going to be an aging society. So, the care economy is never going to even end. It's going to, you don't know how long dementia and this are going to happen. So, I think there needs to be new business models covering care economy, both care, baby care as well as elderly care. Only if such policy prescriptions come, then only women can, and that I think is a social responsibility. Only then it will help women attain the professional balance. So that is my point. And in this context, I would just like to quote from my, PhD work, which was on women in IT. I have analyzed, see, in Kerala, Western literature, when you look at it, they say women are scared of maths and science and everything. Here, nobody is scared of anything. The only objective is, do you get a job or not? If you get a job, you will study anything, as important as that. Okay? Now, I have analyzed engineering data, and I have seen that earlier when mechanical engineering were considered men's job, with biotech, with white-collar jobs, IT, more and more women are coming into the engineering. Now it's nearly 40 to 50% entrants are this. But when they go up the ladder, you have the clear glass ceiling. And our objective is, how do women attain professional excellence and equality? And I've interviewed a lot of women. I'll just tell you one example. Because I was interviewing a girl from a very famous IT firm. She was extremely good. She was extremely best. She was the best employee of the firm. Then she said, "Ma'am, I got married. I had a child. And I would hardly see my child. By the time I come back, I don't know how tall the child is, because when I go, the child will be sleeping. When I come back, the child will be sleeping." So one day my junior told me, "Ma'am, I don't want to work like you. I'm putting in my papers." So she decided to put in the papers. Now this was a time when flexi working was not offered to women. So, but because she was so good, the firm offered her flexi working. She could work part-time, but she said, "Ma'am, I could see that the dynamic projects don't come to me. Because when the dynamic projects come, I have to work at 2, 3. So my point here is, the workplace should realize that women have social responsibilities. It need not be women. It can be a father taking care of a child. So it is a social responsibility. But the title was, how do you balance your social responsibility and professional excellence? So policies are needed. And I would like to quote Amartya Sen, who says that marriage and, I had used in my thesis that marriage and childhood are conversion factors which limit a lady's functionings. I have seen ladies saying, "I don't want to renew my passport, because if I renew my passport, I'll be sent abroad. And I don't want to leave my child and go." So a lot of ladies with the children who had fever, they had to beg for work from home. Luckily for Corona, because of Corona, that barrier has gone, and you have analyzed. But before Corona, I used to argue in 2010 that women need to be offered choices of work, whether they're flexi working, part-time working, choices of work. So that choice and policy decisions are very much needed if women are to attain professional excellence. That is one of my points. Second, running an MSME unit. I told you my MSME unit. It's not easy. it's saying Atmanirbhar Bharat is very easy when I talk about it. When I started, I realized that I was just trying to make soft toys from tailoring excess. I realized I need BIS license, and it is a very expensive affair. And everyone talks about mudra loan. Giving money and giving training is only the starting of the headache. Attaining operational efficiency, branding, marketing is really difficult. And this is where I think one of your outcomes is to have policy suggestions, position paper. I would say a woman who is trying a social responsibility as well as trying an MSME unit, because there is no doubt what the Prime Minister's vision is. Without women's cooperation, you cannot attain the 50% of the population have to. But if they need to get into the workforce, they need a lot of support systems. One is a care model, business model. Second is, I would say, not just finance for MSMEs. And this is where I would say there is a lot of scope for small units in food production, healthy food for lifestyle diseases. So much of potential is there where women would generally like to work from home or near home, where she can also take care of her. So you need policies specifically for that, support systems. And I have seen business incubation centers, because I myself am heading a business incubation. I've seen business incubation centers. They just give you pitch decks and how to pitch, and they're talking about unicorns. I'm not talking about unicorns. Not everyone can be. A woman's ambition will be to just earn enough livelihood to have some money in her hand and also take care of her family. So when you're talking about that, you need a lot of support systems. So that is why in my business incubation, I said, see, we are going to offer hand-holding to women in comprehensive, in preparing their, Amrita can do wonders. You have your computer science department. Help a woman to develop, a MSME unit to develop her web page. Help her to develop a product catalog. Help them social media marketing. There's so much to help women entrepreneurs. Because they also have to cook. They have to take care of their children, then come for MSME or whatever. And MSME is a 24/7 job. So you really need, if Atmanirbhar Bharat is to happen, and women are to come into MSMEs or employment, I would say they need special policies and support systems, not because they are women, because they are performing a social responsibility of bringing up children. Otherwise, what is happening is most of the girls are saying we don't want children. So India is going to end up like Germany or some other country without any children and only elders here. So we need, Kerala is heading for that. Luckily, rest of India is not, but Kerala is heading for that. So we need special support systems which will enable them to balance these two things, is my point of view. And finally, one more point, you were talking about participation also. So my point is, wherever, now in this screen, we are all women because this is a women's. I've always analyzed women, number of women on any public forum. It'll be just one. കണ്ണ് തട്ടാതിരിക്കാൻ ഒരു സ്ത്രീനെ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും കൊണ്ട് നിർത്തും. ബാക്കി it is all where there is power and position, it is men. And because of legal, that is where the next policy, you need legal enforcement and carving out a space. And one example is the local governments. Now women, because of 50% reservation, I have seen, and that is again from my experience of running my Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, I have seen women elected representatives coming and speaking. But again there is a but. Kerala women have really learned to speak, but they don't know what to speak. Okay? No, I'm telling you. The budget is still prepared at a local government. The budget is still prepared by the men. So my suggestion to Kerala Institute of Local Administration, why are you waiting for the women to become elected representatives? You have carved out a space for them. Why are you waiting for them to become elected representatives and then try to teach them budgeting? I said teach them budgeting from the time they are in college. Let them get involved in the local government. At least they will be informed, democratic citizens, which is what India needs. You should not judge people on the basis of their caste or religion or anything. You should judge people on the basis of local elected representatives, on the basis of how they're contributing to local development, their initiatives, so that the people need knowledge. Unfortunately, my youngsters, all of you are living in your own world. you just don't involve with local governance. You have a wonderful opportunity to involve in local governance, become participatory citizens, but we just, you're all into your own world of mobiles and your own professional excellence, and local government is all corrupt. You have the option and opportunity to make it transparent, but we don't use of it. So I think we should also give related skilling programs. These are my suggestions, which you can, if you can involve in plan of action, it will be great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Wonderful. Round of applause, please. So it's 3:45 and our wonderful timekeepers say that we have to get moving. So we'll take a couple of questions and then we'll close the panel. I would love for male participation. So as a reverse, we will first choose an audience, a question from any one of the male participants. And then we'll, any questions from the audience? Anybody at all with questions? And
There's a person there.
There's a young lady over there who's raised her hand. Is anybody going with a mic? Can someone give her a mic, please? And then I'll pick on the boys after.
Oh, last, before winding up, I'll talk about the blue-green economy. I forgot that question. I was so passionate about what we need.
Namaskar, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question. Considering that we are moving towards...
Introduce yourself. It's okay. You can tell people who you are.
Namaskar, I'm Pritika Gatike. I'm from RAE. I was just wondering, since we're moving towards a free economy, and most free economies are looking for employees that are at maximum efficiency, how are we going to be able to put women at the same level as male workers, considering our social responsibilities and other work?
Should I answer? Yeah, women, I have seen from my research that till you have your child, you will be 100% equal to or better than this. Then the question is, how do you have, that is why you need policies. Your child care within your workplace. Okay? Number of companies are doing that. So that gives you, now you have technology where you can see what your child is doing. I didn't have that luxury. Okay? So you have your creche in your own workplace, then learn to outsource other things. Create employment opportunities. See, if you're working in a professional, again, I have seen the mistake many of my colleagues make. They want to cook, they want to do everything. You only have 2 hands and 24 hours. And you have to decide whether you want professional excellence or whether you want to do everything yourself. So outsource that to your cooking and other things to someone whom you trust. Create opportunities for the other MSMEs who are earning a livelihood through cooking, and that is my point. So try to keep that C+ in your mind, okay? Then ask for opportunities like this. These are your rights, not somebody's giveaway to you. Understand that.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, when it comes to raising a child, wouldn't it be much better to promote a society where both the woman and the man have equal shared responsibility for the...
100%. Social engineering is a must. That's why I always say such facility should be offered to a woman or a man, whoever is taking care of the child or the aged parents or whoever it is. 100%.
I would like to echo that. I think this is the main point that we have to say is, if the boys who are listening in here can take note, I think it's just as much your responsibility to start contributing. And social responsibility is not the birthright of a woman, it's also the birthright of men. So it's a collective responsibility. Social doesn't mean woman. So I would just echo that. Good. I was going to ask you, what would your recommendation be? And I'm glad that you gave your recommendation. Thank you.
So family is it's a shared responsibility. Yes. Family is shared responsibility. Please note down, my dear boys.
So one question from a young man.
Excuse me, I would also like to add a point. Considering the health here, she just asked about the career. So in my short clinical experience, I have seen women, lady patients who come to the clinics, and when we recommend them to get admitted and get treated for their disease, the first thing they tell us, no ma'am, I cannot do that because I have a child to look after. My husband doesn't know how to cook. I have to cook for them. I have old aged people in my home. I will have to give them medicines. So she thinks, every woman, she thinks herself, without her, the family will not run or move forward. So it's a social responsibility to take, share the responsibility among the family members so that everyone get equal opportunity to be happy themselves, right?
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the question also. So may I have a young man who can ask any young men with questions? You know, your roles are going, good. Thank you. Because your roles are going to change. You might as well be prepared for it.
Hello, my name is Govind. I am from S1 Nari. So my question is to Nirmala ma'am. There are two questions. The first question is, you talked about local governance and how the youth should indulge in that. So can you explain more about it? So how the youth, us can go into that local government and help them in any way? And the next question is about, you talked about reaching out to women, help them build websites, help them build their personal portfolio and everything. And also, can you explain more about it? Thank you, ma'am.
See, two things. We have in our college 6 Unnat Bharat Abhiyan Panchayats. I make my children go learn the economic students. What I make them do is I make them analyze the village development plan. They take the village development plan, try to map it to the SDG goals. So you are learning actually how to, practically implement the SDG goals at the local level. Second, I ask my sociology department students, please go do a disability audit of the entire building and tell me how you can, which all you can include to suggest to the local government. They don't have information. Research-based information is not there. My physics students did an energy audit of the public buildings and gave a report on how you can make some others completely energy efficient. So there are different ways in which you and maths and stats, the local government data is miserable. Nothing is there. So there's a lot of opportunities. Intern there, help learn local governments. Then do social auditing. Find out what are the development plans they need. You're engineering students, you have immense potential. Okay, so that is water quality, soil health card, so many things which gel with Atmanirbhar Bharat and your Swachh Bharat mission and so many things. I think it's, and you can support local entrepreneurs also with ideas. Okay, local resources, vocal for local, what she's saying, local resources, what can you make? Then, second is again, I'll tell you my own example of, I was telling, my God, I didn't know MSME had so much of work. I just wanted to conserve the environment and upcycle tailoring waste. And this is one of the products we make. We convert tailoring waste into this and make. Then I realized I need a web page for my MSME. I can't afford, I don't have money. So my computer science department students developed that web page for me free of cost. Otherwise, I would have had to pay. Then I need, whenever I come out with a product, I need a product product catalog which needs to be, if I'm asking someone out, I have to pay. All this my students are learning now. They are learning a business skill also. Honestly, when I asked Kerala Startup Mission, can you help me out? They told me, teacher, we will make, they know me. So they said, we'll make you a web page. I said, don't make a web page for me, teach my students. So they taught 4 students. Now those kids are developing for, next is we have an autism group of students we are helping them. So in like that, each of our MSMEs who are incubating, we help them in all these matters. Children are learning skills and they're learning through actually helping, right? So lot of things that you can do even when you are studying to help some woman attain a livelihood. And I'll tell you, those ladies will not know any costing, pricing like I told you. I taught for, if an educated person like me doesn't know costing, pricing, she won't know. So you can do that. And that's how you learn costing and pricing. lot of opportunities for students to help out with community. That's it. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're from Amrita?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you heard of the Live in Labs program?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your answer from Amrita. Ma'am, we have a program over here called Live in Labs. We have
Obviously,
got
I've heard so much about
2,800
Amrita.
rural communities where you are most welcome to come and help all the women and entrepreneurs.
I
will
came-
Make
I-
sure that we take down your name and you and
I came, I wanted to learn about the waste management you do here. I've heard so much about it. And one more, now just let me answer one question on the blue-green economy. I think with AI, I don't know how many of our jobs will go, how many people will lose their jobs, but one job which will not go is food production. I think so. Let's go at least try some methods. Now I myself, I'm trying urban cultivation in my terrace. If that happens, it's not for me. I want to develop a local business subscription model. If that happens, I want to spread it across. So I think basically we can't live without food. So food production, preserving the blue economy, and circular economy, jobs. Government of India talks about the National Resource Efficiency Plan. I was just thinking, we have a culture of repair, right? All of us used to repair. In the college in the Mumbai, there is a guy who repairs slippers and bags and all that. That guy used to do it for livelihood. We used to do it because we were poor and we needed to save resources. Now we are not poor, we are just throwing away things. Now I think we need to go back into repair economy as a strategy for sustainable development. And so repair, refurbishment, remanufacture, there is a lot of scope for circular jobs. So think of all that. Green jobs is where your future is, and I think please in whether it's in architecture, engineering, energy saving, please think of jobs in the blue-green economy. That is where the future is. Thank you. I think I've answered that question.
Perfect, ma'am.
At this circular economy, I want to add one point. The recycling, the plastic recycling is the need of the hour. See, when I spoke to the Plastic Manufacturer Association, the Kerala, what they told us, as per the latest policy of India government, in plastic manufacturing, the 30% recycled plastic should be used. But they are not getting enough recycled plastic. So let's see how much scope, how much opportunity we have in the recycling section. Definitely the Amrita group should think of it.
We have a very, like ma'am said, ma'am, what if we have a few minutes, we'll take you to our recycling center. And all Amrita students, if you haven't paid a visit to the Amrita Recycling Center, please do. It's an amazing place. Whether you're robotics and automation students or that, you can build solutions over there, plastic waste sorting, all kinds of things. You must visit it.
And because it's Amrita, I'm just suggesting one more. Please adopt our Prime Minister's lifestyle for environment, okay? That is our mission message to the world. And what he says, and after 15 years of working in the environment field, I realized one thing. The best principle and the basic principle of waste management is say no to what you don't want. Okay, so give up this, so we started two simple things. Say no to carry bags, plastic carry bags, because even if plastic we are recycling, we can recycle it only if we get it in the purest form and only for once or twice. So please follow ban the bag. As Amrita students, each of you are getting so many value systems here. So don't say no to plastic carry bag. Say use green functions. I was noting the file that you gave here, which is cardboard, which is paper. I was noting the glass that is kept here, which is water. These are all green habits. My only concern was the bouquet which was given in a plastic cover. Please avoid that in future. So see, these things have to come from our mind. And we are trying to encourage our girls to say have sustainable menstruation also. And
use green functions, green protocol functions. So please adopt that life.
And finally, I have one proposal for Amrita actually. See, Amrita Hospital, the multi-level, the hospital, the modern hospital, require medical equipments and medical accessories which worth crores. See, why don't Amrita think of manufacturing it? It would definitely strengthen our concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the self-reliant India, self-reliant Kerala, and also generate opportunities. I humbly put forward this proposal before Amma and Amrita management.
Thank you, ma'am. I think maybe one of the hosts, Amrita hosts, can explain to ma'am what we're doing in the medical space. But we are at 4 o'clock and we close. Wonderful panel. Please hear a round of applause for all our wonderful panelists. And thank you for paying attention. And even if something went in, I think we've done our job. And so thank you for being here and thank you for listening to us. We'll now hand it over to the coordinators.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. എന്തൊരു മനോഹരമായ സംവാദമായിരുന്നല്ലേ. ഐ തിങ്ക് ഇറ്റ്സ് ക്രിസ്പ് ആൻഡ് ക്ലിയർ. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇനി പറയേണ്ടതില്ല. ഒരുപാട് വിഷയങ്ങളിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ കടന്നു പോയി. ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ലിറ്ററസി, ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻസ്, അവർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഈസ് അവർ ലൈറ്റ്, പ്രൊട്ടക്ഷൻ, പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ, പവർ, ഹെൽത്ത്, ഹാർഡ് വർക്ക്, ചാലഞ്ചസ്. ഭാരതം മുമ്പ് തന്നെ സമൃദ്ധമാണ് സമർത്ഥരായ നാരികളെ കൊണ്ട് എന്ന് തുടങ്ങിയ ഒരുപാട് വിഷയങ്ങളിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ കടന്നുപോയി. സംസ്കൃതത്തിൽ പറയും കരതല ആമലകം എന്ന്. അതായത് ഒരു നെല്ലിക്ക നമ്മളുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഉണ്ട്. ഇനി അതിൻ്റെ രുചി അറിയണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ തന്നെ ചിന്തിക്കണം. അതുപോലെ കീ പോയിൻറ്റ്സ്, കീ വേർഡ്സ് നമ്മൾ ഓർത്തു വയ്ക്കുക. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ചിന്തിക്കുക, അതിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുക. ക്ഷമിക്കണം. നമുക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും നല്ലൊരു ഭാവി തലമുറയെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കട്ടെ. ഭാവി തലമുറയ്ക്ക് ഉതകുന്ന വിധം പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് I am handing over to Roshni ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Veena. Now is the time for felicitating the dignitaries on stage. First, I would like to call upon Dr. Sheba to felicitate our moderator of the day, Dr. Bhavani ma'am. I would like to mention she also served as the coordinator of the Civil 20 Gender Equality Group for India's G20. Her work focuses on addressing vulnerabilities and enhancing the resilience of rural communities, especially women, through skill training assisted by technology. She also co-chairs the Women for Ethical AI South Asia Network, launched here in collaboration with UNESCO to make AI more inclusive. She is the author of 100+ publications and patents and recipient of many recognitions. Thank you a lot, ma'am. Thank you, Sheba ma'am. Now, I would like to request Now I would like to request Dr. Usha Devi Amma, Professor, Department of ECE, to honor Professor Nirmala Padmanabhan ma'am. I was wondering how economy can be developed, and you rightly said it is a very common reason why women take a second place in economy, and why many women choose not to get into married relationship or to live in a family, just because to get their capability building up. But there needs to be some solution, and you seem to have given us that solution. Next, I would like to request Dr. S.N. Jyoti Miss to honor Shrimati C.V. Sajini ma'am, MSME coordinator Of course, you have a lot of ideas, ma'am, and the time limit is so short that we surely need one more session with you to learn a lot from what you do, and of course, to plan the policy changes which you suggest. Thank you for coming here, ma'am, to make it to this panel. And I, on behalf of Central Sanskrit University and Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, thank the whole panelists. Next, I request Dr. Manichitra P.S. to honor Dr. Manjula ma'am. Manjula ma'am, you actually spoke what I had to speak to the men in my family. I didn't mean to hurt you, my husband here, but yes, that's the truth. Men need to learn how to handle family, and yes, I see progressive society and men learning how to live with the women in family in a better way. Thank you so much, ma'am. A lot to learn from you as well. Thank you, Manichitra ma'am. Thank you all faculty members and participants. There is a very short break and we'll be back in just 15 minutes. Students, an IPS officer is here. She is waiting for the time she wants to address you all. It is your turn to show your discipline, and you should be back here in 15 minutes time after a snack break. I request all the faculty members and the volunteers to stay back for a quick photograph.
Ma'am, photo. There is a photo session.
One photo, please. We all loved you.
And students were saying, ma'am. Nobody was listening to mobile phones.
Thank you. It's late for you. I'm so sorry. Please come back. കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും കേട്ടിരുന്ന ചേച്ചിയാണ്. ഓക്കെ, അതാണ് നല്ലത്. അതാണ് നല്ലത് അല്ലേ? ഇത് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കയറ്റിയിരുത്തുന്നതിനേക്കാളും കയറ്റിയിരുന്നിട്ട് പറയാം. അവർ കയറി വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ലേഡീസ് ആൻഡ് ജെന്റിൽമെൻ ഇതാണ് കയറി ആണോ? അല്ല, കയറ്റിയിരുത്തല്ലേ. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. We have had a beautiful day, and to end this event, we have our chief guest who has arrived here. We are so grateful that we had been hearing such wonderful things right from morning. We feel empowered. We don't feel like even to eat. We are all full with knowledge and power. I welcome each one of you here. I would like to formally welcome all of the dignitaries onto the stage. I shall call our chief guest of the day, Srimati S. Ajita Begum ma'am, to please take over the seat. I welcome our president of this session, Brahmachari Achyutamritananda Chaitanya, Principal, School of Spiritual and Cultural Studies. I welcome Dr. Jyoti S.N., our dear ma'am, who has been our pillar of support all through this event. I welcome Dr. M.K. Shiba, I should call you Amma, who had been always as a big support to us onto the stage. For the formal welcome, I call upon Dr. Veena Chandran.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. സമർത്ഥ നാരി സമൃദ്ധ ഭാരതം ദക്ഷിണ ഭാരതീയ നാരീ സമ്മേളനത്തിൻ്റെ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനതല ചർച്ചയിൽ ഇവിടെ നമ്മൾ സമാപന സമ്മേളനത്തിന് സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിക്കുന്നു. ചർച്ചകൾ, ചിന്തകൾ, മാറ്റങ്ങൾ, നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ, ഉറപ്പുകൾ കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്കൃത സർവകലാശാലയും സ്കൂൾ ഓഫ് സ്പിരിച്വൽ ആൻഡ് കൾച്ചറൽ സ്റ്റഡീസ് വിഭാഗവും ചേർന്ന് ഈ ചെറിയ സമയപരിധിയിൽ കുറേ യുവമനസ്സുകളിൽ ഒരു ദിശാബോധം രൂപീകരിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. ഇതൊരു സമാപനം മാത്രമല്ല, ഒരു തുടക്കവും കൂടെയാണ്. സ്ത്രീകളുടെ മികച്ച പങ്കാളിത്തത്തിലൂന്നി ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ വിശ്വഗുരുപദത്തിലേക്കുള്ള ഒരു മനോഹരമായ ആരംഭം.
Now for the formal welcome, I request Dr. Jyoti S.N. ma'am to come over. Ma'am, for the welcome speech.
Om Amriteshwariye Nama. Good evening all. So I'm very happy to be here to deliver a short welcome speech because from 9 a.m. onwards I'm seeing happy smile faces here, sitting without looking at mobiles or without getting bored. So, but this is going to be the last part which is rocking. Why? Because we are really honored to have with us Srimati S. Ajita Begum Madam, IPS, IG, Inspector General of Police. And we are very happy. Actually, we were little concerned if Ajita Begum Madam could attend this function because Ajita Begum Madam recently, just in January, got a promotion as IG Police. We give you applause. Thank you, Madam. And welcome, Madam. And I also welcome Brahmachari Achyutamritanji, Principal, School of Spiritual and Cultural Studies, Shiba Madam, convener from Central Sanskrit University, and other conveners, coordinators from Central Sanskrit University, and our faculty, staff, student coordinators who were actively part of coordinating the event at our campus, then other participants, then our all in all, our director. I am not able to see that. That's director, our Devidas ji. Devidas ji has been supporting all of us to convene this program. Even though it is vacation period for both the faculty and the students, we somehow managed to get a hall full of vibrant participants. And it is actually the active participation from all our members that have enriched today's program. And I wish to also thank you all for attending this program and actively participating in all the interactions. Thank you so much and welcome all to this function. Thank you. Namah Shivaya.
I would like to formally introduce you to our chief guest of the day, Srimati Ajita Begum Sultan. Ajita ma'am is an IPS officer, 2008 batch, born into the Kerala cadre. She has a bachelor's degree in commerce and business management and a master's degree in political science with a specialization in Gandhian studies. While training at the National Police Academy, she was adjudged the best lady athlete and the best lady outdoor probationer of the batch. She has worked as the Assistant Superintendent of Police and Additional Superintendent of Police at Jammu and Kashmir, following which she was transferred to Kerala. In Kerala, she worked as the Superintendent of Police of Internal Security Investigation Team, CBCID, District Police Chief, Thrissur Rural, where we are all now living Central Sanskrit University. She was there as well. She was at District Police Chief, Wayanad, Principal of Police Training College, District Police Chief, Kollam Rural, and District Police Chief and Commissioner of Police, Kollam City. She is currently working at Thiruvananthapuram as at the crime branch. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The officer has been awarded with many awards, including Kalinga Fellowship in recognition of her work in combating gender-based violence and the trafficking of women and children. She is a triathlete and has also stood first in full marathon open category women's Hyderabad Airtel Marathon 2021. As a Humphrey Fellow, she wishes to learn more about practical strategies to address the issue of prevention of crimes against children, and also will improve institutional response to child victims of sexual assault by studying international best practices, policy frameworks, initiatives carried out by various public authorities, and develop a roadmap which includes multi-agency coordination to tackle this problem. We welcome you wholeheartedly, Ajita ma'am, for the keynote address and the valedictory note of this session.
Vedilam Sadsilamulla, Ellavarkum Namaskaram. I'm really happy that I'm able to, that I was able to make up today and come and meet all of you and be a part of the closing ceremony of this one-day Women's Summit that you've had here in this campus. I've just, as she was mentioning, actually she was reading a bio from my Humphrey Fellowship. I have done my Humphrey Fellowship in 22-23 from Washington College of Law. So after that, certain things have changed. So I have become the, as you mentioned, I'm the IG Crime Branch and in charge of the economic offenses. That's a state level charge. And I'm also looking after all the 3 ranges in the crime branch of my first posting to the crime branch. So While coming here, I was just thinking, it's about Women's Summit. So I'm sure you would have had discussions about various topics, especially for the youngsters who are sitting here. And a few of the boys are also here because Women's Summit in Varemba, entire hall, we expect only women. But when it comes to any issues, whether it is gender sensitization program or women empowerment programs or such initiatives, we should have a hall which is half men and half women, right? And now we have one more, as in the LGBTQ plus community is also there. So we should have everybody participating in such conferences. So as I am also the nodal officer for women and children issues in Kerala Police, and I am also the director for social policing initiatives. So we do a lot of women, children related social policing initiatives in Kerala Police. When I do training and sensitization programs, when I say gender sensitization from all over the state, 484 police stations are there. The SHOs all over the state will mark one Vanida police officer to attend the gender sensitization program. That doesn't mean that Srigalku gender sensitization program vandanilla. There are many women who are actually not sensitized enough, who are very, very biased. And it requires that attention has to be given from both genders. I mean to say the major genders of both genders have to have that kind of an outlook. That's very, very, very important. Because sometimes, biases and we will keep subscribing to the same idea. We will pass it on to the generations and generations after. Like for example, many of the stage arrangements, let's say comparing, this is Women's Summit, generally, a program comparing chief guest പെൺകുട്ടികളാണ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ മീൻസ് ഇത് ഒരു പൊതുവേ നടക്കുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഓർണമെൻ്റൽ റോൾ ആകുമ്പോൾ ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടീനെ വിളിക്കാം. ആക്ച്വലി ആ ഓർണമെൻ്റൽ റോൾ പയ്യന്മാർ ചെയ്യേണ്ടാനുണ്ടോ? വേൾഡ് ടോപ്പ് മെയിൽ മോഡൽസ് എത്ര പേരുണ്ട്? യെസ് ഓർ നോ? So we start, that kind of, we ascribe certain professions, certain tasks for certain gender. So that starts right from within our family, right from within ourselves, and starts at the family, right? Where cooking, cleaning, washing, tuition taking, all these things are for one gender. It's generally for the wife. And like probably dropping the children home or buying stuff, that also, it depends, for the men. So when we talk about women empowerment, we don't talk about women exploitation. Why it is women exploitation? Because women nowadays are going to work, right? അപ്പോൾ ഇവർ ജോലിക്ക് പോകണം. ജോലിക്ക് പോകുന്നത് തന്നെ 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day പോകുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. പിന്നെ തിരിച്ച് വന്നിട്ട് വീടിൻ്റെ ജോലിയും ചെയ്യണം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ എക്സ്പ്ലോയിറ്റേഷൻ ആണോ ഇല്ലയോ? So in the name of empowerment, we are actually exploiting one gender. So these are the things you have to know, you have to be aware. So when you take the next step, now you are in college, right? Now once you come out of the college, now you are going to face iduvare parents have been there to support, all the educational institutions you've studied so far till here have been there to support you, nurture you, guide you, kind of keep you in a very safe zone. Yes or no? Then after this, you will be just thrown out, right? I'm not saying your parents will go throw out, but still, you are thrown into the real world. Now you need to face the real world challenges. Yes or no? I remember the day I finished my college, I just did my undergraduation, BCom Kalinjita. I went into civil service preparation. So from my family background, actually, I'm the first graduate in my family. I have 75 cousins, okay? And then I went on to become the first government servant, leave IPS, but I actually became the first government servant probably in my entire, there was nobody in the government service. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ അപ്പോൾ ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കണം ഹൗ ഐ വുഡ് ഹവ് ബീൻ റേസ്ഡ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിലാവുമ്പോൾ ഓൾ മൈ കസിൻസ് ഗേൾസ് ആവുമ്പോൾ ദേ വർ ഓൾ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് മാരിഡ് ഇൻ എൻ ഓർഡർ. അപ്പോൾ 12th സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് മാക്സിമം മോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദം ആക്ച്വലി ക്വിറ്റ് ആഫ്റ്റർ 12th. അപ്പോൾ മൈ ഓൺ സിസ്റ്റർ, she did only college first year. ആ സമയത്ത് my dad fixed a marriage and arranged marriage. She got married when she was in college first year. So after marriage, she actually continued and finished her bachelor's in computer application. So me and my sister just 2 years gap. So our gap, I finished my college. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been eligible to even appear for civil service examination. So when I finished my college, one of my elder cousin is there. She has to get married. After that only my turn will come. So there is gap. Now my parents are... Then I said, I'll study, I'll do MBA. And while I was in my college, I was students union as in students politics, a different way of no campus politics and all. Avinashlingam deemed university. It's like a very strict university, probably like Amrita only. So we have no. So I am from that university. Appo avadeyum njan students union il undayirunnu as joint secretary and chairperson and all. Appo avade avumba my professors and all encourage me a lot. You know, there's some talent in you. You should nurture it. Let's do masters and go for job. Anganekka parnju most of my professors motivated me. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു മോട്ടിവേഷൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് ഞാൻ ആച്ചയുടെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞു കോളേജൊക്കെ ദേ ജസ്റ്റ് ഇഗ്നോർഡ് ഇറ്റ്. ഇനി കൂടുതൽ പഠിച്ചാൽ ഇനി നല്ല അലയൻസ് പോലും കിട്ടില്ല. ഒന്നാമത്തെ കളറും കുറച്ച് ഡല്ലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ കൂടുതൽ പ്രോബബ്ലി ഡൗറി കൊടുക്കേണ്ടി വരും. അവരുടെ പ്രശ്നം അവർക്കാണ്. അപ്പോൾ കൂടുതൽ പഠിച്ചാൽ അതിന് തുല്യമായിട്ടൊരു അലയൻസ് കിട്ടണ്ടേ. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനത്തെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളൊക്കെ അവരുടെ മൈൻഡിലാണ്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ നോക്കി. പിന്നെ കുറച്ച് ആ കോളേജ് പഠിക്കുമ്പോഴും കുറച്ച് ഗാന്ധിയൻ വാല്യൂസ് സിസ്റ്റംസ്, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സും പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ സയൻസിൽ ചെയ്തത് സർവീസ് വന്ന ശേഷം. അപ്പം ഞാൻ വീട്ടിൽ നോൺ വയലൻസ് ആൻഡ് സത്യാഗ്രഹ അല്ലേ, അപ്പോൾ ആരെ പിടിക്കാൻ പോകണ്ട, ഞാൻ നിരാഹാര സമരം ചെയ്തു. സോ ഐ വാസ് ഡൂയിങ് സ്ട്രൈക്ക് അറ്റ് മൈ ഹോം, ഐ വോണ്ട് ഈറ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ 2 ദിവസം നിന്ന ശേഷമാണ് അച്ഛനൊന്ന് ചോദിച്ചത്, ഇത് ശരിക്കും എന്ത്, വാട്ട് ഈസ് യുവർ പ്രോബ്ലം? ഞാൻ പഠിക്കണം പറഞ്ഞു. So then he was thinking, okay, വേണമെങ്കിൽ പഠിച്ചോ, നോ പ്രോബ്ലം. പഠിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ IAS പഠിച്ചോന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു അച്ഛൻ. അവൻ ഞാൻ ഷോക്കായി. എനിക്ക് എന്ത് പഠിക്കണം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ ഈവൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ഡോക്ടർ ആവണം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങി പോകാൻ തയ്യാറായിരുന്നു. So I immediately, grabbed that opportunity, jumped at that chance thrown at me, grabbed that opportunity and went for civil service preparation. ഇത് പറയാൻ കാരണം when I was thrown out. അപ്പോൾ ഈ thrown out പറഞ്ഞല്ലേ, ഇത് actually I was thrown out. Because civil service preparation, ആ സമയത്ത് ഐ എം ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് 2006, 2007, 2008, ആ സമയത്ത് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ഡൽഹി ഈസ് ദി ബെസ്റ്റ് പ്ലേസ് ടു ഗോ ഫോർ സിവിൽ സർവീസസ് കോച്ചിങ്. ഐ വാസ് ത്രോൺ ഔട്ട് ആസ് ഇൻ, ഞങ്ങൾ കുറച്ച് പേര്, കനകരാജ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു പ്രൊഫസറാണ്, ഇപ്പോൾ HOD ആണ് പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ സയൻസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ആർട്സ് കോളേജ് കോയമ്പത്തൂരിൽ. അദ്ദേഹം ഗൈഡ് ചെയ്ത് ഡൽഹി പോയിട്ട് വാജിരാമൻ റവി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഉണ്ട്, അവിടെ പോയി കോച്ചിങ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ട്രെയിൻ കയറ്റി വിട്ടു. സോ ദിസ് വാസ് ദ ലിറ്റിൽ ത്രൂ ഔട്ട്. യു വോണ്ട് ബിലീവ്, ഞാൻ കോയമ്പത്തൂരിൽ ട്രെയിൻ കയറിയിട്ട് ഈറോഡ് വരെ ഞാൻ കരഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നു. ഐ വാസ് ക്രൈയിങ്, ലിറ്ററലി ക്രൈയിങ്, ബിക്കോസ് ഐ ഡidn't know, I felt so insecure. I didn't know I'll be able to face all these challenges which are there ahead. I don't know what challenges were there, number one. And number two, I didn't know whether I was equipped to face those challenges. Number three, I don't know the language which they speak in Delhi, because I didn't know a word of Hindi. In Tamil Nadu, we just learn Tamil and English, that's it. We don't learn Hindi in most of the schools. So, അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ കുറേ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ, കുറേ ഇൻസെക്യൂരിറ്റീസ്, ഐ ഡിഡ്ന്റ് നോ ഹൗ ഐ വിൽ സർവൈവ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ ഈറോഡ് വരെ ഇങ്ങനെ കരഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്. ഈറോഡ് ആയ സമയത്ത് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഫ്രണ്ട്സിന് ചോദിച്ചു, എന്നെ ഒന്ന് ഇറക്കി വിട്ടേ, ഞാൻ വീട്ടിൽ പോകാൻ തിരിച്ച് ഡൽഹി പോകുന്നില്ല. സോ ഇത്രയും ഇൻസെക്യൂരിറ്റീസാണ് എൻ്റെ മൈൻഡിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. പ്രോബബ്ലി യു ആർ അറ്റ് എ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ജനറേഷൻ ഓൾ ടുഗെദർ, ഓക്കെ? So probably you may not have that kind of insecurities which I faced as a, just a 21-year-old or 20-year-old passed out from a college. Then from there, the civil service journey began. First attempt I didn't clear. And I called my father back. He said, എത്ര പ്രാവശ്യം തമിഴിലാണ്, എത്ര വാട്ടി എഴുതലാമ എക്സാം? 7 പ്രാവശ്യം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ എഴുതിക്കോ, പ്രശ്നമില്ല. ഡാഡ് ഫുൾ സപ്പോർട്ടാണ്. ഇങ്ങനെ ആ ഡാഡിനെ അത്രയും സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞെന്ന് ഇപ്പോഴും ഐ ഓൾവേസ് തിങ്ക്. മൈ മദർ ഇസ് ലൈക്ക്, അയ്യോ എന്തെങ്കിലും കാരണം പറഞ്ഞ് 7 വർഷമൊന്നും വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല, നിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത കസിൻക്ക് കല്യാണമായി, ലൈന് വരെ തെറ്റിപ്പോയി, അതുകൊണ്ട് നീ ഒന്ന് അച്ഛനടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞ് ഇതൊന്നും നടക്കില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഒന്ന് ക്വിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പം മീൻസ് ഷീ ഈസ് വെരി ഇന്നസെൻറ്റ്, ഷീ സച്ച് എൻ ഇന്നസെൻറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ജെന്യൂൻ സോൾ, ആൻഡ് ഫോർ ഹെർ daughter's wellness was important, that's all. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അമ്മ അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞത്. ആൻഡ് ഷീ സ്റ്റോപ്ഡ് ഗോയിങ് ടു വെഡ്ഡിങ്സ് ബിക്കോസ് അതർ പീപ്പിൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ഡൽഹിയിലോ അവിടെയൊക്കെ പോയി പഠിക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ, എന്താ ഇതെന്നൊക്കെ ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ യു കം ഫ്രം എ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട്, നോ? സോ those kind of questions were thrown at her, and many of these uncles, aunties and all started doubting. One long distance girl, she's not talented, she's not capable, it's a very tough examination to crack, 1 in a million will crack it, so it is impossible for a child like this to go and crack this exam. Why have you put her through this torture? They are also concerned, but they are differently concerned, okay? അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയാണ് അവർ ചോദിച്ചത്. സോ പിന്നെ ഞാൻ സെക്കൻഡ് അറ്റംപ്റ്റ് കൊടുത്തു. So I cleared my exam in my second attempt. I got All India 169th rank. I was allotted to Jammu and Kashmir cadre that time. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഇതുപോലെ ഒരു ഹാളിൽ എൻ്റെ കസിൻസൊക്കെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് അങ്കിൾ ആൻറ്റീസൊക്കെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് അവർ തന്നെ ഒരു ഫെലിസിറ്റേഷൻ ഒക്കെ നടത്തിയായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സെയിം അങ്കിൾസാണ് ട്രെയിൻ കയറ്റണ്ട, ഡൽഹി പോകണ്ട, പെൺകുട്ടിയല്ലേ, കല്യാണം കഴിക്കണം എന്ന് അത്ര കൺസേൺസ് ഉണ്ട്. അവരൊക്കെ കയറി മൈക്കിൽ പറഞ്ഞു, ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം അജിത 2 വയസ്സുള്ളപ്പോഴേ അറിയാം, ഭയങ്കര മിടിക്കാം. How tables turn, you know, tables turn so quickly. So once you reach or achieve your dream, whatever goals and ambitions that you have set yourself, once you achieve that, then everybody is there to appreciate you, clap you, be with you, take photos with you, everything. But when you are going through that struggle, only those people who matter the most in your life are there with you, right? And more than that, you have to be there with you. Okay, that is what is the most important thing. This applies to both men and women. Women more so because we are not, probably ee society le women are not geared up for all that. Ipo kalnya divasam there was one again women related program. So the minister was saying that MBBS le enrollment women aanu koodudal. So women outnumber men. Here in Kerala, women outnumber men. Sex ratios also women outnumber men, right? But are all of them becoming doctors and working? That is where we are. Actually, we are not converting that education into, the market is not able to capture them. Many of us just drift and go, become housewives, right? So I'm not saying becoming a housewife is the wrong choice. It's your personal choice. You can do whatever you want to do. But you had some talent, you have some potential, but you're sacrificing that for the family. And this is a very accepted norm. Ano illaya? So when I see the other gender, for boys, it's actually a burden on them. Some boys probably are willing to be a house husband, you know, but we are not even giving them a chance, right? They are not given a chance. They are not given that opportunity. Yes or no? So both the side, it is actually unfair. So I have seen some of men who are actually doing some work from home, not here, just go abroad. Whether it is Gulf countries or I don't know how the situation is in Gulf countries. I stayed in US for 1 year for this fellowship. So there, all the responsibilities at work are equally divided. You drop the kids, I'll take the dog for a walk. You take to music class, I'll take to football class. You cut, I'll cook. You wash, I'll clean. You know, clearly divided. Like how you allot duty in police station. അതുപോലെ അവർ ഡ്യൂട്ടീസ് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് രണ്ട് ജെൻഡർക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഇന്ത്യൻ എയർ സ്പേസിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ അതങ്ങ് ഉപേക്ഷിക്കും. അങ്ങ് ലാൻഡ് ആയാൽ പിന്നെ ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചിട്ട് ആ തട്ട് പോലും മാറ്റമില്ല. നമ്മുടെ പയ്യന്മാർ തന്നെയാണ്. യെസ് ഓർ നോ? സോ ദിസ് കൾച്ചർ ഹാസ് ടു ചേഞ്ച്. നമ്മൾ അറിയാതെ തന്നെ സൊസൈറ്റിയിൽ അടിച്ചേൽപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള കുറേ പ്രൊസീജിയേഴ്സും കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങളും നമ്മളറിയാതെ തന്നെ നമ്മളും സബ്സ്ക്രൈബ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ നമ്മളും സബ്സ്ക്രൈബ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. യെസ് ഓർ നോ? ഇപ്പം ഈവൻ ടിൽ ഡേറ്റ് probably now my dad keeps the plate in the sink, but he doesn't wash. But okay, my mom is happy doing that. See, even that's what I told in the previous function ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ when it comes to Kerala, okay, women outnumber men, good. A lot of gender wise കുറേ human development indicators are all favor of women. Probably ഇന്ന് കുറേ പറഞ്ഞു കാണും നിങ്ങളടുത്ത്. Okay, but when it comes to property holding ratio, വെറും 11% സ്ത്രീകൾക്കാണ് ലാൻഡ് അവരുടെ പേരിൽ കേരളത്തിലുള്ളത്. വെൻ വുമൻ ഔട്ട് നമ്പർ മെൻ. മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ? രണ്ടാമത്തത്, ഒരു വീട് നമ്മൾ വെക്കുന്നു. കേരളത്തിനകത്ത് വീടാണ് എല്ലാവരുടെയും നമ്പർ 1 ടോപ്പ് സ്വപ്നം. അതിലാണ് കുറേ ആൾക്കാർ കടന്നാവുന്നതും. ഈവൻ പോലീസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിനകത്ത് നമ്മൾ പോലീസ് യൂസേജിനെ കുറിച്ച് പഠനമൊക്കെ നടത്തിയപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അമിതമായിട്ട് എടുക്കുന്ന ലോൺ. അപ്പോൾ ലോൺ എന്തിനാണ് എടുക്കുന്നത്? ഫസ്റ്റ് വീട് വയ്ക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി. എല്ലാം 5 bedroom തന്നെ വെക്കണം. കുട്ടിക്കോണ് പട്ടിക്കോണ് എല്ലാവർക്കും മിനിമം 5 bedroom വീട് വെക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ വെക്കുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ട് ലോണിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ ലോണ്, പിന്നെ കടൻ ബാധ്യത, ഇതൊക്കെ വരണം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ വീട് എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലേ, വീടിന് വേണ്ടി ഹസ്ബൻഡ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു, വൈഫും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു എങ്കിൽ ആരുടെ പേരിലാണ് വീട്? ഹസ്ബൻഡ് പേരിലാണ്. ബിക്കോസ് നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കാനേ പോകുന്നില്ല. ബിക്കോസ് എൻ്റെ അച്ഛൻ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, എൻ്റെ അച്ഛൻ്റെ അച്ഛനും അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ വീട് എത്ര സ്ത്രീകളുടെ പേരിലുണ്ട്? ഓൺ ആൻ ആവറേജ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ 42% സ്ത്രീകളുടെ പേരിൽ സ്വന്തം വീടുണ്ട്. കേരളത്തിനകത്ത് എത്ര ഉണ്ട് പറയുക? ഇന്ത്യൻ ആവറേജ് 42% ആണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ എത്രയാണ് പറയുക? ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ ഇത്രയും ബിൽട്ടപ്പ് ചെയ്തപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും 2%, 3% നിങ്ങൾ വിചാരിച്ച് കാണും. 24% ആണ്. So it is way below the national average. So when it comes to land and property, a house, it is not in woman's name. This nobody has told. Has your mother told? ഇനി എന്തെങ്കിലും വാങ്ങിക്കുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ മോളുടെ പേരിൽ വാങ്ങണം, എൻ്റെ പേരിൽ വാങ്ങണം. Has your mother demanded? So I am asking you to demand. അപ്പം ഞാൻ ഇത് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അതൊരു വീഡിയോ ആരും എടുത്തിട്ടു. താളം നോക്കണം, എല്ലാവരും തെരി വിളിക്കുക, മൊത്തം all the men came together. If you want, you go do the hard work and buy. Why are you, മനസ്സിലായോ? ആ ഹസ്ബൻഡ് അല്ലേ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, അവൻ്റെ കഠിന അധ്വാനത്തിൽ അവൻ വീടുണ്ടാക്കി അവൻ്റെ പേരിൽ വെച്ചു. നീ എന്തിനാ ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ വീട്ടിൽ കലാപം ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നു എന്ന രീതിയിൽ വുമൻ ആർ ഓൾ പ്രൈസിങ്. യെസ് മാം, കറക്റ്റ് പോയിന്റാണ്. മെൻ എല്ലാം അങ്ങ്. സോ the entire comment section was clearly divided. അപ്പോൾ സ്ത്രീകൾ ഓക്കെ, നിങ്ങൾ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ obviously then you have to 100% demand. Nobody else probably today would have told you to I would say demand. Why? I'll tell you one reason. In Kerala, the per capita domestic violence rate is the highest in India. Domestic violence is one of the most prominent criminal cases that is being registered under gender-based violence category. On an average, 5000 കേസുകളാണ് ഒരു വർഷം നമ്മൾ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, അതിൽ നിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ there is only 10% chance of you getting an attack at home. മനസ്സിലായോ? So all the maid, for your safety also, you need to be empowered. So financial women empowerment does not come from empowerment going to work, but that financial empowerment, that financial independence and decision making ability, all these things will fall in place when you hold property. So property holding is not so easy as we see, but it has different layers. മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ? So you have to demand at home. Even if you become a housewife, that's your choice, you become a housewife. But housewife ആവുമ്പോൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നത് അവർ വീട്ടിൽ? കുട്ടീനെ നോക്കണം, പട്ടീനെ നോക്കണം. Yes or no? Same example I'm giving. They have to wash, they have to clean, they have to take care of the children, they have to be the tuition teacher. If there are people who are old age, that is parents-in-law, anybody at home, also become a home nurse, take care of their medical facility. They also become mini doctors, they become mini psychologists. Yes or no? Everything they are doing. If I calculate at least the basic jobs, ഇവർ ചെയ്യുന്ന basic job, cleaning, washing, കുട്ടികളെ വിടുന്നത്, ട്യൂഷൻ എടുക്കുന്നത്, ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ബേസിക് ജോബ്സ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ കാൽക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ മിനിമം 55,000 രൂപ ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കണം ഒരു മെയ്ഡ് വെക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ, ഓരോ ജോബ്ക്കും ഒരു മെയ്ഡ് വെക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ. യെസ് ഓർ നോ? അപ്പോൾ ആർ ദേ കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ടിങ് ഇൻ ദ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ ഓഫ് ദ ഹൗസ്? യെസ്, obviously. Though they are not going outside and earning money and coming and giving it as a capital, but by their hard work, okay, the hard work that they are putting inside the house, also they are contributing. So നമുക്ക് ഇതിനകത്ത് തുല്യ അവകാശമുണ്ട്. അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ട് start demanding. Okay, so that is also one thing. So now when you step inside the society, so you will see all these things. You may stay in Kerala, you may go out anywhere in the world, to any other country or any other state, but you will start understanding these conflicts. If college ulladu vare probably you won't have experienced any kind of gender based discrimination which has taken place to you. Yes or no? ആരെങ്കിലും എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ gender based discrimination? Now they are all working, they will say obviously yes. No, to the students. So probably at this point, probably you didn't even think. So I didn't even know because I went to a girls' school and a girls' college. So I didn't even know. So that is 100%, it's just us. I don't know if you face discrimination until this point in time. But as you step into the world, you will start feeling that there are a lot of discriminations that are taking place. So my request to you is, whenever you see such discrimination, you have to voice out. Okay? We will think that I am responsible only for my own things in life. Ano illeo? I will also feel that I am also a human being. How much hours I have? Only 24 hours a day. To come here itself, it took 2.40 minutes. That is 2 hours 40 minutes. So we all have time. Time is the most valuable commodity. Yes or no? So you use the time maximum for your own growth and to help others. Many of the time we forget or we don't care about helping others. But you should think, as a woman or as a man, we are responsible for everything. Not just responsible for yourself, my life, my career, my children, my family. No. We have a responsibility. We are responsible to everything which is happening on this planet Earth. Yes or no? We have to be a very cautious consumer. We are adding so much. I'm going to a different dimension altogether. Sustainable development. All this, all of us are responsible. Yes or no? The same way when it comes to gender also, each one of us in this room are responsible. Any decision that we take, any decision that we face, നമ്മൾ നോക്കണം ഇതിനകത്ത് എന്തെങ്കിലും ജെൻഡർ ബയസ് ഉണ്ടോ, ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് അപ്പം തന്നെ കറക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ ബൊക്കയുടെ കാര്യം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ASP ആണ് റിയാസിയിൽ. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലോ IPS ട്രെയിനിങ്ങിലെത്തി. IPS ട്രെയിനിങ് അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ IPS ട്രെയിനിങ് ആക്ച്വലി മേഡ് മീ എ huge person who can actually withstand any kind of failures or any challenges that is being thrown at me. I will be able to handle. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു it actually mentally shapes us, rewires us. IPS training is one such. I'm so happy that I feel proud that I got into the Indian Police Service because the variety of things which happens here, probably I wouldn't have enjoyed in any other service in the All India services. So I'm so happy. So aa samayathu I went and took charge as ASP in Riyasi subdivision. So first time the Chief Minister then, even now, the Omar Abdullah had visited Riyasi district. അപ്പോൾ CM അവിടെ വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പ്രൈം മിനിസ്റ്റേഴ്സ്ക്ക് നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി കൊടുക്കും കേരളത്തിൽ? അത് തുല്യമായിട്ടുള്ള സെക്യൂരിറ്റിയാണ് അവിടെ CMക്കും കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അഫ്കോഴ്സ് ത്രെറ്റ് അവിടെ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ലെവൽ ഓഫ് ത്രെറ്റ് പെർസെപ്ഷൻസ് ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ CM വരുന്നു, ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരു ആഴ്ചയായിട്ട് ഇതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് റിഹേഴ്സലും അത് ഇതൊക്കെ ചെയ്ത് ഫുള്ളി പ്രിപ്പയർഡ് ആയിട്ട് നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ CM ജസ്റ്റ് എത്താൻ പോകുന്നു. ആ സമയത്ത് ഒരു DIG അവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന DIG എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് വന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു, okay, when the CM comes, Ajita, why don't you give him a bouquet പറഞ്ഞു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ ബൊക്കെ എവിടെ പോയാലും വെക്കില്ല. അപ്പം ഞാൻ ഈ 5 ദിവസമായിട്ട് SP പോറും റെസ്റ്റ് എടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ ചുറ്റി I was even pregnant that time, but I was going around taking care of all arrangements too. I felt that at that point in time I did a lot of hard work. So I am not here to give bouquet to the CM. I said, sir, with due respect, you can also do that duty. So it doesn't matter whether I am giving or you're giving. Maybe he didn't even think that in that sense that because me being a female police officer, I've been given the opportunity to give a bouquet, or he just felt that she's done a lot of hard work, so she let her give the bouquet. I don't know what he felt, but I just made a point, sir, I'm not going to do this. You can ask any of the men here to do this. So this is one thing. What I'm asking you to do is not that I did a great job. It's a small intervention. I mean to say that every time you see such thing, make an intervention. Like recently we had the Kerala Police Games being conducted, volleyball national championship being conducted. Appa adile the flag bearers are all women. Flag bearers nu parayumba adenge konde ornamental role again. I said, let there be 50% men, 50% women. Ellam set saree. You buy them set that veshti also, set to veshti. So 50% men, 50% women. Mix them up and put it. Manaslayille. Small things, all small interventions. It can start right within your house. It has to actually happen within your house also. Many things that you have done, you've been wired to do in certain ways. Just look through the gender lens. Manaslayille. Appo namakku as a woman or as a man, you have the responsibility to change these gender notions which have been attributed. It's actually the bad things which are there, you should try and remove it. So that responsibility lies with each one of us. We've traveled a long way. Probably what madam would have experienced when she was a beginner, when she just started in this field, is very different from what you are going to experience. We've traveled a long way. A lot of changes have taken place in the world. But still there is long way to go. So that change can come only when this generation also starts to intervene. Even when it comes to criminal cases, we see thousands of cases where girl children are being molested. Even boys get molested. And a POCSO, we have both boys and girls getting molested. But boys getting molested is very less number. I always have my doubts that boys don't report. Girls are given that safety and protection and they are being briefed so many times that girls report. Angane enki thonarundu. Probably boy exploitation is also as rampant as girls being exploited. Young girls, that is POCSO, less than 18. So gender-based violence also every day. As a DIG range, I would get at least 3 or 4 cases gender-based violence. Okay. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ മെന്നിന് കേസ് ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ പൊതുവെ കാണും. മെൻ തമ്മിൽ അടിക്കുന്ന കേസുകളാണ് കണ്ടത്. വളരെ അപൂർവമായിട്ടാണ് ഭാര്യയോ ആരെങ്കിലും ഒരു സ്ത്രീ വന്ന് ഒരു ആളിനെ ആക്രമിച്ചു എന്ന് ഉള്ള കേസുകൾ വളരെ അപൂർവമായിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വല്ല കേസ് കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാലേ, you know what is happening in social media these days. I'm not naming the case. But അങ്ങനെ കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാലേ everybody just gets down and attacks and just finishes off. But there are thousands of cases where women are being attacked, okay? And when you talk like this, you are branded as a feminist, right? So feminist, I'll take another full lecture on it, okay? It's a long journey, okay? And you be a very proud feminist. Can you be that? Feminist ആണ് ഇത് ഫെമിനിറ്റി ആണ്. I am a feminist, I am a feministy, you call whatever. Can you tell that? Yeah, so these are the small interventions I request you to make. And as you step inside, it's a very challenging world. You have to keep updating your knowledge. Yes or no? If you don't know what is Instagram, probably you're missing out on so many things. FOMO, fear of missing out, right? So whatever technology comes, you have to get updated, right? And when you get into leadership roles, that knowledge only, with that knowledge only you will be able to lead. If you're not, as a police officer, if I'm not updated with the current judgments, and what justice can I do? What justice can I do to my department? What justice can I do to the community, right? But whatever field you're going to enter in, you have to keep learning. Don't forget that you have to keep learning, keep updating. And only that knowledge, through knowledge, you will be able to inspire others. You can be a good leader only with that knowledge. Always remember that. So if you want to inspire people, you have to have deep insights. And you should have a long-term goal and vision. Appa our individual item, you have to shape up. At the end of the day, third thing, remember that integrity is the basis for everything. Whether it is personal life, whether it is professional life. Integrity is the basis for everything. Once you lose it, you are a lost individual. So always remember this. But this is not a gender specific advice. This applies to all human beings. Yes or no? അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു കാര്യം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ you will be able to face the world boldly, and you will be a more resilient person. Irrespective of the challenges that the world throws at you, you will be able to overcome that and become stronger individual, become much greater person, and be able to contribute better to this world. That will happen only if you are able to take this kind of a path. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇത്ര മാത്രം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് they asked me to wind up within 15 minutes. So ആ ഒരു ടൈം ഞാൻ റെസ്പെക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. So I wish you the very best, and good that this summit happened. Maybe in the next year also you can call me for one of the, because this is a very short time for me to put forward what you're thinking. So thank you, all the very best. നിങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your journey with us. Ma'am പറഞ്ഞ മാമിൻ്റെ ജേണിയിലെ പല കാര്യങ്ങളും ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ പെൺകുട്ടികളും ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് ലൈഫിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പോയിന്റിൽ കടന്നു പോയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും എന്ന് എനിക്ക് ഉറപ്പുണ്ട്. ഐ ക്യാൻ ഈസിലി കണക്ട് വിത്ത് യു. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ മാം പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു മാജിക് വേർഡ് ഡിമാൻഡ് എന്നുള്ളത് ഐ എം ഗോയിങ് ടു കീപ്പിംഗ് ഇറ്റ് ഇൻ മൈ മൈൻഡ്. യു ആർ ട്രൂലി ആൻ ഇൻസ്പിറേഷൻ മാം. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. അടുത്തതായി അധ്യക്ഷ ഭാഷണത്തിനായി ബ്രഹ്മചാരി അച്യുതാമൃതാനന്ദ സ്വാമികളെ, പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽ ഓഫ് സ്കൂൾ ഓഫ് സ്പിരിച്വൽ ആൻഡ് കൾച്ചറൽ സ്റ്റഡീസിൻ്റെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പലായിട്ടുള്ള അച്യുതാമൃതാനന്ദ സ്വാമികളെ ക്ഷണിച്ചുകൊള്ളും.
Om Amruteshwari Namaha. So I am coming for the second time on this same date. I don't have much to share with you because you have been engaged very lively, very, very actively throughout the day. And it is a befitting conclusion that Ajita Begum IPS Madam has given. So anyway, you can all congratulate yourselves for having got an opportunity to enrich your knowledge, get inspired, and having received a new sense of direction. So for all these things, we have to be very thankful to the mainly the Central Sanskrit University, and I am also feeling fulfilled because our school also had a role in hosting this and staging this program. So I'm not prolonging my speech. With all the best wishes, I offer my words at Amma's Lotus feet. Om Amruteshwari Namaha.
Next, I would like to request Brahmachari Devidas Chaitanya Swami to come onto the stage and felicitate our chief guest of the day, Srimati S. Ajita Begum ma'am. Thank you, Swami. I request Brahmachari Achyutamrita Chaitanya Swami to honor Jyoti Miss. Next, I request Jyoti Miss to felicitate Shiva ma'am. Dr. Shiba MK, she is our pillar of strength from Central Sanskrit University. She is the convener who made this event happen. I should mention she was in deep sadness because she lost her mother, but she made it here. And I thank her wholeheartedly for making this happen and being such a support to all of us. Namaste. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Dr. M.K. Shiba for the formal vote of thanks.
Very good evening to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my dear students and my dear friends. From morning 10 to this late evening, we are hearing about the empowerment of women, Samarth Nari and Samrudh Bharath. And I tell you one thing, my dear male friends, that it is a collective empowerment. That is, without the help of you people, we cannot be empowered. But the thing is that we should have our own power, that what we are to do. And as ma'am has said, we have to demand that what we have to be and what we need. Then only we can be empowered. And as Roshni has said, a few days before I lost my mother. I am a army captain's daughter. I lost my dad when in his 40s, and I was a child. And the very strict traditional family I have been brought up, and where a widow has no voice. The whispers of my mother in the night brought me here. That is, I had to break all the tie-ups, evil tie-ups which I had of this society, and I am standing over here now, and my mother I have lost a few days before, who was a silent lady who empowered 2 daughters. And I thank and I remember my mother over here, and also with the blessings of Amma, we are concluding this session. And I thank, and we are deeply honored, ma'am, that you are here in your busy schedule, and the life journey which you showed us is a great inspiration to us and also all the youngsters who are sitting over here. As my dear student Veena, she told that she will keep in her mind the demand. Yes, we have to demand what we need. So that is for each and every human being, we are to demand what we need. Then only we can be empowered. Then I thank Brahmachari Achyutamrita Chaitanya sir, Director, School of Spiritual and Cultural Studies, Amrita University, who from the very beginning was with us and supported us for the success of this program. And I thank Devidas ji, who is here with us. Thank you so much, Swami. And also, I thank our dear Jyoti Miss, who is pillar of this program and who was helping and guiding us in all the ways, and we reached here. Thank you so much, ma'am. And see, the program was enriched by 2 meaningful sessions, Pragriti in the morning and Sudharma in the evening. I sincerely thank the session moderators, resource persons, distinguished participants of both sessions for their valuable contributions. Then I would thank the organizing committee of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and also Central Sanskrit University, Guruvayur campus. They are my colleagues with the Amrita organizing committee. Were here from day before yesterday. So I sincerely thank you all. Then my heartfelt thanks to all the helping hands, volunteers, and support staff for their dedicated efforts, and to all the participants who made this meet vibrant and purposeful. Then we also gratefully acknowledge the support of media for helping us reach the wider audience. We also gratefully acknowledge, once again I thank everyone here and contributed for the success of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request everyone to raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Members to stay back for a photo session. I request the dignitaries also to stay back for a minute for a photo session. Organizing committee members. Devidas Swami, where you? Please.